Remember, not everyone is designed to be a top achiever. We may not all become top achievers, but we can become more successful by developing in ourselves those traits we see in the top achievers.
We believe the best way to get what you want out of life is to help other people and work with them toward a mutual win. Win with people, not over them.
Welcome to Selling Smart, and your hosts, Jim Cathcart and Tony Alessandra. The Nightingale Conant Corporation is delighted to present this new program which will help you see selling in a new and positive way. Jim Cathcart and Tony Alessandra will show you that when you're selling smart, you're helping people, not persuading them. They'll teach you the 6 C's of competitive selling and show you how to combine old wisdom and new methods for unbeatable results.
Let's say the main tactic in selling has been to make all the sales on a trial basis. You're using the old technique they used to call puppy dog sales. That's where you're selling pets and you give a puppy to someone and you say, why don't you take the little puppy home for the weekend? Then just let me know on Monday whether you want to buy it. Well, by the time they get the puppy home, they've fallen in love with it, they've given it a name, and it's part of the family. And you don't take family back to the store on Monday.
Jim Cathcart has earned his living as a public speaker for more than 10 years and is one of the busiest speakers in the training and development field. He's written 7 books and had articles published in more than 300 magazines. He's delivered over 1,000 professional speeches and written and performed in 69 video programs. He's entertained and educated audiences both in the United States and abroad. Dr. Tony Alessandra is an equally entertaining and effective speaker. He has conducted seminars attended by thousands of managers, salespeople, executives, and industrial and professional organizations. His speaking calendar is filled months in advance, and his energetic and dynamic style motivates his listeners to put his ideas to work in their professional and personal lives.
Professionalism means customer service. From beginning to end, you must treat your customers as if your business world revolved around them, because it does.
From the beginning to the end of this program, you'll learn that the best way to conquer your competitors is not to beat them down, but to build yourself up. You'll see that the smartest thing you can do is face your competition and become better than they are. Jim Cathcart and Tony Alessandra will show you how as you listen to Selling Smart. And now, here is Jim Cathcart.
I once had a job as a bill collector. I was in my early 20s, but I looked like a teenager. On my job, I repossessed log trucks in the hills of northern Arkansas. I'd frequently drive down some lonely, deserted logging road, and I'd find the truck I was supposed to repossess. The truck driver was usually about twice my size and looked rather menacing. As I approached, he'd snarl at me and say,
Boy, you'd better get out of here now.
To which I would respond, yes, sir. And I'd turn around to go. But as I did, I'd say, I'm here from the finance company, and as you've requested, I'm going to leave now. But please understand that I'm the last nice guy the company will send. As I'd start to drive away, the customer would usually say,
What do you mean you're the last nice guy?
To which I'd respond, well, after this, it gets kind of ugly. I mean, the next person who comes with guns and sheriffs, and it's just not very pretty. Then he'd say,
Wait a minute. What are my options?
At that point, I'd sit down with the customer, and together we'd lay out a payment plan that was workable for him and acceptable for the company. When I took the time to explain the options, past due customers usually became more cooperative. In a few cases, they even later became my friends. The man who came in after me and took over my territory was named Pete Smith. That's not really his name. But Pete made a serious tactical mistake. He went directly from Marine Corps boot camp into bill collecting.
Whoa, not a good career move.
No, it wasn't. His attitude was very arrogant, which conveyed to the customers that he was there to enforce the contract and they had better pay up. Within 10 days of taking over my territory, Pete was beaten to a pulp. He was left on the ground in front of the home of a past due customer who took the truck and disappeared into the sunset. Why did Pete get such terrible results while I had been getting cooperation from the very same people in basically the same circumstances over the same amount of money? It was a matter of attitude. Pete's attitude was that of a persuader. He went out there to persuade the past due customers to do what he wanted. I, on the other hand, went out with the attitude of a helper. I figured out the best way for me to get cooperation from the customers was to get on their side of the fence, to see things from their point of view. Then the tension level between me and the customer would drop and the cooperation level would rise.
It worked. And as a matter of fact, we found that it works not only in collecting bills, as Jim found out, but also in sales and management. Some salespeople go out as persuaders and try to talk people into buying. Others go out as helpers and try to show the customer the best way to fill those needs through their product or service. Helpers seem to get bigger sales, more customer loyalty, and more repeat business. Persuaders seem to get short-term results and long-term problems. In managing people, the same is true. The persuaders believe that they have to get their employees to listen. The helpers believe that they have to listen to their employees. Helpers get more cooperation, less conflict, and higher productivity. Persuaders, on the other hand, build resentment and rebellion. They stifle creativity and initiative.
Hi, I'm Jim Cathcart.
And I'm Tony Alessandra. Jim and I are about to bring you some competitive selling strategies. We'll show you how to face your competition and win. And just as important, win ethically. Competition is a real buzzword for our time. It's hotter today than ever before in history. Why? Because every year, more than 600,000 businesses are launched. They're starting up in record numbers, and every year the intense competition puts about 50,000 companies out of business. Facing the competition is a lot more complex than it used to be. More foreign firms are moving into our markets. This is the age of almost daily breakthroughs in technology. Products are becoming obsolete at a faster and faster rate. The cost of making sales calls has almost doubled in the last 6 years and will probably double again by the end of the decade. Our customers are smarter. They expect better service. And confirming a sale can often take longer because there are usually more decision makers involved. It's not that simple anymore.
No, it isn't. Remember the old saying, you have to run just to stay even? Well, in today's race, running isn't enough. You have to compete like an athlete, planning the race strategically. You can't just sell hard. You have to sell smart.
And it's no longer enough to merely work hard, knowing your products and sincerely trying to help your customer. Today's salesperson has to study the competition as well.
The successful salesperson also has to learn to think like a sales manager. What does that mean? Training Magazine a few years ago reported the results of a study of sales managers. It described their major concerns about their salespeople. First, they said, salespeople don't prospect very well. Second, they said salespeople don't know the competition. And third, they don't plan their sales calls. Now, more than 10 years later, the same problems still exist. Many of the top sellers today still put the emphasis only on product knowledge, overcoming objections, and closing the sale.
It's the mediocre salesperson who thinks and acts merely as a representative of his firm. Excellent salespeople operate like the owners of their own sales careers. The top performers invariably have grown past the sales rep stage into the top levels of professionalism. They take full responsibility for their businesses. They grow in the skills they need for high-level success.
And their top priority is always client satisfaction.
Sales managers all over the world have told us that they want their salespeople to be self-starters. With this program, you'll learn to do just that. You'll learn that you have to answer to the ultimate boss, you.
Our goal in this program is to show you how to build a clientele, not just sales. You'll focus on selling in such a way that you build relationships with your customers who will want to do business with you again and again. To accomplish this, we're going to go against the current, so you could look at things in a different light.
On your part, it's going to require that you expand your viewpoint and change your vocabulary. You'll need to see selling for what it really is, a profession, one which requires more than just a gift of gab, a firm handshake, and a perpetual smile. The sales profession requires you to master highly specialized skills and demands almost total dedication to your customer and your company. It's almost a mission. And if we have demanded enough of ourselves, selling can give that special spark of confidence and excitement that we all experience on the leading edge of performance, productivity, and achievement.
Perhaps as salespeople, we should take an oath just as doctors and lawyers do. Our promise would serve as a constant reminder of our professional responsibilities. Listen as I read the salesperson's oath and see how it applies to you. I choose to be a professional in the field of selling. I make this choice knowing that selling has many requirements. Selling requires caring. In order to truly serve others and to help people own the right product or service to fill their needs, I must be skilled in the twin arts of probing and listening, for one without the other is useless.
Selling requires planning and study. For my sales career to endure, it must be built upon a foundation of solid planning for long-term and short-term success. I must study my products and services until I know them thoroughly. I must know exactly how my customer can benefit most from the use of my products or services. I must study the selling skills that will allow me to help my customer own the right product for his needs.
Selling requires strength of character. There will be times when I am tempted to make an easy sale that does not truly benefit the customer. At these times, I must have the strength of character to avoid that sale and act in my customer's best interest. I must be able at all times to say that I have advised the customer to do exactly what I would do if I were in his or her position.
Selling requires persistence. Many prospects and customers will not see the immediate value of my product or service. With them, I must persist, courteously, to find other ways to help them see both the direct and the indirect value that they will receive through the use of my product or service.
Selling also requires determination. Many on whom I call will not buy my products. I must believe unflinchingly in the law of cause and effect. Every good act brings a reward. Every bad act brings a consequence. If I make enough calls on qualified customers with a professional attitude, I will achieve my goals.
Selling is dependent on the free enterprise system and is an integral part of it. Selling is based on the premise that one person's knowledge, skills, and handiwork can benefit another. It is further based on the belief that one should be compensated for providing a service. Profit is the incentive that motivates improvement. Profit, whether financial or otherwise, is a part of ownership, and with ownership, there's always a responsibility.
Selling requires responsibility. I must recognize my responsibility to serve my client well. I will uphold the principles of this oath, improve my own knowledge and skills, and profit from my labors. When I earn it, it is my right, for I am a professional salesperson. In today's society, a professional is not measured by the business he or she is in, but by the way he or she is in business.
This oath clearly states that the sales profession is not to be entered casually or taken lightly. It's a career, not just a job.
We look at selling as a long-term occupation. The American dream has always been to start at the bottom and make it to the top. We've been Horatio Alger-ized into thinking that climbing the corporate ladder is the road to fulfillment and success. But we know that it doesn't always work that way. You don't need to start at the bottom, and you don't have to make it to the top to be successful. In recent years, we've redefined success as the achievement of worthwhile goals and the realization of our own self-fulfillment in achieving them.
Jim, in the field of selling, a 40-year veteran and a 4-week rookie are on the same level when they go in to see a customer. The person with the better professional skills usually gets the sale. The work of a successful salesperson is far more than adjusting to today's market. High performers are dynamic, constantly retraining to sharpen their selling strategies. This idea is going to mean a whole new attitude for many salespeople. They'll now need to continually satisfy their clients if they're going to stay in a competitive form.
Planning your competitive selling strategy requires putting your attention on the 6 C's: customers, circumstances, competitors, company, cost, and competencies.
Let's look at them one at a time.
Okay? The first one is customers. Choose the customers you want to develop. They'll determine the nature of the competition you're facing. If you go after the big Fortune 500 companies, you'll probably encounter some of the toughest sales competition there is. If you're after the small mom-and-pop businesses, your competition will be quite different. You walk in, you talk directly to the decision maker. Decision-making is usually immediate. However, in large corporations, you may not have access to the key decision makers. You may have to submit detailed proposals, which then have to go through several committees, and it could take months to arrive at an agreement.
Your customers determine the nature of your sales career. If you choose to do business with high-tech industries, your business is likely to be more complex than if you were dealing with retailers. If you choose customers who are spread out all over the country, your circumstances are quite different than the salesperson who chooses customers concentrated in one specific area. When you choose a growth industry like video technology, competition would change significantly if you switch to a relatively stable industry like banking. Your situation is affected if you choose new businesses versus well-established businesses, or struggling companies versus successful companies. So ask yourself, how does all this apply to my personal business? How does it apply to my particular sales territory?
Now let's look at the second C, circumstances. To a large extent, when you choose your customers, you also choose your circumstances. Let's say you're selling hotel catering services. Your competition will depend on the customers you choose. If you provide services to the convention business, your circumstances are unlike those of the person who chooses to provide catering to the individual overnight guest.
But some of us don't get to choose our customers. The choices are made for us by the company. So how do we handle those circumstances? First, determine your current situation. In other words, what direction are things going in? What are the trends? Who are the key players? And what are the critical points, the windows of opportunity, as well as the obstacles and the roadblocks?
And what are the internal factors? For example, what does it take to process orders and serve the customers? So you need to ask yourself, can you handle the flow? If you generate a huge order, are you in a position to deliver what's required? Do your customers have unique requirements? What are the external factors? The weather could have a big impact on your type of business. So could an airline strike. In these situations, find out what you can control or at least influence by some action on your part.
Number 3, competitors. The known competitor and the unknown competitor. Many times a sale is lost to a source we don't even consider to be our rival. For example, a family could put off buying a new car in order to use the money to make necessary home improvements. What car salesperson would normally consider a home improvement contractor to be a rival?
On other occasions, the competitor is more obvious.
We'll show you ways to study the competition, how and why they do what they do. That knowledge can point the way to new possibilities and new opportunities, giving you a decisive edge over your competition.
Here's number 4, company. Your company. Think as if you own it. Know your business by mastering the important information about its history, its philosophy, and structure.
Jim, you know the comic strip character Pogo?
Yeah.
He immortalized that line, "We have met the enemy, and he is us." And this is all too often true in business as well.
When you don't know your company and your products thoroughly, you're crippling yourself in selling. For instance, if you're selling the services of a bank, you have to know the full range of services. If you're not aware of your bank offering a messenger service to pick up deposits and handle transactions, you're going to lose the opportunity to serve customers who think your bank is inconveniently located. Talk to your employer. Know your market position, your pricing strategy, and the plans for development, because ignorance of these things can undermine your confidence level and weaken your ability to make the sale. Know the key people within your organization, the technicians, the market planners, the production managers. Know their capabilities. Know how your company manages its own people. Is the organization flexible or somewhat inflexible? What are your company's internal and external systems for processing orders, to buy and get delivery? What happens after you sell? What are your company's attitudes toward the customers? Does it see them just as buyers, or as partners, or as friends?
Jim, J.C. Penney once said, "Every great business is built on friendship."
He certainly did that within his own company.
What kind of customer service is offered? If you sell phone systems, do you offer complete service? Or do your customers have to get their phones installed and repaired by another company? Does your company back you when there are problems? Why? Or why not?
Know what kind of employee training programs are available. And certainly, not the least of all, know what products or services you sell. Know their prices, their sizes, and their many uses. These are all significant factors to know. It's crucial to be confident in your organization's products and ideas.
The fifth C is cost. Many salespeople complain that they get too many price objections. They're afraid that a less expensive competitive product will beat them out of a sale. That just isn't true. People rarely buy on price, even though they always seem to. They almost always buy on cost.
What's the difference?
Well, price is the fixed amount which must be paid to gain ownership or use of the product or service. Cost is the impact it has on the customer's financial situation. For example, purchasing a computer that is extremely difficult to operate and then finding out that the nearest service center is 600 miles away.
A breakdown could cost you plenty.
You bet. With today's fierce sales competition, you have to explore factors other than price, such as assured delivery, length of usability, and even personal service.
You may be able to offer a special benefit because of advanced equipment or specially trained personnel.
So you'll want to help the customer distinguish between price and cost. And to do this, show the customer the benefits and the many uses of your product or service, not just the best price. Now, let's look at the last C, which we call competencies. We used to believe that the quickest way to get ahead was to get a good education. Well, today, it just ain't so. Far more than education is needed for success in business. Have you ever known anyone with a great education who is terrible at dealing with people?
Yep.
That person is handicapped in today's marketplace. You have to think beyond your education and measure your competencies, the things you are able to do well. The unique qualities you bring to the table can sway the sale toward you or away from you.
Let's look at a few of the competencies that really count. Do you have a positive attitude toward your job? Do you always look your best, smart, and self-assured? Do you move effortlessly, or at least make it seem that way? Do you react well to challenges, problems, and customer objections? Do you really know your product or service? Do you simply describe your product or service, or do you know how to prescribe its use?
Do you build trust into your relationship with your customer?
Are you practicing good business habits?
Do you have a good command of the language?
Are you enthusiastic?
Do you know your competition?
Are you an honest and ethical professional?
Do you manage your time effectively?
The superstar salespeople have that special spark that comes from being effective, creative, and able.
And all of these competencies really do matter, and we'll show you how to manage the ones you can control and how to compensate for the ones you can't.
Selling is a people business. In every case, people buy from people, not from companies. And a customer's feelings about you determine the outcome of the sale. Buyers will give you the business if you give them the feeling that you're looking out for their best interests. Interestingly enough, when Tony and I consult with businesses today, they often ask us to teach them the razzle-dazzle sales pitches, the gimmicks, and the tricks of the trade. But many of them only want to learn the tricks, not the trade. Their focus is on traditional selling, the I win, you lose approach to sales that leaves the customers feeling like they've just been conned.
Jim, that's exactly the way I was originally taught to sell. I was trained in all the commando techniques of manipulative selling. Go in, the first 3 to 5 minutes, develop rapport using small talk. Get right into my pitch and tell them everything about my product, almost like a canned presentation. And at the end, close. If they brought up an objection, I was supposed to overcome it and get into a game. Could they think up more objections than I could overcome, or could I overcome more than they could think up? I guess it really got to me when finally one day I was asking somebody who just bought my product. I asked them, do you know of any friends who might also like to own this product as you do? And a woman looked me right in the eye and said, Tony, they're my friends. I knew then I was doing it the wrong way. See, I made sales, but I didn't make customers.
Now let's look at the other side of the selling coin. Non-manipulative selling. Relationship-oriented selling. How to stop attempting to manipulate people, yet still get the sale. It requires an openness and honesty between you and the customer. As a non-manipulative salesperson, you take the time to ask the questions that will lead to the solutions your company can provide.
Your approach is very strategic, and it's always the same no matter who you're selling to. You find out what's most important to that person. Maybe you don't have what he wants, but if you do, let him know that together you can move ahead towards shared goals. The challenge isn't closing a sale, it's building a strong bond of trust with your customer. The idea is to make your client aware of your product and influence his long-term buying habits.
To achieve consistent success in your sales efforts, it's vital to make balanced presentations to your customers. That means you tell them the good things as well as the bad things. You treat your customer like you would your own family. Maybe pay them a visit after their purchase to see what kind of problems they might have run into. In this way, you maintain a relationship based on a high standard of integrity and credibility.
Your customers will be happy and the sales will follow. Profit isn't necessarily the dominant motive for today's top performer. The sense of pride is. Profit is merely a way of keeping score. And it all starts with values. And when the values are backed up by sales strategies that solve problems, your profits just follow and follow.
As a successful salesperson, you already know a lot about what you want, your goals for yourself, your family, and your company. The work you do to enhance your personal effectiveness will speed up the process of converting those goals into reality. How are these goals made real? How do you accomplish more sales? You might have a notion that the way to compete is by direct confrontation with your competition, like two boxers slugging it out in an arena. But there are indirect and gentler ways which are equally effective. Many competitive situations can be won by employing the tactics of the ancient Japanese art of jiu-jitsu, which translated means the gentle way. In jiu-jitsu, the combatant feels for the opponent's center of gravity. The objective is to watch and listen to the opponent's moves in order to deflect his offensive thrust and throw him off balance. These martial art techniques are intended to turn the opponent's force to one's own advantage, rather than to oppose it directly.
Jim, these same tactics can be used in your business. You don't punch your competition in the nose and say, I'm here and I mean business. Instead, listen and anticipate the competition's moves. This way you can learn to use the opponent's strength in creative ways to gain the advantage. Many more sales are yours for the asking as you learn the skills of competitive selling. Selling smart.
This is the end of Side 1. Please fast forward the tape to begin Side 2.
For about 10 years, the Tulsa agency rocked along at $10 to $12 million a year in annual sales. The insurance agency continued unimpressively until the home office sent in a guy named Joe Willard. Joe was told to bring the agency up to $20 million in sales in the next 5 years. Well, the first year Joe was there, sales jumped from 12 up to 17 million. He then set a goal of 20 million, and the next year he moved the marker even higher because they were doing so well. Within 5 years, without increasing the number of salespeople, Joe increased that agency's annual sales to more than $100 million. Today, that agency is doing in excess of $230 million a year, and they're leading the company.
That is absolutely incredible. What turned the agency around so dramatically?
Well, certainly Joe had a lot to do with it because he had the talent and he had the vision.
But what did he do?
Well, first, he called on experts outside of the insurance industry. He said, I've been listening to too many people only within my own industry and not enough outside the industry. He went to experts on such subjects as planning and sales. He consulted with experts on people development and the experts on strategy, and he listened to them. He got his group together for a strategic planning retreat, a 2-day meeting where they took the agency apart and then kind of reassembled it and looked at it again. I was fortunate to be a part of that process, and I worked with him and his group for about 6 years. Now, today, while many businesses in Tulsa, Oklahoma are still suffering the effects of a depressed oil industry, Joe's agency is doing very well because they know how to develop sales plans and they know how to manage themselves as business people, not just as salespeople.
Our world is in a constant state of flux. Changes in every facet of life occur so quickly that you'd need a computer to keep track of them all. The business world is no different. As a professional salesperson, you need to keep pace with the changes in your territory. Some of these will be to your advantage and others will cause you headaches. But the more aware you are, the fewer headaches they'll cause.
It's true, we're in a turbulent business climate. But if you're the salesperson who looks at the instability as an opportunity rather than as a threat, you are right now setting up your new sales plan. The top sellers are like Joe Willard. They are strategists who are ready for the first signs of change.
Now, there's 2 ways to face competition. One is to take it from a tactical approach, and the second is to take it from a strategic approach. Tactics deal with single situations. Strategies deal with the overall circumstances, the war, not just the battle. You need both, but they should be dealt with in reverse order. First, the war strategies, and then second, the tactics of each individual skirmish within the context of the overall strategy. This tape deals with the analysis of the overall situation. You can then handle individual circumstances in ways that advance your overall plan to beat the competition.
Over the years, the cost of doing business has increased for everyone, including salespeople. Research shows that in 1985, the typical sales call cost you or me as a salesperson about $225. Inflation has also taken a bite out of our profits. There's a great need to become more efficient through sales planning.
So this month, why not make up your mind to get more accomplished through sales planning and territory management? By territory management, we mean managing the activities that cover a given geographic area or a given market segment. One of the major reasons many businesses go under is because they don't have a well-defined business plan. The clearer the plan, the easier it is to make decisions. It establishes priorities based on profits and the value of your time. With a sales plan, you actually can evaluate your performance. This is the way to get a firm grip on your time and your territory, as well as your income potential.
The first step in learning something new like this is to make sure that you understand the goal you're headed for. Dr. John Lee, a leading management expert and friend of ours, demonstrates this in his workshops by giving 2 different groups of participants a 70-piece puzzle to assemble. Before starting, one group is shown a picture of what the puzzle looks like once it's completed. The other group has to put the pieces together without such a clear vision of where they're going. Consistently, the group that was shown the picture finishes first. Why? Because those in that group already knew the goal. They had the advantage of understanding the overall plan.
You have to understand your company's objectives, its policies, as well as its resources and strategies. That way, you know how your company attacks an entire market with the intention of penetrating it. The principles of your sales planning and territory management are just about the same as your company's marketing plan. Only your plans will be on a smaller scale. For example, Sears is an enormously successful corporation which has been around for many, many years. They've developed corporate philosophies and corporate plans, yet each store is serving its own local geographic market, and it actually has to do its own planning to relate to the people, the products, and the needs in that particular marketplace.
Successful companies go through intense research to determine a number of things about any new product. For instance, the company figures out who and where are the buyers. If a company manufactures dolls, for example, it certainly won't try to sell them primarily to corporate executives. Well, at least not to most of them.
You know, the company also has to determine how to get to the buyers. What is the most effective way to let them know that your product exists? Through TV advertising? Maybe direct mail? Maybe even trade associations? These questions have to be answered.
When is the best time to present your product to the target market? Is yours a seasonal product that will affect the sales planning schedule? You wouldn't want to sell wool sweaters in the summer unless there was something irresistible about them, such as a very low price. Many times, organizations have only a certain window of time in which they do their budget planning for the entire next year. Often this happens in the fall. And if you miss that marketing window, then you may miss many, many sales to that marketplace during the coming year.
How much will the buyers pay for this product or service? This has to be compared to the competition's price. And when and how will the buyers purchase the product? Will credit be extended? Can the items be leased? How will the distribution itself be handled?
And last but not least, the company has to find out if the customers are satisfied after the purchase. Did the product really meet their needs? What kind of service will they need in the future?
Marketing specialists collect the answers to all these crucial questions and a lot more. The data then guides them in forecasting potential sales. It helps them set goals and set action plans, as well as record the results. These plans are then passed on to other levels in the company where they're evaluated and implemented.
The company's marketing plan usually breaks down into 4 sections: situation analysis, objectives, strategy, and controls. Let's look at how these 4 steps apply to your sales plan. SOSC, situation analysis, objectives, strategies, and controls. Your sales plan is practically identical to the company's marketing plan, except that it deals only with your defined territory rather than an entire market. You can think of your territory as a sub-market. Even though the company studies its customer base, it's still important for you, the salesperson, to study the potential buyers within your own sub-market. For example, a company may have a very well-established plan, but you would apply that plan differently in, say, Silicon Valley, California, than you would in Detroit, Michigan. In Silicon Valley, you may have a high concentration of a number of vitally active businesses, usually high-technology businesses. While in Detroit, you have a concentration of older, more established businesses spread out over a large geographic area.
Look at the sales plan as a 2-stage process. The first stage involves the territory and all of its characteristics. Like the company's marketing plan, the first stage of your sales plan is an analysis of the situation and objectives in your entire geographic territory, whereas the second stage focuses on the individual accounts and the strategies for selling those accounts.
Let's say you're selling a line of copiers. When you look at your territory and all its characteristics, the thing you want to do in the overall marketing plan for your territory is look at which copiers in the line are the most appropriate for your area, where are the best opportunities, and so forth.
In the second stage of the sales planning process, when you're doing the individual account strategies, you're actually selecting which copiers and which features appeal to a particular market segment that you're calling on.
In the first stage, find out about your selling opportunities and your selling problems. In your search for opportunities, there are a number of things you can study. First, learn as much as possible about your own company and its products. Second, investigate your industry in general. Know its origins, its evolution, and its trends. Attend association meetings or professional society meetings. And by all means, go to the expositions. That's the best way to learn about what's going on in the industry and what's happening with your competition. Third, examine the competition and explore their market penetration. Analyze their share of the market and find out where they're headed in the future. And then fourth, determine the market potential within your own territory, and finally, track the business trends in the different market segments.
Knowing your own company and products is only part of the battle. You also have to analyze the market of which your territory is just a small part. An analysis of your territory by market segments actually simplifies the process. A market segment is one category or one type of industry or business. You're probably doing all of this stuff already. What we've said so far merely puts what you're doing into a system or a plan. Remember, if you fail to plan, you're by default planning to fail.
If you're selling a range of time-saving office machines, some of the market segments could be banks, libraries, hospitals, law firms, doctors' offices. Although each of these segments will be different, the individual account's needs may be quite similar.
For each of these market segments, you'll want to know the potential demand for your product in terms of gross sales and number of units to be sold. This quantitative analysis can be done for a specified period of time, usually a year. You may want to consult with marketing experts for this information, but sometimes you can find these people right within your own organization. For example, in the Tulsa Insurance Agency that Jim referred to earlier on this tape, they had one person who was the marketing specialist. She did specific market research and then passed that information on to the agents so that they could use it to improve their sales.
For market analysis, there are two types of data needed if you're going to be accurate. Those are market potential and sales potential. Market potential is the maximum sales possible for all companies in that market. For example, how many copying machines will be sold in your territory regardless who the manufacturer is? Sales potential data determines the maximum sales potential for a specific company during a given period of time. And the way to figure that out is to look at what you typically sell to a client in that marketplace and then figure out what percentage of the market you have now. Multiply that percentage of the market by the sales that you're making, and you can see what your current sales are. If you change the percentage number, the percentage of the market that you own or that you are able to win, then that new percentage figure multiplied by the dollar figure of a typical sale equals the market potential that's available to you.
Jim, I'm confused. Give it to me in numbers. Give me an example.
Okay. Let's say that the total market potential, the number of copiers in this case, being bought in that marketplace totals up to $500,000. That's within 1 year period. All right? And let's say that you determine that you actually have 10% of the marketplace. All right? What does that total up to?
$50,000.
Yeah, $50,000. That's your own sales situation right now.
All right.
Okay? And you want to determine what is your sales potential. Let's say you increase your share of the marketplace from 10% to 20%.
Woo!
Then what is your potential sales, and how do you figure it out?
Well, I multiply 20% times the total market potential being 500,000. 20% is my sales potential or my market share potential, so $100,000 is sales potential.
That's right.
I got it.
If you had increased your sales by 100% over what it was, from 10% up to 20%,
right,
then your sales potential would have grown from 50,000 to 100,000.
Okay. Now, you'll want to know the sales potential in your territory for each of your market segments. Let's say you're selling dictation units and you look at your marketplace. You find out that some lawyers use these units. Many of the large law firms buy entire systems, very sophisticated systems. But individual operators buy very simple handheld dictation units and a simple transcribing machine. With the corporate lawyers, you'd have large sales potential because they'd have larger needs. With the general practice individual lawyers and attorneys, you might find smaller sales. But maybe there are a lot of them, and they're a lot easier to get. So study the market and determine where you want to spend your time for the best payoff on that particular time that you invest.
This will help you in a number of ways. First, you'll see at a glance which market segments appear to be the most promising. You'll be able to rank the market segments in order of priority and budget your time accordingly. Second, you'll be able to set realistic objectives for each market segment. This tells you where to spend your time and your money.
There's no question, Jim. We use that in our own business, in the business of training and speaking. There are certain industries that are very, very profitable for us, and there are other industries that are profitable but not quite so much. So we focus our energy on the high priority segments first, and then when we exhaust that, go on to the second and the third and the fourth.
After you divide your territory into segments, think of all the possible uses of your product and make a list of all the industries or businesses that will use it. Let's say you're selling cellular telephone equipment or beepers. Well, who would you want to sell these to? You'd want to sell them to people who would benefit from them the most and have the money to pay for them. You have bankers and real estate agents, retailers, and so forth. If you call on the real estate agents who have a more obvious need for your product, it's going to be easier than selling, for example, to the retailers who stay in their store all day.
When you've identified the industries or the businesses that can most use your product or service, you have your list of specific prospects to contact. You have to determine the number, the location, and the sales potential of each customer or prospect. This list will take research and a lot of creativity on your part. Be as thorough as possible. Names of present customers can be obtained from your company and from other salespeople or from your own files. You can find prospects in trade directories like Thomas's Register. You can also get names from publishers of mailing lists like R.H. Donnelly Corporation or from other journals or magazines and even firms like Dun & Bradstreet.
After the customers are listed, your next step is to make an assessment of the potential business each customer represents. This is done by examining their past sales records, if those are available. Have they bought from you before? If so, what did they buy? When did they buy? To estimate the potential business from prospects, you can refer to some of the same sources we've already mentioned, like the results you get from similar companies in that area. Chances are good that those will be similar to the results you'll get with this company, and that'll tell you a little bit about its probable potential. After you make forecasts for each company, rank them in order of their potential profitability.
Now, during this phase, you have to be aware of situations that can actually affect your business. Watch the business trends in different market segments. These can range from political to economic changes. You're probably aware of the effect of interest rates on the economy. This is a trend worth considering when forecasting sales. Trends usually suggest areas of caution or point to areas of opportunity that you can exploit. If you were an independent real estate appraiser, you'd watch the mortgage rates and you'd watch the trends, because when mortgage rates drop, there's a huge demand to refinance homes at the lower rates, which means there's also an increase in the number of people needing appraisals. So you'd hire temporary help to meet the demand and train them in advance of when they're needed. When the rates begin to climb again and the demand for appraisals drops, you would again adjust your business and adjust your level of personnel.
All right, being an aware, well-read salesperson is one of the best ways to get a jump on business trends. A situation analysis of your target market's opportunities and problems can come from both inside and outside your company. Market influences affect your sales just as surely as they do your company's policies, products, and services. Changes in consumer demands, fads, modern technology, these factors create new opportunities for you. In fact, manufacturers estimate that more than half of their existing products have only been on the market less than 5 years. This obviously affects the salespeople handling those products. There are excellent opportunities for you when your company introduces new products or improves the old ones. New features and benefits often create renewed interest. For example, years ago, the people who marketed baking soda sold it only as an aid in baking. Well, of course that makes sense, but they found that some of their customers were chopping off the top of the box and placing it in their refrigerator to control odors. So they learned from the customers. They started repositioning their product in the marketplace and in the minds of the customers, and the customers began to see baking soda not just as an aid in baking, but also as a multi-purpose odor control product, and they bought a lot more baking soda.
Promotional specials accomplish the same purpose by giving your customers a one-time only deal they can't refuse. However, with these opportunities, you'll also find problems. Every market segment and every company has its problems. There are industry-wide problems, and there are problems solely unique to your company. These, of course, add to the difficulty of selling. But you need to determine which of these you can control and which you can't. For example, there are some things you can't really do anything about, like the worldwide oil shortages. But there are things within your control. Product breakdowns. You can control that by controlling the quality of your product or by making changes within the corporate structure.
A friend with whom I've been working went from a direct sales organization to being unemployed. So he decided to turn his problem into an opportunity. In the old business, he sold a system which people could use for organizing and managing their time. And he realized that many executives found it very difficult to use all the good ideas that they'd picked up in seminars and books and recorded programs. So he became an executive coach. On a regular basis, he'd go to his clients and sit down with them and review what the executive was working on. And then he'd help him or her focus on their goals and keep their lives in balance in the process. My friend had taken a problem that he really couldn't control and turned it into an opportunity.
From this situation analysis, you can set some realistic territory and sales objectives. First, determine the most profitable products or services to focus on. Second, look for the accounts of weak competitors and pursue them. One of my client companies sells retread tires, and they found that whenever they went up against company A, they only won about 50% of the time. But against competitor B, they won almost 90% of the time, face-to-face competition. So they made a conscious choice to aggressively go after the situations where they would be competing with company B. They looked for competitor B's accounts and won many of their customers away from them.
The third way to overcome problems and take advantage of opportunities is to target the prime market segments in your entire territory. Some fast food organizations do a great job of selecting sites where there will be the maximum traffic and the maximum customer flow. They place their fast food restaurants there. Some of their crafty competitors wait until the major company has selected its location, and then they buy up the land nearby and they place their own restaurant in the same area. In that way, they utilize the expertise of the stronger company, and the main thing they're wanting to do is look for where the easiest sales are. You can do the same thing.
Fourth, make plans for the specific prospects to be contacted. Name names. Write them down. And finally, define your earnings objectives for the total number of sales or the dollar volume for your entire territory and individual accounts.
Now let's summarize. What we've been talking about is your sales potential. We want you to set territory objectives. There are several reasons for setting these objectives. First, they serve as an incentive to motivate you. Only when you are challenged sufficiently will you seek new performance levels and strive toward loftier goals. Second, objectives define and control your activities. They take the randomness out of your calls by creating priorities. Objectives suggest action to be taken. Finally, concrete objectives give you something by which to evaluate your performance, to see how you did. They act as yardsticks from which you can modify your next set of objectives. Some examples of territory objectives are dollar volume for your entire territory,
Percentage increase in volume over last year, like a 20% increase. For example, last year you did 100,000 in sales. A 20% increase this year takes it to 120,000.
or increase in sales of certain products by a certain amount, like more of A and less of B.
Fourth, an increase in overall sales or a specific product in particular by market segment. For instance, in area A or market segment A, I want to sell more of product Y.
Or fifth, reduction of your overhead expenses for the entire territory so it doesn't cost you as much to make your sales. Sixth, addition of new market segments.
Seventh, an increase in the number of new accounts you have opened over last year by a certain number or percentage. And eighth, increase in total dollar sales per customer.
9. Upgrading a certain percentage of your C quality accounts to B's or B's into A's.
Or seeing a certain number of prospects each and every week. For example, you were seeing 10 a week, now you want to see 12 a week.
Number 11, reduction in the expenses of each sales call. Let's bring down the average cost of the $225 sales call.
12, increase in the sales ratio of actual sales to sales calls. Maybe this year you're making 10 calls, generating 5 sales. Next year, you may want to improve that to 10 calls, 6 sales. Selling smarter, not necessarily harder.
Or, lucky 13, adding a certain number of qualified prospects to your prospect inventory each month or each year. Because if you don't constantly add new names, you're going to find yourself running out of people to call on.
We can go on and on listing objectives. The point is, your objectives will have to custom fit your customer, your products, your services, your market segments, and your territory. Your choice of objectives will make the difference between effective or ineffective management of your territory.
The next step involves developing strategies to accomplish the objectives you set out. These strategies will include time and territory management. Territory management strategies include elements such as the frequency of calls and the priority of calls, methods of contacting people, promotional aids that you want to use, and prospecting plans.
You see, everything we do requires a strategy, no matter how simple it may be. If you're going to run an errand, you plan how you're going to travel, the best route to take, and how much time to spend doing it. When you have several errands, you usually figure out the most efficient way of accomplishing them all in the shortest amount of time. You do this so that you can save money, energy, gas, and still have some time left over for other activities. The same time management principles apply to the management of your territory. Now that you've analyzed your accounts, you've classified them according to their profitability, you've set some realistic objectives in your territory, you're now in a position to decide when and how to call on them, how many to call on, and with what frequency.
Sounds like a lot, doesn't it?
It does.
Well, there's no such thing as the best way to cover a territory. Every salesperson has a different combination of territory size, market segments, number of customers, and sales ability. There is, however, a general format which can be used and adapted by everyone in planning their territory strategy.
This is where sales opportunities and strategies are analyzed on an account-by-account basis, giving special attention to the following. First, the prospect's purchasing behavior and needs. How does he buy and when? Second, the characteristics of the prospect's company. Who are they? Large, small, diverse, simple? Third, the overall industry that the prospect is in. What's going on in the industry? Are they profitable or are they losing money? And fourth, who are you up against? What's your competitive exposure? And now the next step is the actual face-to-face sales call. This involves meeting with your prospects or clients and studying their needs.
I was hoping you'd finally get to this point.
Yeah.
This is what most people consider really selling, right?
That's right. But, it's oftentimes you could be the greatest face-to-face salesperson, but if you're calling on the wrong people who don't have needs or money or authority, you're simply spinning your wheels.
Yeah, you got to sell smart.
It means in this step of face-to-face calling, it involves meeting with those prospects and actually diagnosing what they're experiencing. It means proposing solutions and then getting the sale. And after the sale, assuring your customers that you're really solving their problems.
Let's not overlook the final step in the sales plan, the control phase. This is a nice way of saying that you have to keep records of what you've done. Why? So that you can evaluate your performance later on, so that you know what worked and what didn't work.
All the selling information you get in the control phase is fed back to the situation analysis for the next sale. So the process can begin again and again and again. This is a cycle that every successful salesperson goes through on a yearly or semi-annual basis, whether they realize it or not. The time you take to carefully plan will pay off in increased sales and increased awareness of what's going on. It makes a science of selling, a science in which you can follow the best formula to produce the best results every time.
This is the end of Side 2. Side 1 is already queued up for your next listening.
Earlier, we mentioned the Training Magazine survey done in 1977, which defined the top problems with salespeople. The number one problem identified in that survey was that they don't prospect very well. That was more than 10 years ago, but we found that it's still the number one most visible problem today among salespeople.
When you're talking about prospecting, you're talking about how you get leads. And there are two ways to do that: coming and going. In other words, you can get them coming to you, which is the way everybody wants it to be, and the way it can be, if you lay the groundwork and build the type of reputation in your marketplace that makes people want to do business with you. The second way is to get leads by going to them. Early in your career, most of your energies are spent in going to them. Later in your career, many of the energies are spent responding to leads that have come to you. Sometimes it appears that veteran salespeople no longer have to work very hard in order to get their leads. But what you don't notice is all the time they've spent in preparing the marketplace, cultivating their reputation so that the phenomenon would happen that way. They've already paid their dues.
By the way, if you ever run into veteran salespeople who don't have a continual flow of leads, chances are good they haven't been doing their job. Every year, they start over from scratch, building a brand new sales career instead of building on the previous year's successes and momentum.
Your monthly and perhaps your daily routine has to include prospecting.
When your prospecting starts to pay off, it's tempting to get too comfortable. You might say to yourself, I don't need to prospect anymore. I'm making sales. But eventually, the gap in your prospecting will produce a gap or a slump in your sales.
One vitally important thing you do as a salesperson is cultivate new contacts. You can avoid a sales slump altogether by continually digging for those new clients. Think of your work as prospecting for gold, because that's essentially what you're doing. Why do you think they call it prospecting?
Your continual prospecting will eventually pay off, and a sales slump may become a thing of the past.
If you want to develop your business successfully, you need to keep a couple of things in mind about prospecting. First of all, you have to constantly replenish your source of prospects. And second, qualify your prospects to determine their eligibility as clients.
In just a few moments, we'll talk about how you can go about acquiring prospects. But first, we'd like to discuss how to keep track of them.
You've already learned how valuable your time is. You could end up losing some of that valuable time if you don't keep an orderly system on your prospects. The first step is to get a file and keep track of everything about the prospects. You'll include dates of contact, who referred you to this prospect, the needs of the prospect, and so on. You'll also need a system for direct mail contact and follow-ups.
You know, Jim and I have designed a system that you may want to consider using. You'll need an 8.5 by 11 hanging file system and some folders. Label the files A through Z. These files will be your master files for your client list. You may want to use a separate master prospect file, or if you have room, combine the prospects with your existing clients.
Each client will have its own page where you'll record all the permanent information you have on the company. Here you'll note the decision makers of the company, your contacts, addresses, phone numbers, birthdays, even hobbies of your contacts. You'll then attach another sheet of paper to the master sheet, which will be a contact report. Whenever you talk to the client, note the reason, the results, and the date of your next contact.
We've already discussed setting up a tickler file for your customers and prospects, but to refresh your memory, use a small card file divided into 12 months, and also keep a current section with the upcoming 4 or 5 weeks in it. For all of your clients and prospects, you'll have a card with the customer's name and contact date. Then, file the cards in the appropriate week as you make your contacts and set up dates to meet with them.
We suggest you keep your master file and tickler file separate. You'll find it easier to dig up information on a client when it's in your master file and you need it quickly. The tickler file is for your weekly use in reviewing your upcoming week and planning your immediate selling strategy. Let's say, for example, if you travel in your automobile, you might want to keep one of those large, well-protected file boxes in your trunk. And we suggest you have 2 tickler files, one which is active and the other one alphabetical. The active file is the tickler file for this week, so you've got cards of how to follow up on and when to follow up on them.
The second one, the alphabetical one, is where you take one card for each person, include their names, their companies, or whatever helps you identify who that person is, and always put a date on the materials.
There should also be something built into the way you file your names which allows you to assure that you always enter those names onto your mailing list for later contact. Find a way that works conveniently into your system. Whatever system you use, you must follow through on your prospecting. That way you'll keep the ball in your court. Don't expect your potential clients to call you back.
Hundreds of ways exist for you to go about prospecting. We'll try to list some of them for you to give you an idea where to start. First of all, there are published sources which will be of help as you search for profitable clients.
The list of resources on industry and business is practically endless. But here are a few you can start with. Standard & Poor's Industry Survey,
Forbes Annual Report on Business,
Moody's Industrial Manual,
government publications from the Department of Commerce,
or from the Department of Treasury, the Department of Labor,
the Wall Street Transcript,
newspapers,
trade journals,
periodicals,
local business journals, and annual reports. But keep in mind, while you're gathering information, to keep it relevant to your goals and to your own product or service. It's easy to get carried away with the research when there's so much available to you.
Now that we've given you some basics with which to start your gold digging, let's get down to the meat and bones of the prospecting process. Where do you begin to look for new customers? Well, how about in your own backyard? The clients with whom you've established relationships make a great starting point. Maybe the client has additional needs, or maybe gaps exist in your service to his company. Many times salespeople overlook seemingly satisfied customers. The question you should always be asking yourself is, have I done enough for my client? Where else could I help him out? The aim is to saturate the entire company with your service. As the successful salesperson, you want to keep in mind that your client has various departments, divisions, parent companies, and other spin-offs.
And also remember that when your company introduces new products or services, your entire customer list becomes a prospect list. Once or twice a year, go through your customer list and a list of your products to see if there are more opportunities you can be taking advantage of.
Another way Tony and I suggest you utilize your own customer base is asking for referrals. In non-manipulative selling, your first priority is building the relationship with the customer. The second priority is the sale itself. So if you've approached your customers correctly, they won't feel they're doing their friends a disservice by giving out their names.
And it's up to you to make a habit of tactfully probing your clients for referrals. If you're in the habit of asking them each time you see them, they may even come up with some names when you're not around. Most professional salespeople say the most effective way to get referrals is to ask specific questions. You'll find it's helpful to run down your list of qualifications for prospects. Choose one criterion and base your question on it. For example, one of your criteria may be to find prospects who have recently been promoted. You might ask your client, who do you know at work who has recently been promoted? If that generates no responses or very few, then you might say, who do you know in your civic clubs who's just been promoted? Then give your customer time to think. Keep silent while he's thinking, because if you talk, it will distract him.
If your first question doesn't turn up any prospects, be prepared with other questions from your list of qualifications, or narrow their focus to a specific group of people. The first rule a good reporter learns is not to ask just plain yes or no questions. Instead, you ask your client open-ended questions, so the answer can't be just a yes or a no.
And if your customer is giving you more than one referral, write them down before analyzing them. Then, when he's finished, you can go back and ask more specific questions about each person.
That's right. If you spend too much time on each one, then it bogs them down and it stops the flow of new names. Ask your client if you can mention her name when contacting the referral. This will likely put you on firm footing when contacting the next potential customer.
Many new salespeople think that if a new prospect doesn't buy from them, there's nothing more to be said. However, keep in mind that prospects beget prospects.
Yeah, ask your prospects for referrals, the same way you've asked your established clients for referrals. But when you're dealing with your prospects, it's mandatory that you first create a professional business relationship before asking for any referrals to other people. If you've worked to appear credible, trustworthy, and ethical, your prospect will probably have no problem referring you to others. When they can, people like to help out those they like.
Where else can you go to get prospects easily? From your own company. Many times, your own company will give you leads from ads, direct mail responses, telephone campaigns, and other sources. And these are usually very good leads because the prospect has already shown an interest in your company. If you're able to come by these leads, don't put off contacting them. They're probably ready and waiting for you. And they may have already done some shopping around, so if you're the first to get back to that person, you have an edge over your competitors.
Your friends and relatives are also excellent sources for prospects. As a non-manipulative salesperson, you think of yourself as a consultant, not as a vampire. You'll naturally have friends who won't be afraid to refer you to their other friends. Tony and I suggest you work with what is called a friendship tree to find out which of your friends and relatives will make good contacts. The friendship tree is a model that was designed by Steve Curtis of the Marketing Institute in Newport Beach, California.
On a sheet of paper, write down 2 headings. Type of friend on one side, list of names on the other. And under the type of friend heading, list the kind of friend the person is to you. Is this person a friend from school, a friend of the family, or a neighbor? Do you know this person through your spouse or through your children? Do you meet the person through your shared hobbies, or did you meet the person at church? You'll also want to list those you've met at social clubs, community activities, or even in past jobs, and include the people you do business with. List at least 2 people under each of these types of friends we just mentioned.
Once you've contacted your friends and relatives, it's important to keep up that contact. Remember, you're building for the long run, not skimming the market. If you do try to exploit your friends to get some quick sales, they're going to remember it for years afterwards.
And by the way, some companies have exploited their employees by setting themselves up to take advantage of this. They know that every new employee will start immediately calling on their friends and former business associates to make sales. And some companies take such a short-term attitude that they set it up so each new hire is worked with very aggressively until they've exploited all the immediate sales among their family, friends, and former associates. Then, after that, if the salesperson doesn't become an outstanding performer on his or her own, they fire them and go hire another salesperson. So make sure you're building for the long run, not just the short run.
You may want to start a mailing list to send them something on what you're doing with your business. You'll find that any type of correspondence, newsletters, brochures, or even birthday cards, will all be to your benefit. If you win an award or achieve something significant, send out announcements letting them know what you've done. Send out mailings that say, here's what's happening at our house. Here's what's gone on lately. Thank you for your support. Please share my pride in this accomplishment. The main question to ask yourself in preparing this is, how are you building your clientele?
We want to stress, however, that when you approach your friends and relatives, do it in a low-keyed manner. You don't want to get the reputation for being overly aggressive, or people will avoid you. When your prospects show you that they're interested, put them on your mailing list and keep them up to date. It's important to work toward creating a balance between your social and business interests, or you may end up with only business friends.
And speaking of social contacts, joining community groups is a great way to broaden your horizons. Your aim is not to join various organizations with the intention of milking them for business, but becoming active in your community can help you lead a more fulfilling life, along with helping you establish new contacts.
You may want to join trade associations that are concerned with your industry. The Chamber of Commerce is another good group to be active in.
When someone asks you what you do, you don't have to launch into a sales pitch right away, but get to know them first, and then approach them when you find out what their needs are. After you've spent some time getting to know everyone in the group, if that's possible, then get a membership list or a directory of names. And you'll want to contact each one in an informative and casual way. We recommend that you not send blanket mailings to the other members of the organization. You don't want to be the subject of gossip among that group. But again, your approach should be casual and very matter-of-fact. Here's what I do. I just wanted you to know. You've heard the expression movers and shakers? Well, these are the people in your community who are prominent or influential. And the movers and shakers are the ones you want to contact next in order to build your prospect base. They're typically called centers of influence. Let the person know how you've helped your other clients. You can do this by providing them with a list of testimonials, personal and business references, and maybe a resume. The movers and shakers are concerned that they don't refer salespeople who will undermine those reputations, so be careful with them.
Next, give your centers of influence a formal presentation describing your services or products. And after you've been given your prospects, those leads from them, be sure to report back to them to let them know how the contact turned out. Try to find a way to say thank you in a professional manner. And of course, you'll want to get to know the center of influence himself because you may have in him another prospect without even realizing it.
Another prospecting source is the orphan account. Those former customers who, for one reason or another, have stopped buying. Many times the reason is that they've just fallen through the cracks and no one bothered to rescue them. An associate of ours gives us a prime example of how orphan accounts can be fostered. Apparently, a security system firm found out that they were losing good people because the sales cycle was long. The average sale was made in about 12 weeks. But those on 100% commission couldn't seem to stick it out for the full 12 weeks. So the company looked into their huge files of orphan accounts, the ones that hadn't been served by salespeople in a long time, and they parceled those out to the new salespeople. The seller was told, you don't have to go out and try to make a sale. Just go call on the orphan accounts, check on their security systems, see how they're working, and give them some updated information. But after checking out the systems and spending some time with the former clients, the salespeople then asked for leads to other prospects. What the firm found out was that the salespeople became successful more quickly because the orphan accounts, once they had received these new contacts, not only gave referrals, but 60% of them bought additional services.
Boy, that's a real good statistic. You know, another form of prospecting is canvassing, often referred to as cold calling or door-to-door selling. Canvassing is the most criticized form of getting prospects because people think of aggressive salespeople just trying to get their foot in the door. And by the way, there's a new technique taking over from foot in the door. It's head in the door, because if they slam the door, you can keep talking and giving your pitch.
As the professional salesperson, you should be very careful about canvassing. If little or no homework has been done before you canvass an area or call on a particular prospect, then you're likely to get some of those doors slammed in your face. In one case that turned out successfully for the salesperson, she went door to door selling storm doors. Why she was successful was she went to homes where she noticed no storm door and knew she had a prospect. And another approach she used was to go to the new neighborhood developments, so the likelihood was even greater that she'd find more prospects. This is often referred to as cold calling, as we said. Cold calling really equates to unprepared calling. And unprepared calling is seldom a good idea. Make the calls, but go out there with some forethought and preparation.
You know, another tactic for gaining new prospects that Jim and I found works like a charm is attending trade shows and conventions. Talk about gold mines for prospectors. You may be fortunate enough to be sent by your company, but don't wait around if you're not. You'll find that trade shows will help you increase your knowledge of the industry. While you're there, you'll want to analyze the show in case you think your company would benefit from exhibiting in the next one.
Be sure you do some homework, not just before the convention, but afterward too. Save all the handouts, the brochures, and the programs that you pick up. Take notes of who you talked with and what products were represented. Follow up on your leads and the prospects and refresh their memories as to how you met. And don't forget, save all your receipts from the trade shows because many times they're tax deductible.
We've already discussed all the various periodicals available at your library. Your Chamber of Commerce will have directories of its own that will also be helpful to you. You may also be interested to know that there's a directory that lists everyone living in every city in the United States. It's called the Polk, P-O-L-K, directory, and you can check with your librarian for it. Not only will you find every person's name and address, but also the occupation of each resident of the household. What more could you ask for?
We talked earlier about joining community groups, but there are other groups which may be just as beneficial. Support groups, such as Winner's Circle and the Tip Club, are great sources for further education and contacts. Tip clubs have been formed around the country to provide a give-and-take atmosphere for business people. You can bounce your ideas off of many people just like yourself, and in the meantime, you'll gain information, get prospects, and be able to give each other sales support.
Typically, Tip Club membership is limited to one representative from each field. That way, a cross-section of the community's resources are represented, and the group doesn't get too large to handle. You may have a banker, a lawyer, a public speaker, a writer, and a salesperson from different fields. And that diversity will offer you great opportunities.
Study groups are another idea for you to meet socially and creatively with other salespeople. Usually the members in a study group are involved in similar, but not necessarily identical, activities. One thing to keep in mind about study groups is it's best when they are kept non-competitive. So it's a good break for you from the continual competition you face in your business day.
The life insurance industry has been very aggressive about the formation of study groups. They get general agents or agency managers together and they share ideas. Usually these are the managers and general agents from different areas so that they're not going after the same prospects in the same marketplace. Life insurance agents also get together in study groups and help each other sharpen their skills. As a matter of fact, we have formed an informal group in our own area here in La Jolla, California, with some other Nightingale Conant authors and other people involved in similar endeavors. Members who have participated in this group include Jim Cathcart and myself, Phil Wexler, Brian Tracy, and a number of other top-quality people.
We haven't exhausted our ideas for your prospecting yet. What about direct mail? Who among us doesn't receive more than our fair share of what many people term junk mail? But your goal will be to catch the receiver's eye with your piece of mail, to not even allow them to consider throwing out your masterpiece. An attractive, professionally written one-page flyer can be very effective.
We've seen it work with our own eyes. We've sent out monthly direct mail pieces, and we've had enormous response. If nothing else, keep in mind that direct mail will focus the recipient's attention on your name, your company's name, even if it's just for a second.
Consider starting a newsletter to keep your customer in touch with the most up-to-date information about your company or about your product. Computer software has even been developed for the printing of newsletters. It's specific software custom designed to permit you to create columns, to change formats, and print out things in a newsletter format.
Here's another idea. Why not try to gain some extra exposure by teaching or lecturing? You may have the time to teach evening classes at local colleges. Often, large corporations hold seminars or adult education programs to improve their employees' skills. Remember, the most important part of your lecturing is not what you say, but how you listen after the seminar is over. This is the time to socialize, to listen to people's specific needs, and schedule future contacts.
If you can get in front of a class to teach, then you can also speak in front of community groups. Civic clubs, professional organizations, conventions, and church groups are constantly looking for speakers to address their groups. But this is a different kind of speaking than what you do in front of a class. You have to be much more general and careful about the commercial comments you make from the platform. Focus on the broad subject you're covering, and you'll keep the attention span high. Don't sell them, but rather educate them about your product or service and inform them as to the benefits of using it. A good friend of ours from Phoenix, Keith DeGreen, is a financial specialist, and he's built a company called Wealth Builders. What an intriguing name, huh?
I love it.
Wealth Builders teaches people how to manage their money in such a way that they increase their wealth. When he does his presentations, he educates his audience in the management of their money, and the result is, at the end of the speech, many of those audience members come up and say, "Hey, could you tell me about joining this Wealth Builders organization?" He is appropriate and professional.
After the seminar or engagement is over, you can distribute response cards on which they fill in their names and phone numbers. For example, after our presentations, many times Jim and I will provide cards to our audiences where they can fill in their name and address, give us the card, and in return for getting their name for our mailing list, we'll provide them with a free sample cassette of one of our programs. This is only done when the names of the people are very desirable for you to have on your mailing list, and you're able to get a large enough quantity of those names to justify the expense of giving away the free gift.
Another idea we have is hold a drawing, which gets everyone involved. Bring with you a gift or offer a discount on your company's product or service. Your prospects will enter the drawing by dropping a business card into a box or a hat from which you will pick the winner. You'll have numerous prospects at hand, and you can also offer to send information to anyone who gives you a card.
Now, before we sum up prospecting, we have one more suggestion for you, which you may consider very unusual. However, Jim and I have found that through experience, it really works. Fly first class when you travel. That's right. We said first class. Now, this depends on who your targeted customers are. But think about it. The people who fly first class are those who are successful and can afford greater expenditures. They're business people, and if those are the people you want to meet, it pays to take advantage of this subtle opportunity. And if you can't afford it, you can ask the ticket person at the gate to let you upgrade to first class if it's not full. Sometimes they'll upgrade frequent flyers for free or may only charge you a small fee.
There's another benefit to flying first class, and that is that you have a wider seat and more area to get your work done in planning your next sales
And
call.
those meals are incredible, aren't they? Yes, that's a meal.
The thing to keep in mind about all your prospecting is be observant. You never know when you might meet the one person who could change your business or who desperately needs your expertise. Take the time right now to choose at least 5 of the sources from the ones Tony and I have outlined for you. Think carefully about what you choose because they should be the ones which generate the greatest number of qualified prospects for you. Then list the strategies you're going to use under each category or source to maximize the impact of each one of your sales contacts.
We'd like to sum up your prospecting strategies to remind you of the important points. It's a must to qualify your prospects so you don't waste valuable time and money. And remember, a prospect is someone who has a need for your product or service. A qualified prospect is one who not only has the need, but also the means to act. Qualifying a prospect includes 3 basic steps. First, set the conditions for qualifying your prospects. In other words, make a checklist of characteristics such as position in the company, creditworthiness, and authority to make buying decisions. Second, figure out whether your prospect does indeed have these characteristics. And finally, decide whether this is a good time to contact a qualified prospect. Often, timing can make the difference between a sale or no sale.
Just as the geologist is a scientist in determining where to drill for oil, you must become a scientist in your prospecting for clients. You don't want to have a hit or miss career, but one that is well thought out. You'll be most successful if you keep these final words in mind.
First, avoid confusion. Be organized with your prospecting and keep a good filing system. If you need help in setting it up or keeping it, get the help.
Second, monitor your results. Don't be the casual salesperson who eases off as soon as your reservoir of prospects is swelled.
Third, try different results. Analyze and evaluate your prospecting system. Figure out which sources are the best payoffs.
And finally, follow up. Think of where your golf game would be without the follow-through. You may have a mother lode of prospect names, but contacting them and following up is the only thing that's going to give you the sales.
You'll never have a sales slump to worry about if you cultivate your prospects and work toward developing good business relationships with them.
It takes discipline and a lot of work, but you'll be rewarded when you turn your prospects into clients.
This is the end of side 3. Please turn the cassette over to begin side 4.
Jim and I have spent the last several minutes talking with you about prospecting, how to find your clients and develop them into established relationships. There are other ways to go about getting people to notice you besides joining organizations and going to trade shows and meeting the right people. If you don't meet potential clients in person, how do you let them know you and your company even exist? Well, the answer isn't just advertising anymore. The operative phrase is promote yourself. Companies and salespeople are finding out that spending money for an ad in a newspaper and on the radio isn't enough in this increasingly competitive world.
For example, when Sunkist vitamins were introduced into the market, the company decided to go with a promotion agency out of New York. Rather than rely solely on their ad agency to handle the new vitamins, they turned to the promotion agency for work on the product concept and its marketing plan. The promotion agency also took part in a few other development aspects of the new product. And much to the company's surprise, sales on their new vitamin exceeded their predictions by 33%.
As you probably know, there are two ways in the sales industry that you can get business. You can go out after it, or it can come to you.
By prospecting, you're going out after business. By promoting, you're primarily trying to get business to come to you. The ones that come to you are known as warm prospects, and they're usually ready and waiting to buy. Warm prospects are also better qualified to buy from you because they've already decided what they need, and they've decided you're the one to give it to them. And because they've sought you out, warm prospects are less price sensitive than other prospects.
Promotional strategies make your customer aware of you in advance, and they give you name recognition. Promotions plant a seed in your prospects' minds. They don't guarantee you the sale, but you'll be guaranteed the chance to compete.
And sometimes that's just enough. In just a few moments, we'll explain just how you go about promoting your product and your company. But first, we'd like to discuss the objectives of your promotional strategy. A good promotional program will introduce your service or product to new prospects, and it will smooth the way for setting up appointments. It will encourage current clients to make more purchases, as well as persuade them to buy during the off-seasons. Your program will increase your market by giving you exposure, and your promotions will remind old customers that you're still around.
There are different ways to implement your plan, directly and indirectly. Effective advertising and sales promotions give you a direct increase in sales, while public relations and publicity influence your sales indirectly by giving the buyer a good impression of you and your company.
You may think that promotions are not your affair, that that's up to your company to take care of that type of work. But that's not true anymore. As a professional salesperson, you should think in terms of being your own company. A promotional program is as important to you as it is to a large corporation.
And start small. Your initial strategy might be to consider putting ads in the yellow pages and in trade magazines and newspapers. Direct mail, brochures, and flyers are also good forms of advertising. And if you can afford the rates, television and radio announcements can really boost your image.
If you plan to use sales promotions, you may want to consider some sales aids like pins, calendars, and novelties. Sponsor special events, open houses, or in-store demonstrations. Exhibit your product at trade shows and conventions, and offer special discounts on off-season purchases.
If you plan to go with a public relations strategy, you might try sending birthday and holiday cards to your clients, or donate your time and money to community causes. As well as offering much-needed support to your area, it's good PR. Join professional clubs and associations and send out press releases to make yourself available to the media for interviews. Accept invitations to speaking engagements and hold seminars in your areas of expertise. Higher visibility is good for business.
That's a long list of things to do.
Yep.
In some fields, promotion is more important than the product being sold. Without promotion of some type, it's tough to sell anything. But with the right promotion, you can sell almost anything. Who can forget the pet rocks that were the rage just a few years ago?
You're probably wondering, how on earth, as busy as I am with prospecting and selling and analyzing, can I possibly fit in time for PR and advertising?
Well, it's not easy, but it's necessary. Remember that in a sense, this is a part of your prospecting. And keep in mind that you're not going to be able to do all of it, but you'll pick out the key strategies that appeal to you and you'll choose the ones you think will work best for your business.
How do you measure the results of your venture? How can you tell if it's worth your time, effort, and money? Well, you have to do a little homework before you even place the first ad or write that first press release. First, it could be helpful to find another salesperson with the same plans and compare your statistics with his. Then, when you've gotten your before and after numbers figured out, take a look at his results and see how you compare. When you've seen the outcome, you can better determine whether or not to go with the same strategy again.
Tony and I get together with other speakers, people with whom we compete for occasional speaking engagements, but people who, for the most part, are merely our colleagues. And we regularly compare notes to find out what's happening to the buying cycles in the marketplace. Are people making their decisions more quickly, or are they taking longer? What are the busiest months of the year for this speaker, and what are the other ones for me? What are the trends we've noticed in the marketplace? How is it coming? How is it changing?
Okay, now let's get down to the nitty-gritty. We've already found that a promotional program can include advertising, sales promotion, publicity, and public relations. Let's begin with advertising, since it's probably what you're most familiar with. What exactly is advertising? It's a paid, persuasive presentation which promotes you, your company, as well as your product or service.
Advertising can get results for you and your business in a number of different ways. Through education, advertisers make the buyer aware of the company and the product, either for the first time or maybe time and time again. And the product or service should be more than merely liked. The buyer should prefer your product to the competitors.
Through this preference formation, the advertiser works to influence the attitude of the buyer toward your product, affecting the purchase decision. That is, actually getting the prospect to buy your product is the next big goal of advertising. If you don't get the business, chances are good your ads aren't working.
And of course, repeat business is an absolute necessity in the advertising and sales game. If you sell to each client only once, you'll have to have an infinite number of prospects.
You've got a whole array of advertising options open to you. What type of advertising you use will depend on the size of your business and the nature of your target market. You will have to ask yourself some questions to find out which advertising options will best fit your needs.
What message do you want to convey?
Should more emphasis be put on you or your product?
Who is it you're trying to reach?
In other words, who is your target market, and where would your target audience most likely see or hear your ads?
On the radio? Would it be on a billboard? A subway car? Ask yourself how much you can afford to spend on advertising this year.
Remember, there's no hard and fast rule for the percentage of gross sales which should be spent on advertising. Ask yourself, what do you want your program to do? Think of it as a program, not a single ad. And by the way, if you're advertising in the media, there may be a possibility for you to trade your products or services for advertising space or advertising time. It's worth the consideration.
Sales promotions include activities other than personal selling and advertising, which directly affect sales.
Jim and I have several suggestions of various sales promotions which you'll want to consider. For instance, exhibit in booths at trade shows or conventions, and we'll give you a lot more about this on side 12.
Distribute free calendars, matches, pins, or other novelties. But be sure it's something they'll use regularly or something that's so novel, so unique, that they'll show it to other people. Don't just give them something that they'll use once and throw away. For example, a friend of mine once gave me a business card that when you opened the card up, it had a little typewriter, three-dimensional typewriter that would pop up. It was so creative, I kept it around and showed it to my friends for 2 or 3 years after getting it.
Beautiful. Another idea is to send out holiday or special occasion cards like Thanksgiving cards or anniversary cards. Many people are accustomed to receiving cards at Christmas, but not necessarily on these other occasions.
You can demonstrate new products either live or on videotape. Use discount coupons or promotional packages such as seasonal sales.
You might hire celebrities or hold raffles to draw attention to your product, and even send out newsletters to update your clients on new activities and new products. Make sure that they look forward to receiving your newsletter.
As a salesperson, you're faced with almost daily challenges by new competitors, new technology, and changes within your own company. Sending out a newsletter will not only keep you ahead of the sales game through the research you're doing, but also it'll impress your customers. They'll appreciate your saving them time, and they'll keep you in mind when they decide to buy.
Of course, it'll be a challenge for you just to find the time to read. Simplify and write up the newsworthy information you find. But as with all of the other suggestions that Jim and I have been making, rewards come only through taking the time and making the effort. Here's just a few things to keep in mind about creating a newsletter. Send it out regularly because consistency proves how serious you are.
Be brief with your information, though. Just the facts, ma'am.
Make your newsletter clear and concise and direct it to the people who will be reading it.
And be accurate with your facts and information. Your credibility is at stake, and these people are the people you really care about, your clients.
Be personal and personable. Write your newsletter as if you were your client's personal consultant. It's okay to give advice as long as you say it's advice.
Newsletters are great sales tools with clients who are already established. And in some cases, they're great tools to help gain prospects. But there's another type of letter you can use, and that, of course, is the personal letter.
You can use the personal letter to confirm appointments with clients or to answer or ask further questions of a client. You may want to use the personal letter to contact busy people such as doctors or company presidents and others who are difficult to reach by telephone. Personal letters are good follow-up tools. You may want to summarize the key points you agreed upon with your client during a particular meeting. You'll then have a written record of what went on during your meeting, and you'll show the client that you do business in a very professional manner. Thank you letters also show your professionalism.
Personal attention to customers builds solid business relationships. Personal letters show the client that you care enough about him or her to write. Here are some suggestions to make your letter writing the best it can be. First of all, use good stationery. Your letter is a reflection of you and your professional image. Personalize your letters by using company letterhead. And be sure to enclose your business card. Type your letters unless they're very brief notes. You'll want to begin your letter with a strong first sentence. Let your reader know right up front what your purpose is and write in short, concise paragraphs. You can be personal with your letter, but keep it brief.
Writing to prospects is a bit different than writing to established clients. Identify yourself and your company and also mention who referred you if possible. Give the reader a couple of reasons why he should want to see you, and these reasons should be relevant to that person's business.
Write your letter so it focuses on your client, not on yourself. The sales hype days are over, or at least they should be. Try to avoid coming off too overzealous, like, have I got a deal for you? Or, I've found, I've developed, I'm offering, I'm. What about the reader? Write about what your reader is interested in. By the way, a simple technique that gets lots of attention is the use of a postscript. P.S. PSs are almost always read, even in a long letter. Your readers may skim the whole letter, but they'll take the time to read the P.S. because it's brief and it almost always says something important. So in your own postscript after the letter, put in an appealing message that reinforces the purpose of the letter. For example, you might describe an attractive offer and then in the P.S. say, if you send in this offer before March the 3rd, I'll guarantee you a 20% discount.
A professional salesperson keeps copies of everything, and especially correspondence. You'll be able to keep track of your progress with your clients if you keep copies of your letters.
Form letters may be much like your personal letters, except not quite so personal. The good thing about form letters is that they reach a large number of people in a short amount of time. They're not always appropriate because they're more impersonal in nature. However, you may want to use them for large direct mail promotions. There are two types of direct mail, inexpensive and expensive.
How come I always choose the expensive ones?
Maybe better planning. Listen to one of the other tapes in this program. The inexpensive is the kind that you might do at a print shop. It would begin with something like, Dear Customer. However, the expensive type is more personalized. For example, you might use the same body of the letter, but begin it with a personal address and personal salutation. This costs more because it takes extra time. But with today's computers, you can generate a lot of things in a short period of time, and they can be much more appealing and much more effective at generating sales when they're personalized.
And many smaller companies and salespeople with limited budgets use a targeted approach to marketing called direct mail. Remember, direct mail should be a process, not a project. So if you're going to use it, Use it continually. Studies show that direct mail doesn't generally pay off after one mailing. People start noticing after the third or fourth time. When people do start noticing your mail, you don't want them to have to struggle to figure out what it is you're offering. Focus on the benefits of your product and make it easy on the customer to actually place the order or make the call. Make it obvious for them how they can reach you.
I've seen direct mail pieces, Tony, where they didn't even include their return address or the telephone number. There are two kinds of direct mail strategies. Now, we've mentioned that you need to send mailings out continually. That's called the campaign or conditioning process. Actually, there's also the one-time mailing project you can use, which is aimed at getting an immediate response to a particular attractive offer. Whatever option you choose, most experts will say that you should then follow up your direct mailings with a personal phone call. This will really increase your win ratio.
And keep in mind that whom you send your mailings to is as important as what you say. If you send your masterpieces to the wrong prospects, you've wasted a lot of time and money, and boy, I'll tell you, I've done that all too often.
So where do you get your mailing list? Well, do you realize that in every major city there are companies that do nothing else but compile mailing lists? It's true. You can rent the lists, often for about, $25 or up for 1,000 names.
The list is who, where, how many, when, why, and what. The list has a lot of information, and there are list brokers who have already taken the time to categorize their lists by income, location, age, interests, and so on. You may want to compile your own mailing list, which you can easily do with the help of directories, which we've already discussed as a source of prospects. And you should come up with your own personal mailing list. As a professional salesperson, you'll have a particular list of customers and friends, or even family, who you want to keep updated on your activities.
As with your other sales activities, you'll find it easier to work if you're organized. Have separate lists with categories such as current customers, high potential prospects, low to medium potential prospects, centers of influence, friends, relatives, and miscellaneous.
Typically, direct mail gives you a fairly low return rate. 1 to 3% is pretty good when you consider the costs in developing and sending some mailings. But sales of 1 to 3% can be good or even great when it comes to sales. So be sure to measure the cost by the average sale you expect. Be sure to cover one major idea per mailing. Keep it simple, keep it straightforward.
And ask yourself what effect you want to achieve with your mailing.
Make it attractive and easy to read. Think of your busy prospects who may have just come home from a hard day's work. Does she really want to read something that looks like a book? Consider using a second color to emphasize important points. Play with your page a little to make it look interesting.
There are some basic questions that your mailing should answer for the prospect. Namely, what is it? How do I get one? What does it do for me? And last but not least, how much does it cost? You should try to impress your prospect by following 5 simple steps. First of all, talk about your product in a concise, attractive way. Don't claim miracles, since that usually turns people off. Secondly, illustrate your service or product and its proven ability with examples. Differentiate yourself from the competition. For example, you might reproduce a letter of appreciation from another client who's satisfied with the product. Fourth, the person will most likely want further proof than just that one example you may have given. So here, you may want to quote magazine articles or other reviews as if you're advertising a movie. And finally, include the call for action. Use action words to help motivate, such as call our toll-free number now, or send in the enclosed postcard for 10% off our newest product. And then, of course, be sure to enclose a self-addressed stamped postcard or envelope for your client to respond.
One thing you might want to do is show your mailing to someone else who can be objective about it. Sometimes we're so wrapped up in our own creativity that we fail to see faults or mistakes, such as no return address or no phone number, or we left out the price.
There was a young man in Little Rock, Arkansas several years ago who was doing telephone calling. He was following up on a mailing he had done. He was getting great sales results in following up on the mailing, and then one day he went back into the stock room to get some supplies, only to discover that the mailing he was calling to follow up on was still sitting in a box in the stockroom. It had never gone out. It was his follow-up calls that were generating the sales, not the mailing itself.
Now that you've mailed out your masterpiece, you're either waiting for responses or you already have them. You'll want to find out whether the mailings were successful or not. If you don't keep records of these mailings and the responses you get from the mailings, you'll end up with some headaches, believe me. If you know your gross profit and your expenses for your mailing, you'll be able to figure out your return on investment. Did you have a 5% or 10% or even a 50% return on investment? If you didn't have good results, was there something you could have done to improve the design or maybe improve the mailing?
And you'll also want to keep records for tax purposes. Every penny you spend on a mailing is most likely deductible, and your accountant will want to see those records. We found that winners keep score. The most successful salespeople keep accurate records and lots of them.
Let me ask you a question. What kind of image do you have in your community? Are you a high profile or maybe a low profile? Would you like to change or improve that image? Public relations is the key to your image as a salesperson. Public relations can be more important to you than to your company. Think a minute about your image. Your image should show you're an expert in your field, and your image should say you're an accessible professional ready to be of service, not just to clients, but to others. How do you use public relations for your business as well as to build your image?
Well, let's ask a basic question, Tony. Who are your publics?
Publics?
Yeah, publics are groups of people who perceive you as a business person. It's much like the public a movie star has. Some of these publics act on their perceptions to increase your sales. Others merely appreciate you.
So in other words, publics are any group of people who form an impression about you and may have some impact, either direct or indirect, on your business.
That's right, and they're always groups of people.
Okay. Now, there are many avenues open up to you. Your choices will be determined by your personal interests and your finances. Public relations comes in many forms, and like advertising methods, some of these forms will be viable for you and some of them won't.
You can get involved in community activities. That's very effective. This includes things like sponsoring Little League teams, cultural events, charities, and other worthy causes. Several years ago when I lived in Arkansas, I wanted to become better established in the area. I wanted to meet the people who were really doing things and get to know them better. So I joined a local JC's chapter, and I became involved. And I quickly moved from local level involvement to state level involvement, and then finally had a position at the national headquarters. I got to meet people like mayors and business and civic leaders, governors, and later even got a chance to meet the President of the United States.
I've never had that opportunity. You know, we've talked about advertising and sales promotion, public relations, as strategic options for the overall promotion of your business. There's one important promotional tool left to discuss, and that is publicity. Publicity means exposure through the news media. Where advertising can fail, publicity can succeed. For example, publicity often lends credibility to the product or service you're trying to sell. When we read an article in the paper or see a report on the news, we automatically think that the reports are authentic.
Prospects take in your message as news rather than as propaganda. Where advertising can make a product seem larger than life, publicity can reach prospects on their own level as a neighbor or a friend rather than as an outsider.
You have your choice of various forms of publicity to help you get your name or your product name known and respected. First of all, you'll want to consider the press release. Of course, it's not easy to get the media to use your press release unless it's newsworthy. It definitely helps to have good connections in the news media, and it helps to have some expertise in publicity.
Tony and I have also found that feature articles are an excellent publicity tool.
Features are written by the staff or freelance writers for magazines, journals, and business sections of the newspaper. This type of article will cover your business in more depth than a press release would.
A good way to sell yourself as a feature idea is if you have something unique about you that would make the article more interesting.
For example, maybe you were a professional baseball player and now you're selling space-age exercise equipment. A few intriguing ideas for one article will make you and your product look much more enticing to a writer. Photographs are also good publicity vehicles. Newspapers often print unusual, humorous, or interesting photographs. You may have a picture which would give some exposure to your product and your company. If you think it would be appealing from a journalist's point of view, send it in.
Another option is staging outrageous events. For example, you have a company picnic and you decide to rent a 6-story tall inflatable gorilla just for fun. It will draw a lot of attention to the event, it'll be a lot of fun, and it may also generate some publicity in the local newspaper or even on television. But be careful if you're going to do something outrageous. It might contradict the image you're trying to build in the marketplace.
You may find the easiest way to get published is to send a letter to the editor. If you keep up with the issues in your town, especially those that affect business, you may get quite a bit of exposure by simply writing letters to the editor. You'd be surprised how many people actually read those letters.
Now it's time to develop your own promotional strategy. An effective strategy will use all these options, some more than others. First of all, you want to compile a list of all your publics. Then you'll need to brainstorm. Get a sheet of paper and write down all the different ways you can influence and impress your prospects with your positive image. On your worksheet, list all the ways we've talked about to promote yourself and your company. You should have advertising, sales promotion, public relations, and publicity all listed. And under each of these headings, you'll write down the various ideas Tony and I have given you.
Take your time with this promotional strategy. It's important to be creative in your thinking, and you'll want to be thorough so that you can get the most exposure possible. When you've filled out the sheet and when you've listed all your options, choose the tactics that are most effective and affordable right now for you. Then list them in their order of priority, beginning with the ones you can do immediately. You'll want to write out your goals for each of these promotional tactics that you choose to exercise first, and then decide what steps you'll take to achieve those particular goals. As with all of the sales strategies we've talked about, it's important to follow through on your plans to make sure that your goals are actually achieved.
As we said, there are 2 ways to generate more awareness and demand: to generate it coming in or to generate it by you going out. These techniques will help you do the things that will assure that those prospects are constantly coming to you, because they will have heard your name, they will have formed positive impressions of you, and they'll want to do business with you.
This is the end of Side 4. Please fast forward the tape to cue up Side 3 for your next listening.
One thing that seems to separate the winners from the also-rans in selling is that the winners are prepared for each sales contact. Being fully prepared for the sales interview has a number of advantages for both you and the customer. By being prepared, you can talk about the benefits that relate directly to the needs of your customer. You can bring the proper materials to the interview so that it progresses smoothly and efficiently. It saves time for the buyer because he's not burdened by an inefficient interview or salesperson. You're able to set realistic call objectives and develop a sales strategy around them. You impress the buyer with your knowledge, preparation, strategy, and confidence. In other words, preparing for sales interviews leads to more, bigger, and better sales. It spells success.
Now, a sale doesn't just happen. It's either the result of thorough planning and expert execution, or it's just blind luck. An effective sales presentation involves planning all of the factors which will influence the customer and motivate him to make a favorable decision.
The first step in preparing your sales call is to develop a logical, intelligent presentation which will reach the desired goal, to make a sale. You need to plan how to reach the objective, how to influence the customer, and how to make the sale.
You should have a specific sales plan for each and every customer. Plan rather than react to developments during the sales call. This doesn't mean that you don't need the sales instincts you've developed to react to on-the-spot changes, but the chances of making a sale are much better if you can combine your selling instincts with proper, thorough preparation. Be proactive, not reactive.
A few years ago, the University of Southern California had a successful 3-part video series that they were selling. They were selling it through their continuing education division. And we wanted to replace that with a more complete program, so we did a little research on their needs, and then we met with them and proposed that they develop an 8-part series to replace the 3-part video series. As we sat down and we talked about their needs, we focused on the benefits they would be getting from doing this project. During the sales call, the USC people liked the idea so much and liked the fact that we were so well prepared that they suggested that we not do 8 programs, but rather we do 28 programs and make an entire training library on videotape out of that project. We developed a program, and it's been distributed across the country since then. The key to this was we went in with a plan. We were proactive, but we were also flexible enough to change the way we developed that plan and implemented it, taking advantage of the opportunities that came up during the sales call itself.
The most visible part of planning is planning the sales presentation itself. This usually involves common sales sense. You have something to sell that is either a benefit or helps prevent a loss. Therefore, plan your presentation to emphasize either or both of those elements.
Next, know your client. Unless you do, you cannot hope to hold his attention. Put yourself in his shoes and make sure what you say relates to his needs, desires, and objectives. For example, 2 prospects may call you. One is what I would call a thinker. The other is what I'd call a socializer. The thinker would want safety and accuracy. And so you'd need to respond with the parts of your sales benefits which would help him save face and assure safety and accuracy.
However, the socializer wants the latest ideas and really doesn't mind taking a few calculated risks. With someone like that, you'd sell the benefits of the latest ideas and look for ways to save that person effort. So, you want to get to know the real decision maker and anyone else who can influence the ultimate decision and sell to that person's particular style of buying.
You'll want to get to know the real decision maker and anyone else who can influence the ultimate decision. Learn this information as soon as possible. You can often get it by calling a receptionist and asking, who is responsible for the items in your area of interest? You can also ask non-competitive salespeople who know that company. Other sources could be industry journals, annual reports for that company, or even local business newspapers.
Also, learn how the decision-making process works. Does one person decide, or does it take a committee? If an individual finalizes the deal, can he make the decision only up to a certain dollar amount? Are there any other people influencing the decision process, such as attorneys or accountants, consultants, or other business associates?
You may find, for example, that there are 3 decision makers in different departments and at different levels of the company. One may be in accounting, another in engineering, and the third might be the president of the company. Each will have to be contacted by a salesperson on your team who has the required expertise for dealing with that person. For example, someone who works well with technical people might meet with the engineer, and so on.
Once you have an accurate picture of the decision maker and the decision-making process, learn all you can about the prospective client, his company, and the industry. Here are some questions you might find helpful. You might want to stop the tape and get a piece of paper and pencil.
What is your prospect's personality type, his idiosyncrasies and temperament? What are his hobbies, sports, or pastimes?
What about his family and other interests? Does he really rely more on opinion or fact?
What is his current level of product usage? What is your competition for this account?
What are the specific needs for your service, and why should he buy from you rather than your competitor?
What is his sales volume? What type and quality of merchandise does he carry?
How does he market his merchandise? What's his credit rating? Are there any trends in the industry that might affect a purchase decision now or in the near future? The more questions you can answer, the better prepared you will be for your sales interview, and the more likely you are to make the sale.
The bigger the potential of the account, the more carefully you'll want to do your research. When doing this research, it may be helpful to make a checklist or a worksheet. When the worksheet is completed, you'll be better able to see where you stand with your prospective customer.
The more information you have about a prospect, the better your chances are to make the sale. Let's look at what you should include on this particular worksheet.
All right. First, you should list the name of the company, the address, the phone number, the date of your interview. Also list what type of business it is and the name and title of your key contact.
Next, name the decision maker. When you make your sales call, you don't want to waste your time, and it's imperative that you meet with someone who can make the decision to buy. There are certain types of decision makers. For example, a gatekeeper is someone who stands at the gate and screens the new ideas or the new people. This would be, for example, a secretary who might be checking with suppliers to see what products and prices are available. She's not the decision maker, but she's an information gatherer, a gatekeeper. It could also be that an executive is the gatekeeper, but not the final decision maker.
Another type of decision maker is an influencer. Someone who doesn't directly participate in the decision, but has influence over the person who does. It could be that I make the decision, but I always turn to Tony to check with him before I decide. In that case, you'd better have a good impact on Tony as well as on me. And then, of course, there's the final decision maker. And that's the one who, once all the information has been presented, will make the actual commitment to go or not go with the product. Try not to meet with someone who doesn't have the authority or impact on the decision making. In some cases, however, it will be necessary to show several people your product. If possible, try to arrange to show everyone at once.
You might want to call ahead and ask some general questions such as, tell me a little bit about your business. Delicate probing can identify needs that might otherwise remain hidden. For example, I often send out a pre-program questionnaire. If I'm going to conduct a particular training program for a company, I want to ask a lot of questions about the audience and about the specific goals they want to accomplish through my training program, because I believe that prescription before diagnosis is malpractice in selling, just like it is in medicine.
Many times the sales cycle involves several sales calls, in which case you'll need to prepare between each call. Try to learn what your prospect's goals and objectives are. Forget about your product or service for a moment and get a grasp of the overall picture. Once you understand a company's primary purpose in the marketplace, you'll be able to relate to it in a more relevant way. This will also show your customer that you're interested in his business as well as being able to make a sale to him.
Once you determine your prospect's situation, goals, and objectives, you can then determine if there is a so-called need gap.
Tony, what's a need gap?
Well, that's the gap that exists when a customer's current situation is not living up to his goals or objectives. The greater the need gap, the greater the probability of making a sale.
You might also want to consider what would happen if your prospect doesn't use your product or service. What opportunities would he miss out on? Or what problems would he incur? Having that insight as to what would happen if he didn't buy from you can help you develop some strong and well-thought-out selling points.
Now, list your objectives for this particular sales call. Every time you see a client, you should have a reason for making that call. Dropping by to say hello may be nice, but it also can be a waste of time. If you want to be sociable, use the phone. If you haven't sold the prospect yet, your reason for stopping by should be to move him one step closer to the sale. Otherwise, you're just going through the motions.
You should also include a telephone strategy in your pre-call planning. Phone calls in any phase of the sale should be short and to the point, which means you really have to be organized. Reasons to telephone a client include breaking the ice, getting to know him better, following up on a proposal, introducing a new product, collecting money, and confirming previous information.
Jim, I like to use a telephone planning sheet. This helps you quickly focus on the purpose of each call. What we like to do is fill it out before each call, and then your calls actually sound better. They take less time and truly accomplish your objectives. Assure that the sheet includes some key items such as the best time to call, some background information, the primary and secondary reasons for calling, the key points to cover, and any potential concerns that that particular prospect might bring up.
The organization of your telephone planning sheet will prevent you from digressing too far, forgetting your train of thought, or hanging up and realizing, I forgot to mention something. This is especially useful if you're calling long distance. So now you're ready to work out a strategy for the actual sales call. There are 6 key steps which will increase your sales significantly. First, do all the research possible. Second, write out the questions you intend to ask as well as general topics you plan to cover during that meeting. Third, anticipate your customers' answers and brainstorm possible problems and opportunities.
Fourth, visualize your success. See it in your mind's eye. Fifth, role play with a fellow salesperson to sharpen your ability to anticipate questions and deal with particular issues that may come up. Many salespeople avoid this exercise, but those who do it swear by it. And 6, go over your call objectives, your ideas, your questions, and your plan of action with your sales manager. Get her feedback and input to improve your approach.
Let's look at these points more closely. Your research before the sales call should uncover why your prospect might be interested in your product or service. In general, you know that an executive will be interested in long-term goals such as increasing overall sales and profits. A middle manager will base his or her opinion on the cost-effectiveness of your product, while the supervisors will probably be more concerned with installation and the effect on day-to-day operations.
When you talk with each of these customers, be aware of different perspectives that each will use to make his or her decision. If you can show everyone in the chain of command that they will benefit, you'll have a much better chance to make the sale.
There may be different things you need to point out to different people in the organization, assuming you're calling on all of them. Let's say you're calling on a printing company and you're asking them to consider purchasing $1 million printing press.
Boy, that's a big expenditure.
It sure is. But look at the 3 levels of people who will be utilizing that press and how differently their thoughts are regarding the press itself. For example, what are the printers most concerned about? Not about price, but what it's going to be like to use it day to day, how it will fit in to their regular workflow, and how much space it'll take up, how hard it will be to learn and use the product.
Well, what about the supervisors?
The supervisors won't be so concerned about how hard it is to use. They will be concerned about how it fits into their schedule, what impact it has on their delivery of services to the clients that they're serving, how it's going to affect the scheduling of projects and the startup time and the turnaround time required.
What about the executives of the company? How do you think they're going to look at the printing press?
Well, they'll look at it related to its value on the bottom line. In other words, will it pay for itself in a reasonable amount of time? Will it give them an extra capability which captures a marketing edge over the competition?
Now, after you've done all your research, you're ready to consider the questions to ask. It's generally not advisable to have specifically worded questions in a particular sequence, but you should have a game plan. A questioning plan gives you a starting point, but still allows you the flexibility to explore other areas as they come up in the conversation. What you may want to do is just list on an extra sheet the information that you need in relation to each potential client.
For example, if you handle telephone inquiries, you might have an inquiry checklist by the phone. When someone calls in, you have the blanks on that page that you know you want to fill in, like what is their time frame? When are they going to make a decision? How much pricing flexibility do they have? Can they meet certain payment requirements or credit requirements? And so forth. How do you structure the questions? That's really up to you. But knowing what you have to find out gives you some direction for your questioning.
Decision-making criteria also involves limits on the final decision, such as budget constraints, quantity, size, delivery, and other factors. It's crucial that you determine these limits as early as possible to make sure you can actually meet them. For example, if a delivery must be made within 5 days and the earliest you can deliver is 14, you've got a problem. You can either attempt to negotiate or you may have to walk from the sale.
I hate passing up sales.
I know, but sometimes that happens. If you can't meet the decision-making criteria and there's no way to negotiate the differences, you have to walk. You'll get it the next time.
Yeah, and that's why it's so good to do the pre-planning so that you've got your alternatives laid out. Find out in advance what it will take to prove yourself. This is called determining the success criteria. In other words, if it's successful, by what criteria will they measure that success? How will they know it worked? Many prospects want you to prove your claims and may ask for a demonstration or a chance to try out your product. An easier and less time-consuming way is to offer testimonials from people your prospect knows and trusts. If you know in advance what it's going to take to prove yourself, you can spend time making your presentation appropriate to the customer's needs.
You might say to them, Jane, let's pretend it's 6 months from now. You're reflecting on this purchase you made, and you're saying to yourself, wow, that's the best purchase we ever made. How would you know that that was the best purchase? How would you measure it? And let her answer. This will tell you how to go about assuring customer satisfaction after the sale. Because if you know what she's going to check to see if it was a good deal, then those are the things you can put the most emphasis on to make sure she gets what she expected, to get what she was buying.
Now take a moment and think about what you're offering that is unique. What gives you the edge over other companies and other salespeople? Make sure you use that to your best advantage. Often a minor detail can tip the balance in your favor. Many sales against competitors with equal products have been clinched with the mere statement, in addition to this product, Tony, you also get me. I come with a package. I'll be there when you need me to make sure that everything runs along smoothly. That kind of enthusiasm makes salespeople winners.
In many situations, there are unique feature differences which can make you the only game in town. Like years ago, there were a lot of camera companies, but Polaroid was the only one with instant photos. The major value at that time was to the non-professional photographers, but today, instant photo cameras are even used by professional photographers to check out the staging and the lighting of their shots before they actually commit it to the high-quality, high-priced film. Or maybe let's say you're working for a bank, and your bank is the only one that offers pickup and delivery services for daily transactions. That could be a real marketing edge, and during your presentation, make sure you highlight your unique selling points. Those are the points that nobody else can offer. You're the only game in town.
This is also the time to admit any limitations in your product. The customer's going to find out about it anyway, so you might as well score some points by being the first one to enlighten him. However, when pointing out a weakness, contrast it with a strong point. For example, if you're selling dictation machines, and say that your machine will not take a standard cassette, you could mention that microcassettes are much easier to store and take up less room in a briefcase than a standard cassette. That is honest selling, which shows that you're different from the rest.
Now you're ready to rehearse your presentation, either in your mind or with someone else. Try and imagine what your prospect's reaction will be to each point you make. What questions will you ask? What resistance might you get? If you know the potential questions and objections, you can prepare yourself ahead of time. There's nothing worse than stammering and struggling to answer some unexpected questions or concerns. That will destroy your credibility. Being prepared will help you give a smooth, confident, and truthful presentation.
Know what the end result of your sales call should be. Are you going in to give a demonstration? To get a referral? To get to the next step on the decision-making ladder? Or is this the one where you're actually going in to get the order?
You know, an effective substitute for real practice is visualization. Now, this technique involves visualizing your goals and going through in your mind's eye each step of the sales call. Make yourself comfortable, close your eyes, relax. Slowly and systematically go through all of the 5 senses. Imagine what you will see, the setting of the meeting room. Now, think about what will be said. Don't forget about the smells you'll experience, the tactile sensations, such as shaking hands with others, the tastes, such as coffee and the rolls that might be served. The more you can visually put yourself in the setting, the more motivated you will become.
Athletes often use visualization. Do you remember when the U.S. hockey team played the Russians and won?
Woohoo!
Yeah, our team was less qualified and had not worked together as long as the Russians, who had superior skills on the ice. The U.S. coach walked into the locker room just before that game And all he said to his players was, "You were born to play this game." Then he walked out.
I got goosebumps.
The players immediately started thinking about what he said. He made one statement. He came in and dropped that statement on them and then left. The obvious implication was that they were there to compete, and this was their one big chance in life. In other words, they started seeing themselves as winners, and that visualization of themselves as winners strengthened their confidence so much that they played better than we had ever seen them play before.
Underdogs win by doing two things: greater preparation and keener desire. Usually, the underdog who wins wants it more, tastes it more. You know, in the first Rocky film, Rocky was just a bum who worked out in the local gym, and he didn't believe he was capable of being the best. The night before the competition, he even told his girlfriend that there was absolutely no way he could win. When she asked what he was going to do, he said, "I'm just going to go the distance. Nobody has ever gone the distance with this guy, and I'm going to go the distance." Sure enough, he did. If you can't overwhelm the competition, at least set a smaller goal and go for it.
To help you with this exercise, we suggest you start a visualization file. This is a file where you store pictures, clippings, letters, and any other reminders of what it will be like when you succeed. It should contain anything that makes you feel good about yourself, including awards or letters you've received from other people. This file can be a source of motivation and inspiration, especially on the days when you're a little down.
I have one of those pictures. It's a beautiful 10,000 square foot home right on the cliff overlooking the ocean in La Jolla. Ugh, I'll tell you, it really motivates me. The more you prepare yourself, the better able you are to overcome call reluctance. A good acronym for call reluctance is FEAR. F-E-A-R. False evidence appearing real. Usually, the reason you're afraid to make a call is you're afraid you're going to just blow it, and you're afraid of being rejected. The more you prepare by finding out about the person you're calling on and the competition you will face, the less reluctance you will have to make the call.
When I go out to give a speech, if I know very little about my audience, I get all kinds of butterflies in my stomach. But if I have really studied the group, I feel as at home as anyone in that room. I'll sit there and crack jokes and talk about the company and its products and not feel the slightest bit out of place, even though it may be the first time I've ever met any of them. The quickest way to dissolve the fear we all get is through gathering more information. Knowledge breeds confidence. Informed salespeople are more eager to make the calls than they are to avoid them. Uninformed salespeople are scared. They want to make the call, but they'd really rather not.
Now, take some time and sleep on it. You'll be amazed what you'll think of when you start to go over all the information in your mind. You'll think of additional questions, some more issues, and some real good creative ideas. Give yourself as much time as possible before your sales call to let your unconscious do its job.
A word of common sense. It is essential to have everything with you when meeting with a prospective client. Plan ahead. Make sure you take enough business cards, enough literature, brochures, and other documents that you may need. Make sure any equipment you need, such as, say, a slide projector, is in full working order. Videotapes, for example, should be cued to the starting point where you want to begin. Photocopied documents should be carried in something that will protect them.
Now you're finally ready to make the sales call. But there's one last step as you arrive for your appointment: observation. Get accustomed to making observations on each call. For example, if you're selling food supplies and you call on a restaurant, you should start noticing things the minute you get into town. Look at the ads in the yellow pages and in the travel guides. Check the newspapers for any ads to see what's being featured. If veal is a specialty of the house and you don't sell veal, you should be ready with a plan to encourage the owner to consider your products to augment his menu. Notice the cars in the parking lot to get an indication of the type of clientele. Visually, check the dumpster out back to see if empty containers from your competitors' products have been dumped there.
You mean you're going to check the garbage?
Well, listen, there's a lot of good leftover food in there.
When you get inside, do an internal investigation. Check if there's a card on the table advertising a menu item or something like that. The minute your client approaches, notice whether the client is in a hurry. Is he happy, irritated, maybe preoccupied? You see, by picking up these clues, your prospective clients can actually show you how to sell to them. Through little mannerisms, they'll teach you to either get to the point quickly or slow down and take your time. All you need to do is learn to tune in to your customer.
Let me give you an example.
All right.
You're calling on an Italian restaurant. You go in and you find that the atmosphere is very relaxed. The service seems to be going smoothly, and you can sit and talk with the manager in a very casual manner. But the next sales call you make is in a delicatessen, and they're jam-packed with people. They're as busy as can be, and the manager is in a bad mood because a delivery was made inappropriately. Or an employee didn't show up for work and they're short-handed. If you don't read the mood and the frame of mind of the person you're calling on, you can end up blowing the entire sales opportunity by trying to sell when there's no way you could get through to their emotions. Read the people and react to those readings appropriately.
Simply stated, preparing for the sales interview has a number of advantages for both you and the customer. You're better able to serve your customer and not waste his or her time with information that really doesn't relate to the needs. Preparing for sales calls leads to more and bigger sales and spells success for you.
You know, there's an old adage, if you fail to plan, then you're planning to fail. In sales, this couldn't be more true. Your research and preparation will educate you so that you will be of service to your client. If you don't prepare yourself, you might as well be calling everybody cold without ever knowing their names. It's not a very attractive alternative. Preparation and planning are like studying a map. You'll know which road to take with your prospect to get where both of you want to go.
This is the end of side 5. Please fast forward the tape to begin side 6.
Let's look more closely at the actual sales call itself. We're strong advocates of what we call non-manipulative negotiating. That's the strategy that results in a fair deal, which is in the best interest of everyone.
There are still many people today teaching manipulative negotiating, where the two sides are adversaries. It's based on a power play in which your customer is seen as the enemy rather than as a partner. You hide your thoughts and feelings, and you use certain strategies to gain the upper hand and make yourself the winner, even if winning is at the expense of the business relationship. This involves a lot of mistrust, a lot of tension, a lot of suspicion. Even when you win, it erodes your own self-discipline directed toward building positive relationships with your clientele.
If you're making a one-time only sale and you aren't going to see that customer anymore, maybe you can get away with this style, but it just isn't healthy business practice. Remember, it's a small world and you never know when you're going to run into this customer again or into this customer's friends again.
The manipulative negotiator's goal is to win no matter what. There are usually hard feelings involved in a situation like that. It's hardball negotiating. It's based on a I win, you lose type of thinking.
Now, by contrast, the non-manipulative negotiator sees all parties as problem solvers looking for a mutually satisfactory solution. Both parties walk away feeling comfortable that neither one was had. This process relies on trust, openness, credibility, and honesty. The goal is a wise and fair outcome for all parties. The attitude is not, how can I get what I want out of this person? Rather, it's, there's many options to explore that will make both of us happy. The focus is on multiple options. The philosophy, as Phil Wexler states it in his audio program and book entitled Non-Manipulative Selling, is that if two people want to do business with each other, the details will not stand in the way. But if somebody doesn't want to do business with you, the details will rarely pull the deal together. By the way, if somebody wants to do business with you, he's much more prone to compromise and much less prone to seek unreasonable compromises from you.
In 1982, Tony and I went to Chicago with a cassette album that we had recorded entitled Relationship Strategies. It had 4 cassettes in it, and at the time it was our best effort on that subject. Our goal in going to Chicago was to sell Nightingale Conant Corporation, the publishers of this program, on publishing the Relationship Strategies album. We sat down in an office there and we talked with their key people. They listened to our album, and we did our best to sell them on accepting our program.
Well, they didn't publish it.
But in 1984, just 2 years later, I was sitting in my office in La Jolla, California, and I got a phone call. I picked up the phone, and the voice said, "Hello, this is Earl Nightingale." And it was Mr. Nightingale himself. He had called because he had read an article we had written on relationship strategies, and he said he thought it would make a good tape album. I explained to him that it was a tape album, and he said, "Well, send it to me. I'd like to hear it." I sent it. He listened, and this time, instead of trying to sell him on the tape program, I listened to him. I said, "I'd like to do business with you. How would you recommend we change the album to make it more appropriate to your type of audience?" He described the ways in which we could change the program to make it more effective and more useful to the listener. Mr. Nightingale then said he would like to see the impact this subject had on a live audience, and he arranged to fly to San Diego to sit in on one of our group presentations. Well, the end of the story is we went back to the studio, re-recorded the album according to his suggestions, resubmitted it, and voila! They published the cassette series, and it has become one of the top sellers in their library of programs. When people want to do business with you, they do the buying, and you don't have to sell them on doing whatever it is.
Negotiating takes place very early in the relationship and continues throughout. It's not just a step at the end of the process, as many people believe it is. If your product or service requires negotiating on a regular basis, you should get in the habit of setting the stage for the negotiation. There are 6 major steps in non-manipulative negotiating that you should follow to be successful. They are planning, meeting, studying, proposing, confirming, and assuring.
Sounds familiar.
Yes, it does. Those are the steps in non-manipulative selling. And let's look at these a little bit more closely. First, planning. This is all the behind-the-scenes research and preparation that you do before you come face-to-face with your customer. Analyze how your company compares to the competition in terms of price, service, quality, reputation, and so on. Now, this will help you when it comes time to negotiate. You may be able to offer things your competitors cannot. It will be to your advantage to point out these advantages to your customer when the time's right. Before you make a proposal, go through your company's sales records to find any reports of previous sales to your customer or to similar businesses. You can learn from the experiences of other salespeople. For example, businesses in a certain industry may value service more than price, or they may care more about training and implementation than a discount. This information would help you greatly in your negotiating efforts.
During your preparation, go over the various bargaining chips you have. Some of the questions you should ask yourself are, what extra services can I offer? How flexible is the price or the payment plan? Are deposits or cancellation fees negotiable? Is there optional equipment I can throw in for free? Can I provide training free of charge? What terms in the negotiation will be inflexible for me? How can I compensate for these?
Let's say you're selling office furnishings and furniture and equipment, and you look for the things that are flexible for you so it allows you to compensate for areas where you don't have much flexibility. For example, you might not have pricing flexibility, but you can offer special terms or discounts on a cash-on-delivery purchase versus an extended payment plan. You might offer a special allowance on future sales even though you can't negotiate the price at this particular time. For example, you might say, look, I'll tell you what, I'll guarantee you a value of X on a trade-in for a future purchase. Or if you choose to upgrade this equipment within the next 12 months, you can have a certain dollar allowance on this particular purchase. You might even offer free delivery, free advice, or perhaps the services of an interior designer. There are lots of things you might be able to use to compensate your customer other than just offering a lower price.
The next step is meeting. This includes how you look, how you talk, how you act. This is where it all begins. Here's where both parties determine how agreeable they're going to be with each other. You're both sort of positioning yourselves, feeling each other out, trying to project credibility, authority, power, and the ability to back up your promises. When you meet a prospect, you start building the relationship by proving yourself as the type of person your customer wants to do business with. If you come across as credible and trustworthy, you'll take the tension out of the relationship and in return ease the negotiation process.
Remember, when two people want to do business with each other, they won't allow the details to stand in the way. So in the meeting phase, both parties determine, hey, do I want to do business with you?
For 10 years, Tony had been developing a relationship with a travel agent who handled all his travel needs. After years of working together, the travel agent developed medical problems that eventually led to her making some mistakes on Tony's travel plans. The mistakes actually cost Tony money, but because of the quality of the relationship, he was willing to weather the problems and stick with her. When the relationship is strong enough, many times the customer will allow you the privilege of being human and making an occasional mistake.
Jim, that is probably one of the most significant concepts somebody can understand in dealing with customers. The better, the stronger, the tighter the relationship, the more give and take. The next step is studying. This is where you exchange crucial information with your customer about what each of you wants to accomplish. You look at each of the goals, the needs, and the objectives, but there's a danger here. Don't focus too heavily on specifics. Look at the big picture. Don't start looking for answers too early. That is, before you understand what the other person is trying to accomplish.
It's important during this phase to find out what other companies your customer is considering doing business with. This will help you know what your customer is looking for and what he's willing to pay.
Knowing where you stand vis-a-vis the competitors will help you assess your competitive exposure.
Every purchase is made with certain criteria in mind. Whether it's consciously or unconsciously, it's still happening. There are 3 levels of desire related to certain features of your product. Things it must have, things it should have, and things it would be nice for it to have. Be sure that you know the level of your customer's desire. Obviously, when you meet the must-have criteria, the customer will be more eager to buy your product. They'll be less likely to shut you off for not meeting their needs. On the nice-to-have items, customers are more likely to negotiate than they are on the must-have or should-have items.
Okay. Now, proposing is the 4th phase of non-manipulative negotiating. This is where you state your case and the benefits it will provide to the person. It's important in this phase to position your product or service and position your company above the competition. And it's important to position yourself as well. Don't be afraid to let your prospect know that he is also getting you and everything you have promised to do after the sale.
Next is the confirming phase, where all the specifics are worked out. For example, you determine who is to do what, when, where, how, and why. The details are negotiated, and some of the fine points of negotiating come into play. Remember that in negotiating, when you give something up, you should try to get something in return. When you give something for nothing, there's a tendency for the customer to say, hey, there's something not right here, and they start wanting more. In all fairness to you and your prospect, therefore, you should balance what you give and what you receive.
Remember that there's a big difference between price and cost. Price is the cash outlay to buy a particular product or service. Cost is the overall impact that the purchase has on the buyer. Most people make buying decisions solely based on price because that's the most noticeable part of the purchase. It is also usually the focus of the salesperson.
Look for things other than price on which you can negotiate. For example, you could offer better terms, different payment plans, different delivery schedules, or even reducing cancellation fees. Often these things can be provided for less than your company would lose if you were to lower the overall purchase price.
And don't attack your customers' demands. Look for the motive behind what you may consider unreasonable demands. Never tell him his demand is ridiculous or outrageous. Remain calm and ask for his reasons. You might say things like, "That's interesting. Why did you say that?" Or, "Why is that important to you?" Or, "Is this more important to you than that?" And don't get defensive. Provide options instead of debating harder. Now that's pretty smart selling.
It sure is. If you get resistance to an offer, ask for your customer's advice. Say something like, "Well, this is my thinking. What would you do if you were in my position?" The successful resolution of a negotiation must first start with a commitment to do business together. Both parties must then cooperate to maintain common interest and resolve any conflicts. The confirming stage involves a commitment to the sale and its actual implementation. This is where the agreements are signed. Commitment is the belief in the solution to the problem, and implementation is the action that makes it work. Both are necessary for success.
Implementation without commitment leads to returns, underusage, non-usage, unfounded complaints, unreasonable expectations, and negative word-of-mouth advertising. When a customer tries something out and hasn't paid for it, they actually look for reasons not to keep it. When they try something and they pay for it up front, they look for reasons why they should keep it.
Yeah, they're looking to justify their purchase.
Exactly.
Let's say the main tactic in selling has been to make all the sales on a trial basis. You're using the old technique they used to call puppy dog sales. That's where you're selling pets and you give a puppy to someone and you say, "Why don't you take the little puppy home for the weekend? Then just let me know on Monday whether you want to buy it." Well, by the time they get the puppy home, they've fallen in love with it, they've given it a name, and it's part of the family. And you don't take family back to the store on Monday. Well, a lot of salespeople use that same tactic in selling their products, and they end up with big problems. The customer has made no commitment other than to give it a try. There's no cash flow to you because they haven't laid out any money, and all your demonstrator units are out, leaving nothing to use to help you sell. In addition, your investment in the equipment is at risk. They have the product, and you don't have the money. Besides that, when a person has made no commitment, they're merely taking something on trial. Like Tony said, they look more at the negatives. But when they've made that commitment, they've said, "Here is my money. Now I'll take a look to see if it works for me." When committed, they look at the positives and the reasons for keeping the product.
Last, the sixth phase is assuring. This involves making sure that everything comes off as planned and that everybody lives up to his end of the agreement. Here is where the planners deliver what they said they were going to deliver and the buyers pay on time. This is also where the suppliers actually deliver what they promise.
A few years ago, I did some work for K-Pro, the computer people, and I went to one of their dealerships to visit with the sales staff. I asked one of the people, "Hey, when somebody buys a computer from you and they haven't owned one before, don't they just bug you to death with all kinds of questions? Maybe calling back 2, 3, 5, 10 times with simple little questions? Does that bother you? Do you find it irritating?" He said, "Heck no, that's part of the deal. What we are selling people is not a machine, but a solution to their problem. It's our obligation to follow through, to help customers get comfortable with the product and enable them to use it to their maximum advantage."
That's a real healthy attitude. Actually, the 6 steps in non-manipulative negotiating are as follows: planning, meeting, studying, proposing, confirming, and assuring. And they can occur all at one meeting or one at a time over a much longer period of time. During these steps, you should take several specific actions. First, develop a strategy that clearly spells out what you will and will not do during your negotiations.
Next, collect as much background information as possible on the company or the people you'll be facing during the talks.
Evaluate your competitive exposure and try to determine what the odds are that another supplier will come up with a better offer.
Prepare and role play with colleagues before the meeting. This will help you build your confidence, and it'll prepare you to face all the questions.
And make sure your clothing, your grooming, the materials you use, your depth of knowledge project a credible and strong image. People do judge a book by its cover, and they will not negotiate seriously if they don't believe you have the power and the credibility to make decisions.
Be flexible in your approach with different people. Tailor your pace and your presentation to your audience, the other person. You will encounter 4 major patterns in other people's behavior and decision-making. Those patterns are 1, a focus on the details in an effort to get everything right.
2, a focus on the bottom line in an effort to get everything done.
3, a focus on the relationships and the impact of buying your product on the people and how they work day to day.
And 4, the focus on the main idea and how it's going to look or feel once it's in use. In your negotiations, do not attack the other person's position. Look behind his objections and see how you can both win. Most salespeople react to objections by tensing up. They misinterpret and overreact to objections. You should understand that an objection is not a roadblock. It's simply a crossroad.
Objections are opportunities. Your customer is telling you something, and now you have the opportunity to explain your points better and tailor your talk to that customer's needs. When making your sales presentation, make sure you recognize any objections. If you're too preoccupied with what you're saying, you may miss the clues your client is giving you. Listen carefully and watch for indications that something's amiss. For example, a change in body language. Maybe they've been sitting openly and all of a sudden they kind of withdraw, they cross their arms, or they change their facial expression, and you can tell somehow you stepped on a nerve or did something wrong. Or maybe their vocal intonation is telling you something. They say, yeah, that's a good idea. I like it, but yeah, I guess. And you want to pick up on that. You want to say, hey, wait a minute. I hear you saying you agree, but I hear you also giving me some indications that something's bothering you.
The 5 most common objections salespeople hear include: there's no need for your product, your customer can't afford to buy, he doesn't trust you, he's in no hurry to act now, or he isn't interested. Now, going beyond these common objections can often lead to what is the real objection. For example, when your customer says he has no need, he may actually mean that he would like to use the product, but you haven't really shown him how it will meet his specific needs. When he says he's in no hurry to buy, he may actually mean your presentation was not exciting enough to get him to act now.
There are 7 techniques that can help you handle objections and continue on to a successful sale. The first is a well-known method called feel, felt, found. Empathize with your customer. For example, a person says, no, I don't think this would fit into my type of business. You could respond by saying, I understand how you feel. Others have had the same feelings. They thought it might not fit into their businesses. Yet they have found. See what I just did? I understand how you feel. Others have felt the same way, and yet they have found. See, at that point, you deliver the compensating information that shows the customer why his concern may not be as important as it seems to be. Let him know you know how he feels and that other people have felt the same way, and then proceed to tell him what you've found.
The second technique is to convert your customer's objection to a question. Proceed to answer the question and not rebut the objection.
A third technique in handling objections is to echo your customer's words. Sometimes you're faced with a response you really don't understand or have enough information to respond to. In this case, repeat the objection and your customer will usually give you a little more information. For example, if he says, the price is too high, you can respond by echoing, too high? He'll usually respond to that by telling you what he's specifically concerned about regarding price, and then you can focus on those particular points.
A fourth technique for dealing with an objection is to reduce it to the lowest common denominator. For example, if your customer said $300 was too much, you could respond that $300 does seem like a large price until you consider that you'll probably be using this 3,000 times a year, making the cost only 10 cents per use. What you're doing is changing how he's thinking about the price.
You can also try what's called the boomerang technique.
Originated in Australia.
Probably. Let the objection go and throw it right back to him as the reason to buy. For example, if the customer says, oh, I'm just too busy right now to buy, you could say, the The fact that you are too busy right now is probably the main reason you should buy today. And then you can tell him about the time-saving features of your product.
Now, a sixth technique is to change the base. In other words, change the basis upon which your customer is making his decision so that he can see things in a different light. For example, if your client says that your product won't accomplish certain functions, you could reply, well, the main reason you asked about our product was increased convenience. Naturally, getting these other functions done would be an added benefit. But remember, the main thing it does is bring you the convenience you originally wanted. Is convenience still your primary desire?
Sometimes an objection is based on a real product shortcoming that really must be acknowledged. In this case, you'll want to use what's known as the compensation technique. For example, a customer might object that your product is too large for the space available. You could reply by saying, I agree that it is larger than the space currently available. But you know, the benefits of this product are so great for you, it would be unfair to deny yourself these benefits based on merely the inconvenience of providing extra space. What you have said is that the benefits clearly outweigh any inconvenience. So let's go ahead with the sale.
Another form of the compensation technique is to take a sheet of paper and draw a line down the center. On the left-hand side, list the reasons for buying your product, and on the right-hand side, list the reasons against buying it. This is also called the balance sheet technique. Add as much as you can to the reasons for the sale, and then put down those objections which have come out during your presentation on the against side. It will quickly become obvious to your customer whether or not he should buy.
When handling objections, the way that you can know that your response was on target is to observe the verbal and the nonverbal clues that your customer sends you. Become an effective listener and observer.
One concern we often hear when we talk to salespeople about how to handle objections is how to avoid feeling uncomfortable in dealing with the objections. The important thing is to lower the tension and maintain the trust bond. You see, selling today involves dealing with your customer as a person who has a need or a problem for which you can offer some help. The sales process shouldn't be viewed as a battleground. It doesn't have to be a situation with high levels of tension and stress.
But how can you persist without appearing to be obnoxious? Well, first you have to know how to deal with the objections. That means learning the techniques available, the type of objections you are likely to encounter, and the appropriate ways to respond, so that you keep the trust level high. Second, take this knowledge and turn it into skills. And then third, examine your own intentions. Learn to resist the temptation to back off too early when faced with an objection. Hang in there. Learn to persist in ways that show you genuinely care and you want to be of service.
Now, when you've handled all the objections and you've made a successful sale, remember it's important that all parties understand who's going to do what, when, where, how, and why. When both sides feel that a fair deal has been reached, the outcome is a win-win. That's the bottom line of non-manipulative negotiation. Both sides win. The Robinson-Patman Act makes it a criminal offense to be a party to or to assist in discriminations between competing purchasers. The purpose of these laws is to encourage equal opportunity for all. It's unlawful to agree to fix prices, stabilize prices, or to enter into any agreement that may have even a remote effect on price. For example, it's illegal to rig bids, charge a maximum price, limit production or set quotas, boycott certain customers, or establish uniform discounts.
These examples were taken from actual cases where competitors were found guilty of violating antitrust laws. They were found guilty even though the intentions may have been honorable and even though the conduct was considered an industry-wide practice. Kind of scary, huh? You should be aware that the court does not have to find a written agreement to find a defendant guilty of conspiracy to manipulate. An informal understanding is enough. In addition, even if the attempt to regulate prices fails, the salesperson is still liable for violating the law.
A price difference can be defended on certain grounds. One, if the price was given in good faith to match the competition. And two, if the price is based on a legitimate cost saving, such as different manufacturing or delivery methods. Another example is price breaks are allowed for increased volume or closeout sales, lower shipping costs, and lower commissions. For protection, companies should establish proper accounting methods. Keep good records. For example, if you're granting advertising and promotional allowances, be sure your accounting methods reflect those differences.
Remember that any perceived cooperation among competitors is suspect under antitrust laws. Therefore, salespeople should avoid any talk of prices, warranties, or industry conditions when talking with competitors. Especially be careful at trade shows and social gatherings.
We believe in an honest, trustworthy approach to sales, and this style will help you develop the proper techniques to avoid any trouble with the law. A fair deal is a fair deal for all. When people are working together as partners in problem solving, instead of working against each other as adversaries, then the outcome is mutually beneficial.
As you work as partners and you follow the steps for cooperative, non-manipulative negotiating, by doing this, you improve the outcome of your sales calls and your customers will feel much better about you. The relationship has been strengthened. The sale has been consummated. The service is about to be delivered, and the bottom line is that you and your customer both win.
This is the end of Side 6. Side 5 is already queued up for your next listening.
In the opening tape in this program, we talked about the 6 C's of selling smart. The first was circumstances. Creating the circumstances you want, or dealing with the circumstances you've got.
Competitors was second. Understanding your competitors and figuring out their strengths and weaknesses, knowing what they're going to do, anticipating their moves.
We talked about your own company, your own products and services. Understanding its capabilities and understanding its shortcomings, knowing how to maximize the impact of both.
Customers, choosing the customers that are best for you and the ones who are right for your products and services. And we talked about cost, the cost of doing business with you and the cost to the customer of not doing business with you, and how to balance in that customer's mind the difference between cost and price. Now we're going to talk about the 6th C in selling smart. Competencies.
Your personal traits and attributes, the skills you've developed to be the kind of salesperson who would ultimately achieve the professional success you hope to achieve. Because what you become will determine what you're able to achieve. And the really smart sales leaders are the ones who focus more on what they're becoming than just on what they're doing.
We found that the top sales achievers think like sales managers. How would you operate if you were your own sales manager? You know, in reality, you are your own sales manager.
A manager of people has 2 responsibilities. In developing people to achieve the level of accomplishment that they are trying to achieve, they look at 2 things. 1, performance, and 2, the person. The sales manager manages activity in such a way that he leads the salesperson to the right level of performance, but he also manages the person in such a way that that individual is developing the quality within himself or herself that will make that person the type of sales performer they're capable of being.
It's like when Peter Drucker said the difference between efficiency and effectiveness is this. Efficiency is doing things right. Effectiveness is doing the right things. Both are important, but one without the other leads to problems.
Jim, it's a lot like parenting. The parent who puts the emphasis on developing the type of person who would make the right choices, who would do the right things, they find that they don't have to be such an active parent because they've developed in that child a way of thinking, a value system that causes the child to make the right choices even when there's not a parent around supervising. It's almost teaching children how to be their own parent.
What we'd like to address are two types of competencies. You have sales competencies or job competencies, which allow you to do what you do very well on the job. And then you have personal competencies, which really are broader in their application, and they affect everything you do.
Let's look first at the job competencies. If you're thinking like a sales manager, how do you put this into categories so that you can manage it in your own mind, let alone manage it face-to-face with a customer?
We found the best way to do that is look at selling in terms of the sales cycle itself.
There's several identifiable steps or phases in the sales cycle. The first part is where you get ready for selling. The second part is where you first make contact with the individual you're trying to sell to.
The next part is where you find out about their situation and you gather your information.
The next part is where you start presenting ideas of what they can do to improve their circumstances with your particular product or service.
Then you handle any concerns that come up, address questions that arise, and you resolve the differences so that you can confirm their purchase.
After that, the final step in selling is assuring that the customer is satisfied with the choice he or she has made.
Here's what we call those steps in the sale: planning, meeting, studying, proposing, confirming, and assuring. Let me explain each of them and what the goal of each step happens to be. Planning. The goal of planning is to be doing the right thing at the right time and with the right person. Planning is all the work that's done when you're not face-to-face with the potential customer, so that you'll be doing the right thing when you are face-to-face with the potential customer.
The meeting phase of the sale is the part where you make contact with that particular individual. The goal of this phase is to generate an atmosphere of what we call a business friendship, one where the tension level is low and the cooperation level is high.
The next phase in selling, the studying phase, is a phase where your main goal is to understand the person and his or her circumstances. In this phase, you focus on what they need, what they're interested in, and what they're dealing with currently, and you look for ways to use your product or service to help improve that situation.
Once you've been through the studying phase, you enter the proposing phase. In the proposing phase, you want to get across to this particular person an understanding of how they can benefit through the use of your product or service. This is where you present your ideas and explain how they can be of help to this particular customer.
Once you've done that, you enter the confirming phase of selling, where your main goal is to confirm the purchase. You don't want to close anything. In the old language of selling, we said close the sale. Instead, we want to confirm the sale. Help this person address any concerns he or she is having, answer any of the questions that have come up, deal with any reluctance they might be experiencing that would cause them to hesitate in going ahead with the purchase, and help make it easy for them to buy.
And then we move into the final phase of selling, assuring. The goal here is to make sure that the customer is satisfied with the purchase he or she just made. So, assuring customer satisfaction involves the follow-through after the sale.
So there it is, 6 steps in the sales process. Now that we've identified the goals of each step, let's go back and identify the competencies that are required for you to perform at the optimum level of selling in each phase of the sales process.
Let's talk about the planning phase. What are the competencies you need here? Well, you need to be able to think from a manager's point of view. Also, you need the ability to complete an accurate and usable sales plan. You need to be able to accurately analyze the competition and know how to deal with them. You need to be able to compensate for situations that are less than perfect. You need to be able to target the most profitable prospects, to cultivate the best customers on your customer list, and to learn the best use of your time to figure out what your return on time invested is. And also, you need to be able to get yourself to do the thinking necessary to always be in control of the sales situation and the sales relationship.
If this is beginning to sound familiar, it's probably because what we've been outlining in all the other tapes up to now has emphasized the planning process more than the other parts of the sales process, to give you the awareness necessary for selling smart. In the meeting phase of the sale, remembering that your goal there is to generate a low-tension, high cooperation business friendship, the competencies required are as follows: observation skills, knowing what to look for, how to size up the situation, and how to size up the person you're meeting.
Pacing. Some people want you to move quickly. Others would prefer that you take your time and stress accuracy in the way that you talk about things. So it's reading people.
Proxemics, which is the study of space, understanding what position you should take in this atmosphere. Should you sit closely? Should you move a little further away? Should you speak across a desk? Should you go over to the chairs across the room and sit side by side? Should you stand back a little bit with this person? Or should you openly step forward and be the first to offer your hand in a handshake? It really depends on who you're with and the circumstances you're in.
First impressions, another competency in the meeting phase. Knowing how to generate the right first impression to get off on the best foot in this particular relationship.
Much of the homework that you've already done through this program will increase your chances of success in this phase of the sale. It will increase your competence and at the same time your confidence level. You'll feel better about what you're doing.
The goal of the studying phase of the sale is to understand the customer from the customer's point of view. This is the diagnosis phase of selling. What skills do you have to gather the right information to truly understand the customer from his or her point of view? Well, the first skill is questioning. Knowing how to ask questions in such a way that not only get you the information you want, but encourage the customer to want to give it to you.
And listening skills so that you know how to encourage the flow of information and at the same time reassure the customer that this is going to be a positive, professional relationship that he can trust for a positive outcome.
Another key skill or competency in the area of studying is problem finding. You see, what you want to know is the gap between the current circumstances and the ideal circumstances in the mind of this customer. What's going on now as far as the customer is concerned, and how good could it really be? Then you point out the gap between those two. Part of your job as a professional salesperson is to help the customers, to help the prospects see just how good things really can be.
See, this is where you want to determine the benefits that that customer is seeking, so that when you enter the proposing phase, you can point out the features you have which provide those benefits.
And now you've entered the proposing phase of the sale. When a customer points out a feature and says, it must have this, then you're pretty well limited in the way you can respond to that. But when a customer gives you the benefit he's seeking, you've opened the doors for many types of options and responses.
In the proposing phase of selling, you propose solutions to fill that need gap that the customer has become aware of during the studying phase. One thing that we found most effective is the creation of what I call value units. A value unit is like a tiny little weight on a jeweler's scale. Think of the scale with a bowl on each side remaining in balance. If you think again of the customer's mind as having a scale in it where on one side there is price, on the other side is value, whenever value outweighs price, he's more likely to go ahead and buy today. So a value unit is designed to place a little bit of weight on the value side so that the value of having it outweighs the price of acquiring it. So here are the steps. Stated need, feature, illustrate the benefit, offer proof, gain agreement that that was a valid piece of value for that customer. That's a value unit. And as each one is created, it goes on that value side of their thinking scale, ultimately tipping the scales in favor of a purchase.
One of the critical elements in the proposing phase of the sale is your own personal level of enthusiasm. We believe it's important for a salesperson to be enthusiastic, but there's a danger. If the person is trying to fake enthusiasm, it really becomes negative instead of positive. Let your own conviction come through in the way you say what you say, but don't try to overpower them with phony enthusiasm to where it reaches overexcitement.
You see, our main goal in proposing is to get the customer more eager to buy than we are eager to sell.
You take them through progressive steps of agreement where they agree on little things, like they've agreed on a need. Then they agree that it would be wise to solve that particular need. Then they agree that what you're proposing might be a good approach to that. Then they agree that the proof you provided is valid enough that maybe they should go ahead and do this, so that you're finally taking them from a position of just examining your proposition to a position of mentally owning your product or service. Once you find that they've taken ownership of it in their mind, you'll start seeing buying signals, and that's where we enter the confirming phase of the sale.
One of the critical competencies in the confirming phase is to know when you're there. How do you know when you're there? By knowing what a buying signal looks like. A buying signal is anything that a customer does or says that indicates that the mental ownership of your product has already taken place. That critical competency of being able to identify a buying signal tells you what your next step in the sales process is. We found that buying signals come in 3 varieties: red, yellow, and green. Think of a traffic light. When you see a red signal, what it tells you to do is stop. Well, the same's true in selling. When you see them showing you through their body language and their comments or their facial expressions that they don't agree with you and they're not with you, back off. Go back to some earlier areas of agreement and find out where you went astray, where you missed the boat. Get some feedback from the customer and let them tell you where you went off the path.
Now, if you get a yellow signal, a caution signal, that means go ahead, but proceed very carefully. In selling, that's where we're getting mixed messages, and we just don't know where this person is, whether the person's with us or not. When you're not sure whether the person is with you or not, it's not time to ask for the order. So, instead of asking for a decision, ask for an opinion or even an evaluation. Maybe do a balance sheet where you outline on the paper the reasons for going ahead with the purchase and the ideas which would cause them to hesitate in buying today.
You list as many as you can on the positive side, and then you let them list as many as they can think of on the negative side. You stop the selling process as it was going, and you focus on that list of positives and negatives.
You see, the main part of this whole thing of encountering red signals of, I'm not with you, or the yellow signals which, well, I'm not sure where I stand, is identifying any concerns that remain in the mind of the buyer so that you're working together as partners in problem solving instead of adversaries in hard negotiations. If at this point you determine that even if you answer the questions right and you address their concerns appropriately, they're still hesitating, maybe you'd better go back and check the quality of the relationship. Because when 2 people want to do business with each other, they won't let the details stand in the way. The details are negotiable.
Now, if the signals are green, no matter what part of the sales process you're in, if this person is clearly showing you, hey, I'm ready to go ahead and buy, for heaven's sakes, fulfill his wishes. Stop the sales process and start working out details and get on with the purchase. Once you're able to implement your services or your product in such a way that it's actively solving the problems that this person was trying to solve, then you have arrived at the assuring phase of selling. Your responsibilities in assuring are to see to it that the customer is happy with the decision he or she made.
The assuring phase of the sale has 3 steps to it: servicing, maintaining, and expanding. In servicing your accounts, the thing you want to accomplish is assurance that it does the job for them.
This is where it's vital that you have success criteria with which your customer is thinking. What we mean by that is the criteria that he or she is going to use to measure how well your product did the job. Then you have what you need to guide your own servicing activities to keep that customer as happy as he or she can be.
The second competency in assuring customer satisfaction is called maintaining. That's where you keep in touch with your customers. You check with them from time to time. You let them know that you care enough to see to it that they get full benefit from the purchase and not just partial benefit.
The third and final aspect of the assuring phase of selling is where you apply your competencies in the area of expanding the account. For example, cross-selling, taking the existing situation and cross-selling them to other products and services that you're able to offer, or shifting them to other divisions within your company, shifting them from one product line to another product line, or moving to upserving. Upserving means finding additional ways to be of service with the same product and new applications, or with additional products targeted toward the same overall need.
The final part of expanding the account is looking for referrals. Referrals within the company or organization and referrals outside of the company or organization. Jim, I guess we can really summarize assuring in a little saying. You know, a lot of salespeople, after they go through all the hard process of actually making the sale, when they finally got the confirmation, the signature on the bottom line, you can almost hear them in their own mind saying, "Whew, boy, am I glad that's over." And they don't really put the effort or the motivation into serving the account as they put into getting the account. And what we're talking about here is putting as much effort after the customer says yes as you did in getting them to say yes.
Absolutely, because that's what builds a business. It increases your level of overall professionalism. But the one element that's left unaddressed up to this point is your personal competencies.
What are the traits or characteristics that you as an individual need to acquire and cultivate even more in order to stay at this level of selling? Not just learn the techniques, but actually learn the thinking.
Let's look at some of those personal competencies. Whenever you're sizing up someone to determine their level of success, one of the first things that comes to mind always seems to be the question, what is their net worth? How much money does this person have? How much have they accumulated? Well, that's important, yes, but it measures only financial success. I believe we also have to measure our professional net worth, not money. In other words, what are the qualities that we've acquired that give us a sense of value in our own career growth?
Your professional assets would be credentials, job knowledge, job skills, relationship skills, people you know, reputation, your track record, your tenure, which is basically your time on the job, the balance in your life between your personal side and your business side, and actually your level of effectiveness. You see, when your professional net worth is very high, you're able to accomplish much, much more than the average salesperson can with much less effort.
So what do you do if, for example, you're fairly new in the sales field and you haven't had the time to build your professional net worth? Well, don't worry, there is hope. If you understand the factors that build professional net worth and you attend to those each day, you can develop the assets you need. Start by looking at your personal appearance and actions. Let's look at how we make first impressions.
Physical appearance is the most immediate, but behavior, no matter how subtle, is equally important. Little details such as voice inflection, posture, knowledge, flexibility, enthusiasm, and your sense of humor all contribute to the image you project. For example, would you trust a banker who drives to work in a purple sports car wearing bizarre clothes? Well, maybe not, because we have certain expectations of bankers as being conservative, rational, low-profile kinds of people, and our immediate reaction to an unconventionally dressed banker in a wild-looking sports car would be suspicion, maybe a little apprehension, maybe even distrust. Now, does this mean that we would never trust the person? No, it only means that it would take longer and he would have to work harder to gain our trust. And in the meantime, we would probably take our business elsewhere or to another banker who we think we could trust.
Our expectations hinge on stereotypes. Now, those change with time, place, ethnic group, age, occupation, and a whole bunch of other things. The point is, everything is relative, and your best bet is to know what your clients expect and go along with the trusted norms. First impressions are no time to try to be different when it comes to your appearance. Study the successful salespeople in your field and work on projecting an appearance and behavior that shows competence, confidence, and pride.
Develop good work habits. When you're efficient and effective on the job, you give out positive impressions to others. One big part of your work habits would be the demeanor with which you approach your job. Demeanor, behavior, attitude, all kind of packaged together. Cultivate a positive attitude. Be sure all of your actions project an attitude of believing in yourself, believing in your company, and believing in other people.
Be flexible with people. I don't mean compromise what you believe in. I just mean adjust and adapt to the situation you're in. One way to do this is cultivate empathy, the ability to understand how another person feels. Empathy is the ability to put yourself in that person's place and be able to see from his or her point of view. Open yourself up to what may be happening to that person and be sensitive to what they're feeling as well as what they're saying. Your listening skills will help you a lot in this area.
When you develop the asset of maturity, the way others know that you've developed it is that they can see that you're able to admit mistakes and remain unflustered, that you don't blame other people for your own problems. Instead, you accept the problem as it is, and you deal with it to make it better. You see, immature people try to hide their mistakes or cover them up. They have fragile egos, whereas mature people have a good, solid self-esteem. They face their mistakes. They pay the price. They get on with it. They get on with living.
See, this leads to ethics. We can't stress enough that a lack of ethics is the quickest way to kill a business relationship and kill your sales career. In the area of honesty and ethics, there are two ways that you'll see people performing. One is from a base of solid values, where they know what they believe in and they behave consistently according to those values. The other is what is known as situational ethics. That's where the person has really not thought out his or her beliefs, and they tend to go by one set of rules at one time and another set of rules at another time, and you can never predict how they're going to react to a particular situation. It's hard to trust people like that, and trust is one of the critical elements in a sales relationship.
Jim, one of the key things we've been stressing throughout this album has been philosophies by which to run your selling career by. One philosophy is prescription before diagnosis is malpractice. And I really believe that when somebody not just verbalizes that quote, but lives the quote, it really dictates how they're going to behave with customers time and time again. It really gets us out of situational ethics and makes our ethics very firm, clear, black and white.
That's right. Anytime you want people to do the right things, you have to train them to think the right thoughts.
Exactly.
You'll remember earlier we referred to the importance of enthusiasm, and we said that enthusiasm has to be appropriate to the situation. The way enthusiasm is communicated is by good eye contact. Overall, sincerity and animation in the way you describe what you're describing. Don't just recite data to people. Let your body language show your enthusiasm. Use gestures and phrases. Use illustrations and samples and demonstrations whenever you can to show the person what it's going to feel like to use your product or service. The more you can lead them into the experience of ownership, the more likely you are to lead them into the actual ownership.
Another way to increase your professional net worth is to broaden your areas of knowledge. Learn about other things outside your normal areas of interest. Cultivate a wide range of interest and deepen your knowledge about your own firm. You know, the difference between successful people and unsuccessful people is not only in what they do, it's in how they think. And if you can learn to cultivate positive, professional, ethical, constructive, smart thought habits, then by doing so, your net worth is increased substantially.
For years they've said it's not what you know, it's who you know. That's why we've emphasized again and again that it's important for you to cultivate associations with other people, people whom you respect, who you can learn from. They say birds of a feather flock together. Well, many times you and I are judged by the people with whom we associate. And that's why, especially in the business world, it's always best to continually upgrade your circle of friends. Get to know people who are at a little bit higher level of achievement than you are, and always associate with the best people in every business situation and in social situations. Don't just hang out with the one who's the wealthiest, but go to the people who are most respected overall. Get to know them and learn from their examples.
And finally, in the area of building your professional net worth, the number one asset that seems to really separate the mediocre performers from the outstanding performers is your human relation skills. The ability to communicate with other people in such a way that the other people feel they are in control. So that even when you're leading, the other people feel that the choices were their own choices instead of the choices forced upon them by you.
The biggest separation among salespeople is the separation between those who are trying to persuade and those who are trying to serve. The ones who are trying to serve are seen as helpers. They're always welcome. The persuaders are seen as pushy, aggressive, overbearing, and many times people try to avoid that type of a salesperson.
Regardless of your experience in your particular field, by attending to the development of each of these qualities, you can develop a strong foundation for a successful career by building your own professional net worth. What this means is you've been thinking like a sales manager. You haven't been just motivating and supervising yourself as a salesperson. You've been training and developing yourself into the maximum positive, professional, successful salesperson you can be.
We've been talking about developing the personal competencies and the professional, the job competencies, in such a way that you're constantly becoming more of the sales achiever you could become. The key to managing your sales career lies in learning to think like your own sales manager, because what you become will determine what you can achieve.
This is the end of Side 7. Please turn the cassette over to begin Side 8.
My first full-time sales job was selling mutual funds. I was working for a man who had been one of the company's top salesmen. I listened carefully to all his advice and did my best to follow his techniques just as he had told me. After a valiant effort for 15 months, I failed miserably. I really did. 1.25 years of my best effort, yet still no success. It took me several years to figure out what it was that happened, but once I did, my effectiveness as a salesman improved dramatically. My problem had been twofold. First, it was my sales manager, but second, it was myself. My sales manager was one of those that I call a natural salesman, who merely followed his instincts, and he taught me to go out and do as he did. He didn't encourage me to develop my own individual skills. He had taught me sales techniques, but not the principles that made those techniques work. But I was also to blame. I didn't manage myself. My instincts weren't as well developed as his, and it never occurred to me that I might be calling on the wrong types of prospects or spending my energies working hard instead of working smart.
We have an exercise that will help you avoid these problems and learn how to be your own sales manager. Assume for a moment that you're a management consultant for your own career. Let's look at your strengths and weaknesses. Consider these basic questions.
Do you have written goals for both sales objectives and personal development?
Do you establish specific objectives for each sales call?
Do you know the targeted market segments which already best suit your company's product or service?
Do you have written objectives for developing each prospective client and account?
Do you keep clear, up-to-date records of the ratio of calls to interviews to sales?
Do you know the amount of time you invest in each call in order to service the account properly? And do you know which accounts give you the best return on your time invested?
How much follow-up do you do with each account? Do you stay in touch regularly or just call when you want another sale?
Do you have a complete overview of the current market share held by your company and that of your competitors?
Do you tailor your sales technique to each client's needs, or do you simply memorize your sales presentation?
How much time do you spend gathering information, specific information, about your client's individual needs?
As you consider the answers to these questions and begin to see where adjustments are needed, write out an action plan for how and when you will make the needed changes. At least once a year, each person should pull out all the stops to find out just how good he or she can be. Most sales organizations hold at least one sales contest a year. If your company doesn't, then create your own contest. Let me describe some ways to win that work every time. There's no guarantee that someone else won't outperform you, but these pointers will assure you that you outperform yourself and finish always among the top salespeople.
First, set goals which will challenge you but not overwhelm you. Set your goals based on your prior performance and not on any miracles that may have dropped into your lap. Don't be reasonable. Be motivational. Without desire and without enthusiasm, you're just not going to win.
Second, get ready. Weeks in advance, begin to select names of potential customers and set for yourself daily or weekly quotas for adding new names to the list. Start promotional mailings, canvassing, and phone calls well in advance of the contest kickoff. Be sure you have the sales tools you need, such as brochures and samples, and make sure you have the products to deliver in adequate quantities to meet the sales. In your preparation, work out a strategy. For example, offer specials during a specific period to create the urgency to buy.
And don't say to your customers, "Oh, listen, please, we're having a sales contest. Please help me win."
Oh, that only works for sympathy buys, like when you got a little child selling Girl Scout cookies door to door.
That's right.
Instead, look for ways to offer them extra value for buying now. As you prepare, you should also check out your competitors. Know their strengths and their weaknesses, and figure out their strategies and know their game plan.
And now you're ready for the kickoff. What's your strategy going to be? Are you a quiet plotter, or do you hit the road running? Are you the Muhammad Ali type that loves the hype and the limelight? Or are you the Tom Landry type who stays out of the center of attention but quietly works out a strategy that makes his team invincible? Whichever type you are, pace yourself. Remember, the lead horse at the beginning of a race very seldom finishes first.
And don't worry about a mid-contest slump. Plan for it and take full advantage of it. At midpoint in the contest, change your pace. Focus on a new package or a new product, or set some short-term goals with rewards built in to stimulate yourself. Do something to re-stimulate yourself and generate results in the middle of the contest.
And as you hit the final stretch, really go for it. Don't schedule any activity that doesn't help build sales. Now is not the time for your annual physical or for study group meetings. This is selling time. All sales calls should be with the decision makers, those that can give you the sale.
And get someone to help with the paperwork so you don't get bogged down processing forms. What someone else can't do, put off until after the contest, if practical.
When we say go for it, that's what we really mean. When you've given it your best shot, make one more call. And after each sale, immediately make another call. You know, I remember back several years ago when I was selling cookware door to door, I was in a sales contest, 10 weeks. If you sold $10,000, you got a bonus. And after 7 weeks, I had $9,000 in sales. The next 2 weeks, I tightened up, couldn't sell a thing. And toward the end of the 10th week, on one night, I made a sale. It was $300. I'm $700 away now. And it was 9 o'clock at night. And I'm ready to go home. I'm feeling pretty good. I broke out of my slump. And I figured, hey, let me just make one more call. So I knocked on a door. This was about 9:10 at night.
Little late for a sales call.
It was. But I figured, hey, look, I'm on a momentum. Let me go with it. I knock on the door. A little girl answers. And I said, is your sister home? And I was calling on an 18-year-old girl. And she said, no, but I'll go get her. And she ran down the block, got her sister. Sister came back, and I introduced myself. She said, you're a cookware salesman? What, you got me from my girlfriend's house? You want me to sit through a presentation? You know, and she really got angry at me. And she said, well, now that I'm here, all right, come on, let's go inside and we'll go through it. Well, I'm saying to myself, my gosh, this isn't going to work, but now I'm into this. Let me at least practice. So I went in. In those days, we needed a co-signer. So I asked if her parents were home, and she said no, but her older sister was home, one of her older sisters, who was about 22 years old. And I said, bring your sister downstairs. Sister came down. I was making my presentation in the dining room. The sister was in the kitchen giving her brand newborn baby a little bath in the sink. And every time I wanted to get some comment from the older sister, she'd stick her head around the corner and say, yeah, that's good. Well, I go through the presentation. All of a sudden, the big sister walks in, and she says, what's this? What are you doing? Who are you? I said, well, I'm the Salad Master salesman. And she says, I can't believe this. And she starts yelling and screaming. And she says, how expensive is this cookware? And I said, actually, it's quite expensive. She said, I knew it. She said, I'm going to sit down and watch this. Well, anyway, I went through the motions, and everything was going wrong for me. I was so shaken up, but I figured, let me persist. Let me go through the whole thing. In fact, I even stood on one of the cups where we show them how strong the china is, and it broke. But I did recoup pretty well. I picked it up and showed how cleanly it broke. Well, anyway, make a long story short, I got to the end of the presentation, and I looked right at the younger girl who I was actually making the presentation to, and I said, Mary, did you want the $4 a week set, which was the $300 total system, or did you want our golden opportunity, the $6 a week set? Now, of course, that was $6 a week for life, and that was $600. And she looked at me, and she looked at her big sister, the 29-year-old sister, and the 29-year-old sister looked at me and said, how much is that other cookware set? And I said, well, it's $500. She said, $500? That's not bad. You said it was really expensive. I said, well, relatively speaking. She said, I want one of those. And she looked at her younger sister and said, what are you going to get? And the younger sister said, I don't know. What do you recommend? And the older sister said, I'd get the big set. Start out right. Well, anyway, I walked out of that house $1,100 in sales, made my quota on a sales call that I wasn't going to go on in the first place, and where everything went wrong. But when you're on a roll, go for it.
Wow, what a story. One win often leads to another win. I guess it's like Yogi Berra said, it ain't over till it's over. But once it is over, make sure you deliver on all your sales and that the customers are really satisfied so you avoid cancellations.
And once the contest is officially over, take a few days off and get away from the office. Forget about business and get your batteries recharged.
Don't take too much time off. Too much resting could mean a sales slump later on. Set a quota for yourself for each week for the number of calls and contacts you're going to make, and stick to your plan.
The last phase of the contest is actually not part of the contest at all. It's what happens when you get back to business as usual. Are you really a winner? If you are, the habits you developed to bring you success in the contest should now be a part of your sales technique, and your performance should have improved another notch.
Yeah, winners multiply their opportunities. They don't look for one call, one sale situations. No, they look for the domino effect, where each one you do seems to touch the next one and start it rolling, so that you've got opportunities that multiply on themselves, like going to trade shows or working in ways like that. After you've developed your one-on-one sales technique, you might want to take a look at trade shows because there's an opportunity to further increase your sales. Some shows draw as many as 35,000 people. How's that for prospecting? These shows give you a unique opportunity to make a sale much faster. In fact, extensive studies by the Trade Show Bureau have shown that in less time than it takes to make a typical call, a sale at a trade show can be confirmed. In contrast, McGraw-Hill research reports that more than 5 calls are typically needed to confirm the average industrial sale.
Obviously, there's a lot of action at trade shows, and you want to be part of it. Identify the major shows held within your marketplace and contact your professional or trade associations for further details about them. We've developed some key pointers that really can help you make the most of this unique situation. First, identify your target audience. Identify who among the attendees you really want to deal with. And then next, study their needs and their interests.
And once that is done, anticipate your competition. Who else will be at that show? How will they go about doing what they do? What are they going to offer? Here's where you use the competitive knowledge from the earlier tapes. And then next, design your booth and your presentation to focus on your best opportunities. Your booth should be designed to attract your target customers.
Before the show, send out mailings and call potential customers so they'll plan to stop by your booth. Offer them something that you and you alone can give as an incentive to stop in the booth.
The booth should have something that grabs the customer's eyes, and it should be laid out so that it is comfortable to walk into without feeling trapped by a salesman. Make it non-threatening, but appealing.
Get the pre-registration list and identify target companies or target people. Study the list. Read the name badges. Greet them by name or comment on their company or city. And then move to qualifying, interest-creating questions.
So I should look at you and perhaps say, Tony, I see you're from La Jolla.
Yeah?
Where do you live in La Jolla?
Right near the beach.
And then I could pick up on that and make some comments about my experience with La Jolla or someone else I know who lives there, and then lead from that into my booth. I could say, by the way, what we're offering today has to do with express mail. How would you like to be able to cut your express mail charges in half of what they currently are?
That would certainly draw me in your booth. But it certainly catch my attention if you mention Tony Alessandra, La Jolla, California. That would stop me and at least get my attention, and then that interest-grabbing question would draw me in the booth.
Mm-hmm. Get every person who comes into the booth to do something. Get them to answer a couple of questions that'll help you do a better job for them. And get them to leave their business cards. You may want to have a questionnaire with a few quick questions that give you vital information. And each time a person comes into the booth, as you ask the questions, you capture the answers on that questionnaire and then maybe staple the business card to it for later reference.
Good idea. Also learn to identify the best prospects and concentrate only on the solid business leads. Literally toss out the business cards of others or save them for your mailing list to cultivate on a passive basis.
Give away only things that people will keep. One way to find out what's working at a trade show is to check out the floor and the garbage bins. Hundreds of people stop by the booths and they get so much information that's forced upon them. They accept the information so they don't want to feel rude, but then they go right around the corner and drop it in the first trash bin. Make sure whatever you give away is something your customers will want to hang on to. Now, one strategy is to give nothing.
Nothing?
Yeah. Have a demo sample on hand, but get their card, and instead of giving them something to carry around, call your office that day and have the material sent to their office.
That's a good idea. You know, a lot of people don't like to carry even relevant things back with them in their suitcases. So if you can get the card, call your office, have it delivered, and it's waiting for them on their desk, a captive audience. It's not within a whole big bag of other information and lost in the shuffle there.
Yeah, but you might want to have some giveaways in reserve for those who do request it on the spot.
On the spot. Great idea. Make a tour of the other booths and see how they're doing and what's working. Study the other salespeople. If you see a good salesperson who impresses you, chances are his style is so good you won't even be aware of his sales techniques unless you watch closely.
But make this tour short. Your main focus should be on your own booth.
By the way, have something designed, such as a handout or a business card, that says something like, "Come by booth 231 for your free gift," or whatever. Every time you introduce yourself, when you're away from the booth, hand out one of those cards.
Then at the end of the day, analyze what happened that day and develop your strategy for the next day. Look over the materials you've accumulated. Learn from your mistakes and your successes, and then plan so that that next day is even more successful. Spend as much time as possible with customers. Don't do anything alone except maybe go into the bathroom. But when you take a cab to your hotel, ride with a customer. When you have breakfast, lunch, or dinner, have it with potential clients. Take coffee breaks with clients.
And make sure that you follow up all your sales leads quickly within 1 week of the trade show. It's amazing how many thousands of dollars you can lose in potential business just by letting your leads age a little bit.
And here's a tip. After the show, write to the sponsor of the trade show about the success of your booth. Chances are good that your letter with your name and your company's name may be used in their promotional material for next year's show. You're getting free advertising. And also, after the show, thoroughly analyze what worked and what didn't work. Look at the number of new customers you attracted, the number of prospective clients, the number of actual sales, and the dollar amount that was generated. Make sure you know what paid off, what didn't pay off, and why.
Finally, put together a checklist you can use next year. It should include what happened this year, what you did right, what went wrong, what you ought to do the next time, and any new ideas that you might have picked up. For example, if you want a corner booth next year or you need a double-sized booth, make a note of it and plan it into next year's calendar and into next year's budget so that you review it well in advance. This will make you even more productive at the next show. Remember, trade shows can be very productive, but only if you're prepared for them.
Selling smart demands that kind of preparation, and winners are willing to take the time to do it right. We've done a lot of observation of what it is that separates the winners from the rest of the pack. Actually, you can break the two groups into achievers and doers. The achievers produce results. The doers get caught up in the new activity and think they're making progress just because they're doing something.
Achievers have some key traits in common. They get things done. They enjoy work and actually get a kick out of accomplishing things. They would rather do work than avoid work. Achievers are focused. They have clear goals and almost invariably take the time to write their goals down on paper.
Achievers are creative and imaginative, and they are open-minded to realize that even if things are going very well, there still may be a better way somewhere. You don't have to be sick to get better. They respect the basics. Achievers are willing to learn from anyone. They believe in what Ralph Waldo Emerson said, quote, "Every person is in some way my superior. In that I can learn from him," close quote.
Achievers keep the faith. They see failure as being only temporary, as just another way something doesn't work. They believe in the 4 words that will see us all through any crisis. These words are, "This too shall pass."
Achievers are willing to pay the price. They are not satisfied with getting credit for something they didn't really earn.
And achievers hate loose ends. They want most of all to move forward with no problems from the past. They don't carry guilt. They handle the problems and then get on with living.
Achievers have deep values and become aggressive when they're asked to compromise those values.
Achievers go for it. They're willing to take risks because they know they can bounce back.
And achievers recognize their limits. They have high self-esteem, and this allows them to acknowledge their shortcomings.
Achievers are willing to get the job done even if they're not in the mood. They do what needs to be done and get on with it.
Someone said once, maturity is the ability to get yourself to do what needs to be done, when it needs to be done, even when you don't feel like it, and still do the job well.
I think I need more maturing.
Remember, not everyone is designed to be a top achiever. We may not all become top achievers, but we can become more successful by developing in ourselves those traits we see in the top achievers.
We believe the best way to get what you want out of life is to help other people and work with them toward a mutual win. Win with people, not over them.
We've presented an awful lot of ideas in this album that will help you become more effective by selling smart. Let me make a few suggestions about what you can do to develop these ideas into your own habit patterns. You see, a doer would take this album, listen to it once, and then try to revolutionize everything he or she was doing. Whereas an achiever would take this and begin an evolutionary process, slowly developing the new skills, the new traits, acquiring each part of the album one at a time and making it part of their habits, their selling habit patterns. Here's the sequence. We begin with our basic instincts. Then we move to a phase where we recognize that there are some things we don't know. We call that the ignorance phase, of course. From ignorance, we start studying, and we develop more awareness, and we start understanding a new concept. Then we start to use the new concept. That's called practice. And the practice includes re-listening or re-studying the material to achieve a new level of awareness. And as practice continues, you finally reach the level where it becomes habit. And once it's become habit for a while, it influences even your inner thinking processes, and you move to the highest level of instinctively doing things right. But you must pay a price for getting to this highest level of competence. It's repetition, and it's more repetition. In other words, you have to use these ideas.
That practice may result at first in a drop in your sales productivity.
Wait a minute, a drop in sales?
Yep.
We're talking with these people about increasing sales.
Well, Jim, every time you add a new behavior or change a behavior, you should expect that there's going to be a temporary drop in productivity. And if you can weather that temporary drop in productivity, after a while, once you really start creating a new habit pattern and a new instinct, then your productivity level actually goes higher than the previous productivity level.
So don't panic, huh? So we're saying to them, don't panic.
No, just expect it. If you expect it, then you don't kind of throw the baby out with the bathwater. You stick with it. You weather that little temporary drop until you start feeling comfortable with it. As you approach that automatic level of professional selling, where the techniques become second nature, the productivity level will increase to new and higher heights.
Take one step at a time and then hang in there. The rewards are well worth the effort. You know, years ago, I worked in a business by myself. I called my company Human Resources of Arkansas. I lived in Little Rock at the time, and what I was doing was I was selling training programs and motivational materials. And I worked alone. I would go into the office each day. It was just me and the office and the telephone. And I would listen to the motivational tapes, and that would perk me up some, but something was missing. And I found out what it was other colleagues. I wanted to be with other people who were doing things like I was doing so that I could feel that maybe they were sharing a little bit of the burden. You get the feeling sometimes that you're all alone, and you need other people in there.
Jim, for that very same reason, many top achievers have developed their own board of advisors. Here's how to use this idea. Determine what subjects you need to know, and then find experts on each of these subjects to help you. You can meet with the whole group or with them one at a time, but schedule time to literally pick their brains and increase your knowledge.
And it needs to be people who are in your business and also people who are outside of your business. Years ago, when I joined the National Speakers Association, that was about 1976, my speaking career was just beginning. I had started to work out some of the confusing areas and find some ways to do business, and I went to the national convention of the National Speakers Association. And there was a whole convention hall full of colleagues, all people who were doing what I was doing for a living.
All speakers?
Yeah.
Who was listening to you then?
Actually, the speakers make very good listeners. And I listened a lot at that meeting, and I took notes, and I found that immediately after that meeting, my career really took off. It shortened my learning curve because I learned from the other people's experiences and started utilizing their ideas to streamline what I was doing.
Beautiful. You know, throughout these tapes, we've tried to stress the high degree of professionalism that we believe should exist in every business. Professionalism means customer service. From beginning to end, you must treat your customers as if your business world revolved around them, because it does.
A couple of years ago, I went into an automobile tire store, and when the car was up on the rack and the young man was putting the tires on it, he said, "Sir, excuse me, is this your car?" And I said, "Yes, it is." He said, "I'd like to point out a couple of things to you." He said, "You notice up here at the front, this little unit right here is worn a little bit. You'll need to replace that soon, but be careful when you do, because there are two ways to do it. And one way is very expensive, and the other way is just as good, but quite reasonable." I said, "Hey, thanks for that advice. Is there anything else you notice under here?" He said, "Well, look over here on the other side." He said, "There's an item here that's not worn out at this point, but sometime in the next year or so, you're going to have to do something about that." And I said, "Could you do some of this?" He said, "Oh, yeah, we could do that." I said, "Well, I've got a list here of things that I need to get done to this car, and also some things I need on my other car. Could you look down the list and tell me what you could do?" He said, "Well, I'll tell you what, go into the office there and talk with our manager, and he can help you even more." So I went into the office. The manager went down the list and checked off about 85% of the items on the list. To shorten the story, what happened was, about 2 weeks later, I wrote them a check for over $2,000 for automobile repairs. Why did I do that? Because I trusted them. And the reason I trusted them was because one guy, Mike, who was putting the tires on my car, did his job in such a professional way that it built my confidence in him and in his organization. His primary concern was for me. He was not making an attempt at a personal gain. He was like a doctor. He was doing preventive selling, helping me prevent further problems by selling me the right things for my needs at that time. See, a person who can see problems in their infancy is like a physician practicing preventive medicine. Mike was a mechanic who was every bit as professional as a doctor. What Mike did with me automatically eliminated his competition. When you show genuine care for a person, they are no longer interested in what the other options are, because people don't care what you know until they know that you care.
And that's what selling smart is all about.
This is the end of Side 8. Please fast forward the tape to cue up Side 7 for your next listening.
Vince Lombardi was one of the most famous and successful of all football coaches. He led his Green Bay Packers to the championship on many occasions. What was his secret?
Well, there was no secret. He merely stuck to the basics. Before each game, he'd gather as much information as possible about the competition. Then he and the team would study it carefully. They could determine how they stacked up against the competitor and develop a game plan that capitalized on their strengths and minimized their vulnerability.
He also never let them forget why they were there. Even when there was a beginning of a new season with a team of proven veterans, he began with the same instructions. He'd say, "Gentlemen, this is a football. Your job is to take this football to the opposing team's goalpost." I know it sounds ridiculous to be so fundamental with a team of professionals, a team of champions, but remember his success record before you criticize too much.
Well, how does this apply to you? You, the salesperson. What is your job? I believe that as a salesperson, your job is not just making sales. Your job is building a profitable clientele. Making sales addresses today's needs, but it doesn't include the need to assure that you are selling to the right customers in the right way, so that selling gets easier with each passing day.
So if your job is to build a profitable clientele, then what obstacles could keep you from succeeding? You and your competition. On Side 11, we'll talk about how you can manage yourself better, but from here, what we'd like to examine is the competition.
Not all people can obtain game films of the competitors and study them with their own team, but we can obtain information about our opponent's behavior, and we can find out what their strategies are. We can find out about their products and their prices and figure out what their strengths and weaknesses happen to be.
In the survey published by Training Magazine some years ago, sales managers were asked about the biggest problems they had with their sales force. First on the list, they didn't prospect very well. And second, their salespeople didn't know enough about the competition. So just by knowing about your competition, you will have jumped ahead of most other salespeople.
You really have two types of competitors, direct competitors and indirect competitors. Direct competitors are those people who are in the same business as you, and they're going after basically the same customer dollars that you're going after. Indirect competitors, on the other hand, are not so easy to identify. For example, if someone is considering buying a van from you, other car salespeople would be your direct competitors. But what if the prospective buyer decided to build a pool in his backyard and postponed the new van for an extra year? Wouldn't the pool contractor be your competitor?
Sure he would. Now, you can't go around trying to identify every potential competitor in the marketplace and develop a file on their strengths and weaknesses. That would be impractical. But we can develop an awareness of our competitors which will keep us on our selling toes, so to speak.
To identify your indirect competitors, give some thought to the nature of your product. What is it? Is it an essential or a luxury? Does the customer really have to get it somewhere, or would he still get along well without it? The more essential your product is, the fewer indirect competitors you'll have. The more discretionary your product is, the more vulnerable you are to other tempting products on the marketplace. Brainstorm a list of your indirect competition and discuss sales strategies related to each one with some of your other salespeople or your sales manager. Let's say you're selling fitness club memberships, and a potential indirect competitor for one of the particular clients is a ski trip to the mountains. Then how will you help her decide to enroll in your club instead of flying off to the mountains? The more fully you've thought out your responses to options like that, the better you're able to compete.
Let's focus more on the visible opponent, your direct competition. How do you stack up against them? And an important part of your territory analysis will be the evaluation of those competitors. You'll want to identify all those who have a significant influence on the market segments that you're interested in reaching. Analyze their share of the market. Figure out their strengths and weaknesses. Where are they headed in the future? But where do you go for their trade secrets? You don't want to get caught doing anything unethical or illegal. We're not talking about cloak and dagger intrigue and espionage. You don't have to go undercover to find valuable market intelligence. In fact, you'll find that 70 to 90% of the information you need on your competition is readily available to the public.
For instance, your friendly local librarian might be an obvious source to start with. However, you'll want to make sure the material you're getting isn't out of date.
Or how about trying the libraries at business schools, where you might find a greater selection of sales and marketing reference materials?
The federal government's also an amazing fountain of information. There are entire government staffs devoted to studying specific industries. And if you find the right people, they can be very helpful.
We also recommend getting in touch with your state's Department of Economic Development. They'll have a wealth of information about local businesses.
You might also try referring to a booklet that the Census Bureau publishes. It's called Current Industrial Reports. It contains up-to-date information on about 40% of all manufacturing in this country. The booklet has statistics on production and inventories, as well as orders of about 5,000 companies.
Gathering corporate intelligence can be very easy. Go to trade shows. There's a wealth of information about your competition just waiting for you. The most current information is right there on display. It's what's happening right now. At these trade shows, a normally secretive company will load you down with brochures and demonstrate its new products all day long, so take advantage. Try them out. Compare.
Or check the classified ads. When a company advertises for job openings, you'll know that they're either expanding or they're making some changes. Subscribe to commercial databases which can direct you to articles about the companies that you're interested in.
And don't forget about trading information with your business associates. We suggest you form a market intelligence group. Get together with those who don't compete directly with you but are serving the same market segments. You'll get a complete picture of what's going on in the marketplace. Where are the opportunities? Where are the potential problems? Your informal contacts and relationships in the field will pass the word through the grapevine before it becomes official. Rumors spread quickly, and sometimes getting the word early gives you enough lead time to revise your game plan. Rumors are often distorted, though, but there's also a lot of truth in them. If used wisely, they can give you insights into the attitudes and opinions of your competitors.
If you're running the company, make sure your salespeople feed information back to the company, and then see that it gets shared among all the salespeople. For example, if you do test marketing in one segment, let the other segments know what happened.
If you're calling on supermarkets, notice if any of your competitors has opened a new product line. Is anyone offering something that hasn't been offered before? If you're calling on restaurants and you notice one of them now offers a competitor's product, let's say they're offering ribs and they've never sold ribs there before, let the people at your company know this. They may find out that your competitor is doing some test marketing. You'll then know how to monitor the results and feed that information back to your company.
The more you know about your competition's plans to release a new product, the better prepared you can be. Now that's on a company level. On an individual salesperson's level, you might find out that your competitor is planning a fall sales campaign, and they're going to marshal all their resources to really put a big push on special prices and certain special offers. Well, if you know that in advance, then you can prepare to compete. If not, you get caught short, and it's hard to handle that.
So what I would say to you is pay attention to what your customers tell you about the competition. When they make a little comment, ask a question. Don't probe in areas that are none of your business, but certainly pick up on the messages that are there for you just for the asking.
Your customer might say, "I understand there's a better deal coming along." And you say, well, what makes you think that way? They say, oh, there are some other companies out there that have some other stuff. And you might take an indirect approach from there. Back off a little bit instead of probing in an intimidating way. So you say, well, every year each of the companies looks at the marketplace and lays out plans, and they have certain products that they push and certain products they don't push. What do you feel you're going to need? What would you be most willing to buy in the next quarter? Who else offers these products? And your customer might say, well, I've seen other people's brochures on it. You say, oh, really? Do you have a copy of one? Yeah, he says, I've got one right here. And together you look at it and you say, let's look and see how my product stacks up against their product. And the two of you together just kind of wander through the competitor's brochure.
But Jim, it's really important here to let people know that when you're comparing your product to another, you highlight yours. You do not criticize theirs. Don't get so caught up in intelligence gathering that you forget that you're there to help the customers fill their needs. You're not just there looking to exploit your competition or find out about your competition. You're actually there to help your customer.
That product brochure is common knowledge. It isn't privileged information. And in the course of your fact-finding mission, the customer is telling you what your competitor has that appeals to him or her. Or if he chooses your product, he can tell you what edge you have over your competitors. It's to the customer's advantage to engage in this conversation with you. He knows that as a good salesperson, you're going to do what you can to help him get a better offer than the competition is making. Tell your company what's wanted in the marketplace. Keep feeding them information so they can adapt and adjust to the needs of the customers. For you, the main thing is keep your antenna out. With a little imagination, you can get almost any kind of information.
Stay in touch with your company and let them know that you want all the facts on your competition, because most companies don't tell their people enough, and when they do, most people don't read the memos. So keep in touch. Make sure that your sales manager knows you're interested in what's going on, and make sure what gets discussed in the marketing boardroom actually gets communicated to you. Some companies send out a weekly or a monthly competitive hot sheet to their sales force. It contains information about what's going on with the competition. If the hot sheet is printed on special colored paper, if it includes only the vital information and keeps out the fluff, salespeople are very likely to read it and use it.
Now that you're busy gathering all kinds of information, we'd like to give you some pointers that'll help you organize your findings. It's time to rank your competitors on two criteria. First, the strengths and weaknesses of the company and the product, and second, their positioning and degree of penetration in each targeted market segment.
On a separate piece of paper, compare your company to your competition. In several areas important to your customers, measure your company against the competition. We suggest you base your comparisons on things like sales, reputation, pricing, and customer service.
Add to that financial strength, growth rate, market share, and finally, the quality of products.
Feel free to add as many categories as you want to the list. Simply rank your company objectively against the major competitors in each of those categories.
In sales, how does your company compare?
In reputation, what do your customers think of your company compared to your competitors?
In pricing, is your product the better value?
And in customer service, what extra value do you offer that your competitors don't?
In financial strength, what kind of financial support can your customers count on from you?
In growth rate, how is your company expanding compared to the competitors?
In market share, where does your company rank overall?
And in quality products, what's your reliability and consistency?
From this exercise, you'll quickly see which areas need improving. You'll also recognize which areas can be emphasized in your selling efforts. For example, if your company is strong on pricing, but kind of weak in delivery, you should do what you can to improve the delivery, of course, but emphasize pricing as your major selling point. By knowing which competitor is highest in customer service, you'll know who to study and what to do to increase your own sales.
Let's do another exercise. In this one, let's compare your competitors' strengths in different market segments. This information is really valuable. Let's say, for example, that one market segment seems to be neglected by practically all of the competitors. This could be a golden opportunity for you to penetrate a new market. You might remember when International Harvester, which is now called Navistar, when it concentrated its resources on filling international farm equipment orders at list prices. What they did is that they neglected vigorously serving the American farmer. So John Deere attacked the American market by offering discounts and actually took the lead in domestic farm equipment sales for the next 10 years.
That's quite a lead. But a new or neglected market is not necessarily a golden opportunity. You would naturally want to find out why the others are not well represented in that market segment. It's just possible that a particular segment's not profitable for a number of reasons. If this is true, it makes sense not to pursue it. You might have to do more research to find this out, but it'll be well worth the effort.
Now, after you've defined the market you want to reach, rank each company on either its market share or its relative strength in the segments you've identified, and be objective. It's not enough to simply observe the standing of your company and its competitors. You have to find out why these standings exist as they exist. Then answer the next question. How can these standings be changed so that my company, your company, gets a bigger share next year in the segments that you really want to penetrate, those profitable segments?
It's a lot to think about. Now, after you've analyzed the competition and the various market segments, take a look at the key factors that influence sales. Sony Corporation, for instance, would look at the fact that broadcasters will probably pay more for a camera which has the highest quality picture, where someone like a security firm would shop for a lower unit price and simply a reliable camera. This will show you what benefits can be emphasized for increased sales within each segment of your own marketplace. The information from this analysis will have to come from the customers themselves. Listen to them. You'll want to survey the businesses or industries within the market segments to uncover what they need and what they find to be problems. Listening very carefully to what they say, that'll help you find out what they want from products like yours.
And, Jim, I guess what we're really saying here is that different features and different benefits appeal in different priorities to different market segments.
Exactly.
So when you're going to attack a market segment, find out what's important to that market segment and stress that. Another market segment, find out what's important to them, what their high priority needs are, stress that. It's simply positioning your product in the mind's eye of the customer.
In this next exercise, you organize your evaluation of this information and you come up with opportunities you can track. Start by identifying the factors most important to each market segment in their decision to purchase a product or service like yours. How important is your company's reputation to the people in your different markets? How important is your pricing? How about delivery? What about quality? How does your customer service and the financial strength of your company affect the buying decisions made in each of your market segments?
Now, this exercise should help steer you towards a market that will capitalize on the strengths of your company and your products. For example, if you sell an expensive yet very reliable copying machine, you'll want to know which market segments value reliability over purchase price.
In your research, you might find that banks and stationers buy those brands that are the most reliable. On the other hand, maybe small firms are spending less for a less reliable type of machine. Now that you have some idea of the market segments you can go after, you need to learn more about the individual accounts. The first step is to list all the major customers and prospects in your territory within each market segment. By now, you've done enough research to have uncovered who the major clients are. You may have to stretch your imagination a little and devote some more time to finding specific prospects. So take the time to do this. It'll pay off. And after you've analyzed each prospect, go back and list your customers in order of priority. When you've exhausted the commonly considered market areas, stretch your imagination and see what new areas might open up for you.
For example, look what Wally Amos did for the chocolate chip cookie. He was discouraged by other people, but he opened a restaurant offering only one item, chocolate chip cookies. And today, that's an entire industry in itself. Look what Debbie Fields has done with Mrs. Fields cookies. I love those cookies. Or look what Chrysler did years ago. They offered a domestic convertible, a convertible built in the United States at a time when all the other companies had stopped manufacturing them. They captured a good portion of the marketplace because they filled a need. But now, here come the competition. So you've always got to keep up to date.
Tony and I sell sales training services, and we have for many years. But we used to think about it only from the salespeople's point of view until someone asked, hey, what about the customer contact people who never get trained in selling skills, like the tellers in a bank? Are they ever taught how to do suggestive selling? How many people at hotel and airline reservation desks have been trained in how to sell, how to show people ways that their companies can be of further assistance to the customer? Determining who to train and what skills to teach them is all a part of this sales planning process.
You know, Jim, the same principles are true with football teams. You see, the best football teams prepare for a Super Bowl by carefully studying videotapes of games their opponents have played. They analyze the team's strengths and examine their weaknesses. If, for example, one team has a particularly good passing defense but a poor rushing defense, the other team may try more running rather than compete directly with their passing game. They capitalize on their strengths or capitalize on their competitors' weaknesses. They study the competition and they study themselves. And the same is true of professional salespeople. They study the competition and they study themselves. And from what they have to offer, they determine what their market wants and likes the most. You see, actually knowing who and what you're up against allows you to find the best sales opportunity.
That is selling smart. Your product occupies some predictable position in every person's mind once the person becomes aware of your product or service. This is called positioning. It's a simple advertising concept addressed in the book Positioning, The Battle for Your Mind, written by Al Reese and Jack Trout.
Now, if you were a salesperson for 7-Up, you'd know that in the customer's mind, your product is lumped together with soft drinks. You're not in with the colas, but you're near them. So, if you say, I'm in the mood for a 7-Up, someone might get you a Diet Slice or even a Sprite, but they wouldn't get you a Pepsi, because Pepsi's in a different position than 7-Up in the customer's mind. For many years, 7-Up didn't realize this. Their advertising slogan was, you like it, and it likes you, which was rather weak and said nothing about 7-Up's uniqueness. The company eventually realized that it had the wrong idea about where they should be in the customer's mind. They were trying to compete with the colas, and they were losing ground. So they said, we're the un-cola. Hey, you don't want a cola? Here we are. And the campaign just skyrocketed their marketing success. They got great results just by changing their position a little bit and building on that uniqueness.
Avis was about number 4 in the auto rental market, and they came out with an ad campaign that said, we are number 2, but we try harder. And sure enough, before long they became number 2, and in some markets, number 1. Interesting. It's all a matter of positioning. You see, Americans love an underdog. Take a look at your product and the marketing that your company is doing. It could be that in your marketplace it's always been the old tried and true standard, but you're getting beaten out by some new, innovative, state-of-the-art competitors. You might have to come up with a special sales campaign or make a couple of individual sales calls to get the people to look at the up-to-date uses of your product or service. Get them to shift their point of view. They've probably gotten so used to seeing your product the same old way that they don't notice how relevant it really is. It's just always been there.
Apple came out with the Macintosh, and the Macintosh was seen primarily as an individual person's computer. It was not really thought of as a business computer until the Macintosh, coupled with the laser writer, presented an opportunity that businesses hadn't thought of before. It's desktop publishing. Doing your own publishing in-house, doing your own typesetting, making your own workbooks, printing your own newsletters, and much, much more. Apple has seized the opportunity to sell to the corporate market, and they're no longer seen strictly as a home computer anymore.
If your product has just always been there, people sometimes might think it isn't any good anymore. After all, it's constantly being replaced with new and altered products by other competitors. But all along, yours may still be the best product. So you have to reposition it in the minds of the customers.
Repositioning your product could require a shift in your sales technique. Maybe you've been too innovative and you're starting to scare people. They think your product or your company is too risky, too new, not proven yet. In this case, you'd need to create the impression of a solid, stable company by focusing on your solid characteristics. Build a reputation of reliability, because it's all in how you're perceived. It's all a matter of managing the customer's perception of you by being aware of the position you occupy in that customer's mind.
So now how do you find out what position you occupy in the customer's mind? Well, you have to listen to a lot of sources on that one. You've got to look beyond the obvious. Get outside of your own point of view And if you need to, ask for help. Talk to people. Ask for their opinions. Maybe give a couple of strangers your sales presentation and then ask them for some feedback. See what they think of it. And ask, well, what other products are like this? Who else would you put me in the same group with? Or what do you think is the unique factor of my product or service? What makes this one stand out over all the others?
The more you ask, the more you'll find that some of those answers give you just the idea you need to get the edge in one segment of the marketplace or another. If you were selling insurance, you'd probably see your clients once or twice and not again for many, many months. Each day is filled with new calls. But if there's tough competition in your area, you have to find some people who have been exposed to some of your competitors and get their opinions. So go back and call on old customers and say, you bought from me yesterday. I really appreciate that, and I'm going to be here for you for a long, long time. I'll take care of you, but I need your help. I'm trying to figure out what we really do that the customers like most. When you first got the phone call from me, what was it that caused you to respond favorably at that point? You see, you talk it through and then go on to the next stage. For instance, you'd say, well, when I first showed up for the first sales call and we were going to talk about my products and your needs, what did I do right? Is there anything I did that made you uncomfortable or made you think that my product was not going to be the right one for you?
And just get them to help you analyze it. People who really do have a good relationship with you will be willing to give you that kind of help.
But I bet that there isn't a salesperson out of 100 who does that.
Probably true. As a successful salesperson, you're confident that you're in tune with the marketplace. You can approach this type of research as a big project and you can make a 6-month goal out of it. Or you can approach it as just another item on your to-do list and drop it carefully into each day whenever you get the opportunity. It becomes something like taking your blood pressure every once in a while just to see how you're doing. This approach is useful if you want to stay sharp and maintain the edge. But if you're really in a tough situation, you might want to make a major project out of this and get some experienced experts to help you, like your sales vice president or sales manager, or even an outside consultant. You want to do everything you can to create the best position for your product.
This is the end of side 9. Please fast forward the tape to begin side 10.
Although it's far from being an exact science, we've tried to measure the markets for your products and services. We've taken a stab at estimating your sales potential and comparing your findings with the market intelligence already gathered on the competition. We've taken a look at the conditions that exist in the marketplace and tried to figure out how to use them to our advantage. It may seem like expensive, time-consuming work. After all, the information we gather will soon be out of date, but just think of what it would cost you not to understand what you're up against.
So on this tape, we'll continue our research, this time focusing in on your companies, your products, and your services. We'll also analyze your company's philosophy and its processes. Your company stands behind the product you're selling. And initially, your customers may want to know more about the company's reputation even before they show any interest in you or the product. If you want your clients' trust and confidence, you'll become familiar with the company's history and development. Often, a business will orient you to its operating philosophy or its mission when you begin working for them. And if they don't, ask marketing or sales managers for that information.
As a salesperson, you're a crusader for the company cause. And in order to carry out your campaign, you'll need to follow a plan based on your company's philosophy. As a professional problem solver, you'll do a better job if you work in harmony with the people in your company. As firms move in the direction of creating more team action, you, as the salesperson, will probably win the account by effectively coordinating the resources of your company. The Lone Ranger salesperson is a disappearing breed. If you're a sales rep who carries many products, becoming familiar with each company can be difficult. Nevertheless, you'll have to do it conscientiously. The same is true for product knowledge. If there are gaps in the information your companies have given you, talk to the engineers, the executives, or others in high-level positions who know what you need to know.
Find out about your company's activities. Is it buying new subsidiaries or creating new divisions? How well is its stock doing in the stock market? Have there been any significant management changes lately? And if so, how will this affect the company's policies? All of these things are important to the professional salesperson. Your thorough knowledge of your company and your products will indicate to your clients that you believe in your firm. They'll trust both you and your company to deliver quality goods and quality services.
Let's do an exercise together. Take a piece of paper, or maybe a handheld dictation unit, and we'll share with you some key questions to ask about your company and your products. It's a good process because it'll show you the areas that have to be researched. Answer these questions in as much detail as possible.
List the key people in the company and write down their unique contributions to the firm. How can they help you serve your customers better?
What unique capabilities or technical advantages does the company have? Are you state-of-the-art? Do you have more field service representatives?
What's the company's image and reputation among the present customers or even among the prospects?
Do they see your company as a nurturer of the existing accounts, or an innovator creating new things, or as the most precise company in the marketplace?
What does the competition think about your company? Do they fear you, or don't they take you seriously?
What are the relative strengths and weaknesses compared to your competition?
How do these affect your business? What's the marketing philosophy of your company? Is it skimming, which means charging high prices initially when a product is brought out, or penetrating, charging fairer, lower prices to get a bigger share of the market? Or are you a guerrilla warfare company where you look for niches, little market segments that are being unmet? Or are you a defensive player where you're the leader and you're trying to protect your territory? Or are you at the cutting edge, where every time new technology comes out, you're the first one to come out with that new, unique product?
Ask yourself, what are its present and future markets? Are you serving sunrise industries where the technology is just beginning to develop? Or sunset industries where things are beginning to dwindle down and fade out?
What's the company's sales history during the last 3 to 5 years?
What are its policies regarding pricing and discounts?
Do they stand firm or do they get creative when it comes to pricing?
Yeah, can your customers haggle over price?
What are your policies about guarantees and after-sale service?
On another sheet of paper, you'll find it useful to answer some questions about your products. Let's start with the product's benefits. What specific benefits do present and prospective customers look for in your product?
Are they looking for speedy delivery or durability, convenience, low prices?
How does your product compare to the competition's in providing those benefits?
Are there particular features which make your product better than the competition's?
If so, why? How does your product compare to the others in your territory?
Do your competitors dominate?
How does your product compare in quality and price?
Do you offer better quality for the same price or the same quality for a lower price?
How does your product compare in value and reliability? Does it need to be serviced frequently? How does your company's delivery service compare with the competition's? Is it faster and more accurate, or is it slower?
What factors might prevent a customer from purchasing your product? Is it the size of the product, the delivery schedule, or the upfront cost? And what can you do about it? Nothing? Then sell the other benefits harder.
Is your company a leader or a follower in its field? Is it a developer or an imitator? Either is okay when it's done right. For example, look at Japan. Over the years, they've been the imitators, very effective imitators, learning from what we and others have done, and then developing products of their own that capitalize on the innovations from other countries. But now, they've developed their own expertise, and now they're more innovative in creating new products and services than many other countries are.
Jim, too many people just don't study their own companies. They just look at their products, learn what the selling features are, and they go out and sell. They forget about asking why their company exists in the first place. What's its history? Where did it come from? Were there any major turning points? How come they chose this particular aspect of the marketplace to stay instead of some other aspect of the market? What do we believe in here? What makes us different? If we're a bank, how are we different from other banks down the street? It's not just the name. We have different strategies and philosophies, and the more you ask these questions, the more you become aware that Bank A is a business bank, and maybe Bank B is an individual depositors bank, and Bank C may be a commercial bank, while Bank D is a convenience bank, almost like a financial 7-Eleven.
These are differences that might not be all that obvious to the normal observer. To understand those distinctions, you have to read your own company's annual reports and go beyond the numbers and pictures.
Actually, read those letters written by the chairman of the board and the department heads, because they really labor over those things. In that little 1 or 2 page letter, there's a lot said if you take every sentence seriously.
Whenever I'm coming in to speak for a group at a convention, that is one thing that I try to study very carefully. I ask them for 3 things. First, I ask for an orientation manual, if they have one, because that's a great way to find out what the history, philosophy, and mission of the company is. Second, I ask for the annual report, and that gives me more current information on what's hot right now. It tells me what they're concerned about and how last year went. Third, I ask for product and service brochures so I can see how they tell the story of their product. There's usually a lot of thought and discussion represented in these few paragraphs. Well, usually. Generally, salespeople don't pay attention to this information. They look at their list of prospects and they go out and make their sales calls. They do what they have to do. And that's why, generally, they're just average. Average people, by definition, don't do much out of the ordinary.
Having the depth of knowledge will give you confidence the average salesperson lacks. Let's say, for example, that you're selling car tires. You have not only studied your company and its products, but you've studied the process of manufacturing automobile tires. You know from scratch how tires are made. You really know the difference between polyester, nylon, rubber. You know about radial, regular, steel-belted, glass-belted, and so on. Well, when you're out there talking to a customer and he says something about the competitor's tire, you can point out how yours is constructed and why it was constructed that particular way.
And by the way, don't run down your competitors, because like Zig Ziglar says, when you're slinging dirt, you're only losing ground.
Jim, what we want to do is inflate ourselves, not deflate them.
Now let's get back to the business of selling tires. You're showing your customer the differences in quality and durability between, say, your glass-belted and their polyester tires. So you're able to really talk about some impressive details that go well beyond what the normal sales talk would involve. Now, that's not to say you should go out and try to educate all your customers, but when it's appropriate, you're in a powerful position. The customer would probably say, well, I'm not so sure about these tires, but doggone, every time I talk to you, you know your stuff so well that even if we did have a problem with the tires, I know you could help us resolve it.
The more you know, the more you have a sense of ownership in your company and your product. And the more you do that, of course, the more you'll take the initiative to do the best job. Whether you deal in vacuum cleaners or insurance policies, your company probably provides you with stacks of information, brochures, specification sheets, and other printed materials. In addition, many companies offer training sessions, workshops, and other informative classes to bring their people up to date on the latest developments. All of this is extremely valuable to you and should be absorbed voraciously.
As technology develops at a phenomenal rate, product cycles become shorter and shorter. What's new today is obsolete tomorrow. More often than not, you know more than your customers do about these changes. And so there's a real opportunity to educate customers in an informative and attractive manner.
You know, Jim, the growing need for the salesperson to keep up with industrial changes is illustrated by the fact that salespeople in the digital watch, calculator, and video industries spend as much as 50% of their time just learning about their products.
As we mentioned earlier, some sales representatives carry more than one product. If you represent 3 lines, for example, it's 3 times as much work to know all those products. So to organize all the facts and figures, it might help to name all of your products and list all their features on a sheet of paper. Can you describe the benefits, the features, and the advantages of product A? Answer the same questions for product B and product C. Write them down. Do you know all of the applications of products A, B, and C? Can you explain the company's marketing plan and the rationale for that plan related to each particular product? Can you describe how one product relates to the other products? Do you know the product's competitive position? Can this product be used with others to solve a client's problems? Can you project the financial benefits your client can expect from this product?
This multi-product knowledge worksheet that Jim was just referring to will actually reveal what you already know and what you need to research further. It'll also shed light on any product weaknesses that you might not have recognized previously to doing the exercise.
You may be saying, well, why bother? Because in a sales presentation, this will allow you to be better prepared to discuss or present your key features in the ways that will win the sale.
You can do a similar process with the services you offer. Find out how and why your company delivers customer service. When the customer needs a problem handled, how flexible and how adaptable can you and your team be? What special resources can you offer?
If you were the sales representative for a hotel and you offered a concierge service, you would need to know not only that you have a concierge, but why that service is important. Now, what is a concierge? Concierge comes from a word that means with help. It's a person whose job it is to assist the guests with just about anything.
How does this person make your hotel different than the others in the area? After all, to some of your customers, a room is a room, as long as it's clean and has the same basic facilities. As the hotel sales representative, you have to communicate how this special service, the concierge, makes your place exceptional. You want your prospective guests to know that the concierge is there to help, no matter what. He's there if you need elephants to parade at your convention. He's there if you need dinner reservations at the top of the mart tonight for 17 people. The concierge will arrange a boat ride, rent 15 taxis for an afternoon caravan around the square. He's a guest's most valuable contact in a strange city.
In addition to the concierge, there are a lot of other people in a hotel that help create that distinctive ambiance. Find out who they are and know a little bit about their backgrounds. This puts you in a better position to compete. Let's say you're selling solar energy services for homes, solar panels that can be installed on roofs. You're talking to the people about your product and they say,
well, we don't know. This other company came over and they gave us a presentation and we kind of like that company. Their unit looks a little more attractive.
And you say, well, I can understand that because the way it looks matters a lot. Do you feel that our unit is unattractive?
No.
And you say, okay, well, let me point out a couple of things about our company that just might make a difference to you. The founder of our company is Mr. John Johnson, and John was one of the innovators in the solar energy field. He's been in this for 43 years. He's become the most respected researcher in the field. As a matter of fact, at most of the industry meetings, they call on him to be one of the key speakers. And a lot of these other companies have called him in over the years to speak to their people. So with our company, you're not only getting a good unit, but you're getting the state of the art. You are getting the author of the concept as opposed to just one of the people who have come along since then.
Boy, I'm sold on that. You see, when you've got that kind of information, it really puts you in a better position than ever before. You can say, our people have been through a 17-week training course over a 3-year period that enables them to not only service these units, but to design replacement parts. Our engineers can make parts work in unique situations just like yours.
There are so many things you can bring up just by knowing the credentials and qualifications of the people in your own company. You can also talk about attitudes and cheerful service. Tell them that should there be a need, their money would be promptly refunded without challenges or complaints.
You also ought to know about your shortcomings. If you don't, they're liable to come up and bite you just when you least expect it. For example, you sell office furniture and you've gone out to call on a client. You've determined that they need about $12,000 worth of office furniture. You've designed a beautiful office for them, and they've signed all the papers. Everything is handled, and they're waiting for delivery. What if you don't realize that the guy who handles deliveries in that part of town is the vice president of the local Hells Angels chapter, and he's got this big tattoo of a bleeding snake on his arm? Chances are, when he arrives on the scene, he's going to contradict all the impressions you've created up to that point. Now, if you think that might be a problem, one thing you can do is talk to his supervisor and suggest that when he makes a delivery, he wears a long-sleeve shirt.
Or suggest that someone else make the delivery. It would probably be wise to be with the customer when the furniture arrives, because this guy might be a little abrasive or offensive. So at least you're there to compensate for that. Maybe you can't affect whether he's hired or fired, but you certainly can affect whether something is done to counteract any potential negative impressions.
If you just think in terms of the customer's needs, then sometimes you have to go beyond what you're being paid to do. But after all, aren't you being paid to serve your clients? And even if it's not in the job description that you go out there for the delivery, it's still a good idea.
Your job isn't over when the sale is confirmed. For example, the people in the order processing department can alienate your customers by being rude or unresponsive, or maybe put them on hold for what seems like 40 minutes. If you're aware of this, you can walk things through the process step by step. Otherwise, it'll backfire on you. You go out and call on a client with a big smile on your face, and your client grabs you by the collar and says, "What have you done?" And you say, "Wait a minute, I didn't do anything."
But the fact remains the client is still dissatisfied.
That's right. I was dealing with an automotive finance company not too long ago, and one of their goals was to go out and sell the car dealers on using their finance company. The manufacturer would actually provide the cars and handle the financing, and the dealer would pay monthly installments instead of having to pay for all the cars at once. Well, when they sold that packet, there was so much paperwork involved, it overwhelmed both the salesperson and the dealer. The salespeople were embarrassed to sell it because it involved so much paperwork. It was a system that definitely wasn't user-friendly. In other words, it hurt after you made the sale because there was so much extra work to do. So I suggested they streamline the work for the customer. If anybody's going to do extra work, make it somebody in-house, not the customer. And if you have to hire extra clerks to do it, hire the extra clerks. But make it easy on the customer so that after they buy, they have nothing but continuing happiness with their new purchase.
And Jim, sometimes the way your company looks at the customer can be your marketing edge.
That's right. The Fairmont Hotel in San Francisco has a little slogan that's about 2 paragraphs long. It's posted throughout the hotel as a reminder of the company's philosophy. It says, "Who is a Fairmont Hotel guest?" A Fairmont Hotel guest is someone to be treated with dignity and respect, not someone to match wits with. And it goes on to say that the company believes that the people who stay there are not customers, they are guests, and they should be treated that way. That alone can make the difference between my staying there or my staying at another hotel.
So maybe your philosophy is that your company is always going to be state-of-the-art. Like the computer companies, Compaq or Kpro. Their competition, IBM, is solid, and they don't release a product unless it's been tested fully. If you want a standard product that will perform well, go with IBM. But what if you want the latest computer innovations? Who do you go to? You can't go to IBM's research and development department because they won't release it until it's proven.
But a lot of other companies don't have that big organization to go through to release a product. Like K-Pro or Compaq, for example. They've done very well in the marketplace. They take the same technology and they release a product on a smaller scale. They're small, more aggressive, and they're in a position to take a few risks.
Meanwhile, at IBM, they believe that the customers deserve no-risk computers. So they've worked out all the kinks, and they know that their product is going to do the job for you. Two types of successful companies, two different philosophies. But it always comes down to the same thing, whatever the customer wants or needs.
The more we can bring the customer to our point of view, the more likely we are to win the competitive situation. Selling is merely a transaction, and the purpose of selling is to gain the opportunity to serve. The purpose of business is to acquire and maintain customers. The byproduct of that is profit.
Pricing will either block you out of a market segment or give you entry into one you've never been in before. For example, Porsche, the maker of very fine sports cars, in the early 70s decided to offer a car to the average consumer. They came out with a comparatively homely car, the 914, that most definitely was not for racing. The car met with only moderate success. Naturally, a lot of people wanted to buy it because of the name, Porsche. But Porsche wasn't in that business. By adjusting their pricing and offering something at a lower price, they did appeal to a new market segment. But they found that that wasn't the market segment they wanted to work with.
Often, your pricing is determined by your competitors. You adjust just to stay in business. A great example happened in the last few years in the training and development marketplace. There were a number of companies offering video-based training programs for, say, 10 videotapes, student materials, plus leaders' guides. They were charging around $10,000. In some cases, $15,000 to $20,000. Today, a consumer can find Raiders of the Lost Ark, a multi-million-dollar movie production, on videotape for $29.95. You can get It's a Wonderful Life with Jimmy Stewart, in some places for $9.95. And people are starting to say, hey, wait a minute. How much is that training program again? You see the problem? So the prices are dropping dramatically. One particular supplier who used to be at $16,000 for his training program is now offering a very similar program for only $2,000.
If you don't change with the marketplace, you find yourself out in the cold. It's true, an individual salesperson only has so much control over the price. It's usually a company decision. But I think the salesperson has a responsibility to the customer and to himself to continually tell that company what's going on in the marketplace. Because nobody knows better than the person out there every day, and that's the salesperson.
Read your markets, listen to your customers, react to your customers, and study your company. The better you know it, the better you can represent it, and the better it can provide you with what you need to build your sales career.
This is the end of Side 10. Side 9 is already queued up for your next listening.
You're probably familiar with Parkinson's Law and Pareto's Principle, two well-known maxims you need to know if you're going to use your time effectively and efficiently. As a salesperson, you have to set priorities. That's where Parkinson and Pareto come in. Parkinson's Law says that work tends to expand to fill the time given for its completion. It's going to take longer to accomplish less if you don't know where your priorities lie. The other side of the coin is that less important tasks may take up valuable time.
Have you ever noticed how some things tend to take until the last minute to get done? Pareto's principle says that 80% of your results will come from 20% of your efforts, or 80% of your business comes from 20% of your clients. You've probably heard this called the 80-20 rule. The same formula applies to your use of time. 20% of your time is probably much more productive than all the rest.
To maximize your payoffs, or to get more from your efforts, you'll want to figure out what your time is really worth.
In just a moment, we'll show you how to determine what your time is worth. But first, let's set some of those important priorities.
You'll find it helpful to look at your priorities in different ways. When you think of your priorities, think of the big payoffs in your job. Regardless of time spent, which activities give you the greatest results?
Take a look at all of these priorities and then choose 6 that stand out from the rest on these lists. This list will help you remember your own priorities, especially the ones that pay off very well. It'll also help you manage your sales day more efficiently. Now, once you've determined what type of activities take priority over the others, the next step is to determine which accounts are your most important ones. Remember Pareto's principle. 20% of your accounts generally will make up 80% of your total sales. Sales expenses for your key accounts are probably not much greater than those for your less profitable accounts. And it's up to you to figure out which is the profitable 20% so you can maximize your payoffs.
Yeah, take a look at your customers from 2 points of view. What does each account contribute to your overall sales profit? And how much time and energy do you have to invest to cover that account and reach its full profit potential? Very few salespeople take the time to analyze and classify their accounts. Most probably think other tasks are more important.
Salespeople also tend to call on people who are easy to deal with, even if their payoffs as accounts are quite low.
And salespeople tend to like to sell products that are easy to move rather than the bigger ticket or harder to sell items. Most of us feel more rewarded by short-term commissions than by long-term ones. You'll find that looking farther down the road in your planning is going to yield greater results almost immediately. Take some time today and invest it in the results that you want for 3 to 5 years from now. Build a clientele. Don't just make sales.
Let's go through the procedure you can use to analyze your accounts. The first step is to profile each account. Find out the profit margin, estimate the cost of your time, figure out the volume necessary to break even, and figure out the return on time invested, ROTI. We call it ROTI. And eventually, you'll be able to rate each account as an A, a B, or a C, with A being the most valuable and the most profitable. Then you'll figure out how much time you want to spend with each account based on its expected return, its expected profit.
Your Bible for each account will be the account profile. Here are a few guidelines you'll want to follow as you draw up your profiles. At the top of the page, put the company name, street address, phone number, etc. And here you may also want to add reminders, such as the personality style, his or her spouse's name, the best time of day to call, and so on. The reminders will help you add a personal touch to your sales call. Other pertinent information will include a list of buyers for that company, in order of importance, the products and services the company purchases, and the buying characteristics.
Next, you'll want to list the short-term and long-term company goals, your client's company, that is. And be sure to include whether those goals are your perceptions or the client's company's stated objectives. List the competitors for the account, and this should include both the current and potential competitors.
Compare the prospect's business to similar businesses that already buy from you. And you can also estimate a prospect's sales by using industry trends and statistics. Now, before you get down to the actual analysis of this account's profitability, we need to complete the account profile. Here, you'll name your own company's strengths and your own product's strengths. With this account, you'll also want a list, which hopefully will be short, of the weaknesses of your company and products.
Next, list your goals for the account and note the date. And finally, detail the specific needs of the account, such as pricing, credit, delivery, reliability, service, or anything else you think pertains. The rest of the account profile is devoted to the calculations necessary for ranking the account as an A, a B, or a C. On your paper, make a separate section called Profitability Profile. The first space under this heading will be for profit margin. If you aren't told by your company what your profit margin is, you can find out by checking with someone in the accounting or marketing department, or check with your sales manager. Estimate the total amount of time you spend on each account. Next, estimate the number of calls necessary each year and the average time per call. And also, list the travel time each call takes and the planning time you put in before each call. These details you may be able to get from your past records, and they'll probably vary greatly from one account to another.
Sounding a little overwhelming, isn't it?
It is.
Well, now, look, we're not trying to create IRS files here. I mean, we're just trying to estimate what it takes to generate profit dollars from this account. Earlier, we talked about putting a value on your time. It'll be useful to you to determine how much you earned last year on an hourly basis. Now, this figure doesn't need to be 100% accurate, as long as you use the same value for your comparisons. First, take the amount of money you grossed last year and divide it by the number of hours you worked. You may work a 40-hour week on the average, or maybe you put in a lot of extra time at home, making it 50 or a 60-hour week. A 40-hour week works out to be 2,000 hours a year. A 50-hour week is 2,500 hours a year, and a 60-hour week is 3,000 hours a year. Whatever you worked last year, enter it into the formula.
Divide your gross income by the number of hours you worked, and that will equal your hourly rate. Kind of like what you're getting paid for per hour. Let's say that $30,000 was the gross income you earned last year, and you worked 3,000 hours. That's working 60 hours a week. So 3,000 hours divided by 30,000 tells you that your time is worth $10 an hour.
Why is this important? Well, if you're spending 6 hours a week, for example, typing proposals, and it's costing you $10 for every hour you're working, you might be able to hire a secretary for, say, $6 an hour. The secretary can type the proposals so that you can use your time more profitably. You're saving that extra $4 that it's costing you. But not only that, you're freeing up time so you can go out and earn $10 or even more than $10 every hour. You might say anything over $10, hey, I'm home free.
But now there are also unseen costs. So we want to watch all of these costs. The unseen costs are the things that add up to the figure we mentioned earlier, $225 for the typical sales call. Most salespeople would say,
Hey, it didn't cost me that much.
but I think if you considered all the elements, you'd find that that's a fairly accurate estimate for most salespeople. Why? Because look at it from a company's point of view. What are you worth to your company? Well, you've got to figure what you're producing in sales, and then you take away from that the cost of your salary, any bonuses or commissions you're paid, your travel expenses that you're reimbursed by the company, and any other things that the company expends in order to be successful. That includes buying equipment that you can use to sell, or could mean providing you with office space or materials and so forth. Now, if you take this formula for calculating your time's worth, it would be the cost per hour equals the direct cost that the company incurs for having you on the job divided by the total working hours.
Let's take an example. Your salary is $30,000. Your commissions are $6,000. Your travel expenses are $16,000, and the miscellaneous other stuff you figure to be about $8,000 each year. Now your direct costs add up to 30 plus 6 plus 16 plus 8. Your direct costs total $60,000. Now remember, direct costs are usually about twice the salesperson's salary. So in this example, we're right on target. You're bringing home $30,000, and your company's direct cost for having you there is about $60,000.
Now, we want to figure out your cost per hour. Divide the direct cost figure by, say, 3,000 working hours. This is based on a 60-hour week, 50 weeks per year. So you're allowing 2 weeks off for vacation or other things, and you're figuring working some pretty active days. So you figure that 60,000 divided by 3,000 hours equals $20 an hour. So you determine that's what your time is worth, $20 an hour. But can we honestly say that each of us is fully productive for all 60 hours every week? Maybe for the sake of accuracy, it's better to say that the sales call hours when we're actually in touch with our customers are the only directly productive hours of the day. So how do we figure out what our time's worth during a sales call? I know you're probably getting a little overwhelmed by all of this, figuring,
Yeah.
but what we're really saying here is just look at what you're getting paid an hour based on earnings versus hours spent. Then broaden your point of view. Look at what you're bringing in and what you're costing your company. Show the relationship between those two. Now, what we're saying is, wait a minute. Let's not look at all the hours you're working. Let's look at the ones where you have some very direct control over the income that's produced. In other words, let's look at the sales calls. What is your time worth during a sales call? To do that, what you do is divide your direct cost, which in our example is $60,000, the cost to the company of having you there, by the number of calling hours you make each year. Figure the number of call hours by going over your past sales records and see how many hours you spent calling.
Let's use our example still. Direct cost is $60,000, and let's say you spend 1,000 hours on sales calls each year. So your cost per call hour would be $60,000 divided by 1,000 calls, or 1,000 hours of calls in this case. So that's $60 a call hour. This means every hour you spend making sales calls, your time is worth $60 an hour. See, this helps you plan to earn more money per call hour than it's costing your company for that period of time to have you there. Because if you don't know this figure, you may say, hey, man, I'm earning $30,000 and I'm bringing in $50,000. Look at that. The company's only paying me $30. They're getting $50. So it looks to me like they made $20,000 profit. Because there are all of those hidden costs that go into what it takes to have you on the sales force. So in a case like that, the direct cost adding up to $60,000, that's what the company pays out in order to have you on the job, and you're producing $50,000 in sales. Can you see the problem? They're actually operating at a $10,000 loss, but they don't even notice it until almost the whole year has expired, and that could be dangerous.
And Jim, one other thing. When you make $50,000 in sales, there's obviously a cost for the product or service you're selling, and that even compounds the problem further.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this method helps you get into the black instead of the red, or instead of just breaking even, and it also increases your stature in the eyes of the company. So your cost per call hour and your cost per overall hour will be listed on your account profile under Profitability Profile. What we're trying to boil this down to is what business people say when they're trying to figure out their cost. They say, what's your fixed nut? Don't just show me the outer core of this thing. Let's get into the inside of it, to the nut. What is it that it costs you each month to stay in business profitably? Well, we've pretty well come up with that figure at this point. Now, let's find out how much you have to sell in order to break even.
Your overall break-even volume and your break-even volume for each call should also be noted on your account profile under that profitability section.
Let's assume you know your gross profit margin figure on your products.
And if you're a salesperson getting a product for one price and then selling it for another, the difference in those two is the profit margin, the gross profit margin.
So here's the formula for figuring the break-even volume, what it takes you in sales to just break even. You take the direct costs, which a while ago we figured was $60,000, and you divide that by your gross profit percentage. If you have a gross sales figure of $250,000 per year and your product costs $200,000, you subtract the $200,000 from the $250,000, and of course your gross profit is $50,000. 50 is 20% of 250.
That's the difference between cash flow and profit. Cash flow is the money that's passing through your hands. Profit is what you get to keep out of all that.
Oh, I love that profit.
Yeah, so you covered your cost maybe with the sales, but if you didn't cover the company's cost, the company actually lost money on the deal. So to calculate your break-even volume, this is determined by dividing the direct cost by the gross profit margin. Let's say the $60,000 direct cost divided by a 20% profit margin equals $300,000.
Are you getting tired of all these figures? A little confusing? Yeah, it tends to be overwhelming.
But just doing a little calculation like this can give you so much control. How does it do that? Well, it does it by giving you some math to do, which will help you figure out how much you ought to be selling each time you make a sales call. Not just from your own point of view, but from the company's point of view. Because you can look like you're making a profit for a while and get away with it, but unless you're actually making a profit for your company, sooner or later the axe is going to fall, and you're going to be looking for another job. So the main thing we're leading to here is how do you figure out what you have to sell each time you go out to make sales calls? And the way to figure that out is doing the figuring that we've been talking you through.
By the way, you might also want to go back through this tape, listen to it the first time to get the ideas, to get a general sense of the flow, and then go back through it later. Stop the tape so that you can work out some of these figures on your own. Because it's not what you know that counts, it's what you use, what you really apply to your own situation. That is what makes the difference.
It's what makes the difference between thinking like a sales representative or thinking like a business owner. The more you think like an owner, the more you're respected as a salesperson.
You know, in our example a while ago, we said that your break-even volume for the year had to be $300,000 because $60,000 divided by the 20% profit margin equals $300,000. Now, $300,000 is what it has to be in order to cover all your direct costs and break even. Now, if you divide that break-even volume, which is $300,000, by the number of calling hours that you're expending, like in our example, we said that you were spending 1,000 hours a year on sales calls, then that's what you have to average on each sales calling hour. So 300,000 break-even point divided by 1,000 call hours gives you $300. So that means each calling hour you need to generate an average of $300.
Now, please don't forget that this is the average you need to earn. It may take you 10 calls to get a sale, but as long as the average volume per calling hour works out to be above the break-even figure, then you're producing a profit. I can still hear you thinking, wow, come on, Jim, that's so much figuring. Give me a break. Isn't there an easier way? Well, I really don't know. You know, when you first started learning to drive a car, well, chances are real good you had to think about everything you did. Let's see, release the emergency brake, hold my foot on the other brake, make sure the engine's running fast enough that it doesn't stall, check the rearview mirror. Oh, yeah, I've got my seatbelt on. Okay, watch for traffic, back up, reach over and grab the shift lever, pull it down into D for drive. Don't press on the gas. See what I mean?
In other words, when you first were learning to drive, you had to think about everything. But today, chances are pretty good you hop in the car and you can be 2 blocks down the road before you've even given a thought to anything you did. It becomes second nature. The same is true once you've figured out all of these break-even volume figures and the average profit you ought to generate per call and so forth.
In the past, salespeople used to rank their accounts by A, B, and C according to sales volume, and that's okay. But it doesn't tell you how much they made, right? It just tells you how much volume they produced. Then they got more sophisticated, and they started ranking them A, B, and C according to profit. And that's okay, but what about how much time it takes to generate the profit? Certainly that's a hidden cost. It's a problem often known as trying to hatch a golden egg. Sometimes a salesperson runs across a great big selling opportunity, and they spend so much time trying to hatch that golden egg into a sale that they don't spend their time in other areas where they can be producing some maybe smaller sales with a little less effort. So be careful to use your time where it's going to pay off the best overall, not just on one account.
Here's a way around that kind of golden egg hatching syndrome that Jim just mentioned. It's called the ROTI method. That stands for Return on Time Invested. And it works a little like this. Imagine that it takes you 20 hours to generate $1,000 profit when you're calling on an A category account. But it takes you only 2 hours to generate $500 profit on a B category account. So 20 hours to generate $1,000 profit versus 2 hours to generate $500. Are you ahead of me?
Yeah.
If you spend the 20 hours that it would have taken you on the A account, but focusing just on your B accounts, you would have generated $5,000 profit. See, your return on time invested is your gross profit per account divided by the total cost for that account. So let's say your total sales was $10,000, okay? And on your sales, you're making a 20% profit. So out of $10,000 in total sales, what's your overall profit?
$2,000.
We like to assign a ratio or a number some kind of numerical figure for each account so that you could see what kind of a payoff you get when you work with that account or others like it. You take a look at one account and you say, well, with an account like this, it usually takes me 5 hours of calls to get a sale, and I usually get $2,000 of profit from the sale. Well, 5 hours to make the call times $300 cost per calling hour. That means it cost me $1,500 to make the call, to get the sale.
Okay, I understand. Now, it cost you $1,500 worth of time to actually produce that sale,
Right.
and you made $2,000.
Right.
So the difference in the two there is $500.
Right, we're 500 ahead, but let's look at the numerical ranking, because to break even, which would be a numerical ranking of 1, if it cost me $1,500 to make the sale, how much profit would I have to generate from the account?
Well, to break even, you'd have to bring in $1,500 worth of profit.
Exactly, but here I brought in $2,000 worth of profit.
All right, let me get it straight in my head, Tony. You brought in $2,000 worth of profit.
Right.
It cost you $1,500 to produce the sale.
Right.
So that means you're $500 ahead.
Okay.
Now, $500 is 1/3 of what it took you to produce that call. Your
Okay.
break-even volume was $1,500.
Right.
$500 goes into that 3 times.
Exactly.
So what I had to produce on this call, if I'm going to take it and boil it down to a number, is 1 time what it cost me, which is $1,500.
$1,500, right.
And then this one, because it was $500 more, is 1/3 again what it cost
Exactly.
me to produce it. 1.3.
Exactly.
1 1/3.
That's right. That's your numerical ranking. Now, this is important because you'll evaluate the numerical ranking on that account, which is a 1.33, against other accounts. If another account has a numerical ranking of 2.5, and I only have so much time today to call on one account.
I can see it coming.
Okay,
Yeah,
and that's how you use the numbers. It simply tells you how to prioritize your accounts in terms of profitability.
Let's say on another account it took you 5 hours, but your profit on that one was $3,000. Well, 5 hours cost you $1,500. Profit generated was $3,000. That's 2 times what it cost you. So in that account, instead of putting a 1.3, you'd put a 2. You'd give it a 2 ranking, right? Because the total profit divided by the cost of selling it?
Is 2. That's
Right.
exactly right. In this
Right.
case, and in the previous example, it was 2,000 divided by 1,500, 1.33. Here, it's 3,000 total profit divided by 1,500 total cost is a 2.
Fine.
So the second account is definitely more profitable than the first. And by the way, you don't have to do this numerically. You can just say on the second one, I'm doubling my money, and on the first one, I'm getting 1/3 more than I spent. Just take the time to sit down and figure it out once, and you've got it. And then every 6 months or so, do a little bit of math, get out the old calculator, and go through it again and find out how you're doing overall.
After all this going through these detailed calculations, here we are in the land of Oz.
Oh boy, the yellow brick road.
Yeah, down that yellow brick road, you end up with your account profile. And here it is staring you in the face. It's got that account's profit analysis on it, and it tells you how profitable it is to work with that particular account. And it's also got a notation as to what kind of return you get on the time you invest with that account. 2 to 1, 1 to 1, 1.3 to 1. When you're calculating your return on time invested for each account, should you find some with ratios of less than 1 to 1, don't just throw them out.
We have ways of making these accounts work for you.
First, think of ways to increase the total sales amount without having to increase the time you invest in getting the sales. Now, if you can't do that for one reason or another, then cut back the amount of time you spend without compromising the service you give them.
Now, another way to use this return on time invested formula is to classify your accounts into A, B, or C categories. See, we like to divide accounts into 3 groups based on the return on time invested. The A's might be the highest 20% return. These are the most worthwhile customers in terms of actual profitability of working with them. The middle 60% you might put in the B category, and the bottom 20% you call C accounts.
This would be like Pareto's principle, right?
Exactly, same thing. You see, it's our experience with the thousands of companies we work with over the last several years that most salespeople spend as much or more time selling and servicing the bottom 20%, the C accounts, as they do the top 20%, the A's. But imagine the profit it would generate if they simply upgraded most of their B and C accounts to A accounts. Or if they spent the appropriate amount of time on the A accounts, not on the C accounts. See, every call would pay off much more dramatically.
What's your main goal anyway? Well, it's to maximize the payoffs and their opportunities, like turning B's or C's into A's. There are problems like time required with the C's, trends that are developing, things like that, but look for trends that are developing and see where more and more time is being required or where less and less time is being required. Look for clusters of client accounts and prospects so that you can work them as a group. Look for nests where one lead tends to lead you to another, to another, to another. Look for sub-markets within each category so that you can network within the group and build more inroads and more customer acceptance and get more referrals.
The main thing we're trying to get you to do here is to look at your problems and opportunities. Take a look at where you're getting the payback on what you do and determine what's working and what's not, so you can use the best prospecting and the best promotional strategies to keep you on track. You, as the professional salesperson, need to keep track of changes in your territory, some of which will benefit you, others which will only give you headaches. The more you keep on your toes, however, the fewer headaches you're likely to have.
Problems and opportunities can come from either inside or outside your company. The environment and market can influence sales as much as company policies, products, or services can.
Manufacturers estimate that more than half of their existing products have been on the market for less than 5 years.
And of course, this will have an effect on you as the salesperson. It may even seem at times that the odds are against you as a salesperson. So where do you turn in the face of these mind-boggling and relentless changes in our world?
The answers are right behind you, your own company.
That's right. Opportunities that stem from your company are the easiest to define and take advantage of. In your account profiles, you have listed the strengths which put your company and its products ahead of competitors. These are the selling points that you rely on. The nature of our free enterprise system makes it inevitable that some companies dominate. It takes that extra effort on your part to compete with them. As the saying goes, it all goes with the territory. In this case, your territory.
The best way to gain the upper hand in your market segment is to carefully listen to your marketplace. Analyze your strengths and capitalize on them. And you'll want to isolate the problems and opportunities within your market segments and set up objectives for dealing with them. It would be nice to do it just once and let it go at that, but as a salesperson with your ever-changing market and company and competition, constant monitoring of changes and taking note of them is part of your job. If you take the time to thoroughly analyze each account and the return on the time you're investing in your own sales efforts, you'll have a decided edge in the marketplace. Why? Because you know what to do to be more successful.
That is selling smart.
This is the end of side 11. Please fast forward the tape to begin side 12.
We've been talking about territory management, how you can become a successful salesperson in control of your territory. You've already spent time and effort analyzing your territory, your products, and your services. And you've studied your accounts and the market. You put a great deal of thought into setting objectives for managing your territory.
But what you may not know, and should be very happy to hear, is that you have just completed 2 of the 5 commandments of territory management. First, total situation analysis.
That's commandment number 1. Analyze the territory, the products, and the services.
Analyze the market segments, the competitors, the accounts, as well as the trends.
The second commandment is set objectives based on the potential your territory has. And third, develop a strategy for the territory in general and for each of your accounts.
And fourth, keep accurate records to help you control your sales activity.
Fifth, also under the heading of controls, analyze your records periodically to update your plans and goals. It's called the SOSC formula. S, situation analysis. O, objectives. S, strategies. And C, controls. This tape will focus on the final 3 commandments of territory management. It'll focus on using what you've done so far, developing strategies, keeping the right records, and learning how to use them to sell smart. The management of a territory can make or break a salesperson's success. It's as much a part of selling as the face-to-face call itself.
Before we begin talking strategy, let's mention some basics first. You've probably heard the term sales cycle. The sales cycle is the time from the first contact to the confirmation of the sale. When you look at the sales cycle, you see that there are several steps involved from the time you start planning through the time that you deliver the service. We'd like you to keep in mind that in each sales cycle with each individual account, if you spend too much time in one area and not enough time in another, you may find yourself in a lot of trouble.
For example, our colleague Phil Wexler, a professional speaker, got a call from another professional speaker. She was feeling kind of down because she wasn't getting as many bookings for speeches as she was accustomed to getting. He asked her a few questions and discovered she had been very, very busy for about the last 90 days. And she hadn't spent much time contacting new prospects during that 90-day period. Phil told her no matter how busy she was, she had to continue to contact a minimum number of new prospects each week if she was going to avoid a sales slump later on. What Phil knows and what you and I must keep in mind to be successful is that we have to put new accounts into the top of the sales pipeline if we want to keep producing sales at the bottom of the sales pipeline. Keep filling the pipeline and you can't help but have a constant flow of new leads and new sales.
How do you look at a glass with water in it? Do you say the glass is half full or half empty? Or is it too close to call? Your outlook on your sales cycle will influence your success. For example, say you make 10 contacts, and out of those 10, you're requested to make 3 presentations. Out of the 3 presentations, 1 sale. Say you receive $120 in commission. Ask most salespeople what they would say about those figures, and you'd hear,
I made $120 on one presentation and nothing on the other 2.
This is looking at a half-empty glass, and you're not doing yourself a favor by being negative. You see, as a salesperson, look at the numbers the way professional athletes evaluate their statistics. For example, Willie Wilson of the Kansas City Royals hit .333 in 1982, and he was the Major League batting champion in that year. A .333 hitter who is a decent fielder is worth about $1 million a year in today's market. But look at those statistics the way a salesperson will look at his own record, and you would see Wilson failed to get a hit 2 out of every 3 times at bat. How motivated do you think Wilson would be if he looked at his record that way? Instead, the smart ball player says to himself,
I got 1/3 of a hit every time I stepped up to the plate.
Now he's motivated.
Back to our sales example. The salesperson didn't get a $120 commission for one presentation and nothing for the others. He got $40 for each presentation. Or better yet, the salesperson received $12 for each of the original 10 contacts, 7 of whom he never even got to first base with. What if someone offered you $12 for every contact you made, every phone call, every letter, every face-to-face meeting? You'd probably be so motivated you'd make as many contacts as possible, and that's human nature.
I wonder how long that person would take for lunch. Let's say I'm opening up a new company, and I'm paying my salespeople based on the contacts, not the confirmed sales. And you go out as a salesperson, and you make 10 calls, 3 interviews, 1 sale. Well, let's look at working smarter. If you made the right 10 contacts, they may yield more than 3 sales interviews and more than 1 sale. So it's not how many calls you're making, it's what quality those calls are. Who are you calling on, and how are you doing it? That's what determines how much money you end up making. If you realize you're being paid on the number of contacts, you still need to make sure that you're making enough of those contacts to keep the sales flowing.
Most people think they get paid just to make sales. This simply is not true. You also get paid to make contacts. Without making contacts, you can't make sales. It's as simple as that. In fact, you get paid for everything you do as a salesperson, every step of the sales cycle. Improving the quality or increasing the quantity of your contacts will increase your productivity. Our example of a 3-to-1 presentation to sales ratio is hypothetical. Plug in your own number of contacts, presentations, sales commissions, salary, and so on. Figuring out your calls to sales ratio will show you exactly how you get paid for everything you do.
Let's talk strategy. Even the most disorganized people have strategies of their own that only they can understand. Everything we do as salespeople or in our personal lives calls for strategy. If you're going on an errand, you'll quickly plan in your mind how you're going to get there, the best way to go, and how much time to spend on it. And even if you have many errands to run, you probably figure out the best way of getting them all done in the least amount of time. This type of strategy or planning comes to us naturally, as we've learned over the years that we can save money, energy, and gasoline and still have extra time to do other things. You've already analyzed, classified, and set objectives for your accounts. Now you can decide when and how to call on them, how many of them need personal calls, and how often you should call on them. There is no way we can tell you the best way to cover your territory. You have a different combination of territory size, market segment, and number of customers than, say, a coworker or even a competitor. But we have a format you can use, and it can be adapted by any salesperson planning a market strategy.
The first question to ask yourself is how many customers and prospects can I call on within the next, say, 6 months? You can answer this question by call frequency planning, which will be one of the most important strategy tools for territory coverage.
Let's imagine for a minute that a genie appears out of a bottle and asks, how many hours a quarter do you prospect? You say, well, 160 hours. Okay, she says, I'll grant you a 50% increase in time that you can prospect with. What would that be worth to you if a genie granted you that wish?
That could be worth a fortune.
You better believe it. If you determine what kind of productivity you're going to get from the current 160 hours that you spend in prospecting, then you'll know exactly what a 50% increase or 80 more hours would be worth to you. And with that call frequency planning, you can actually turn that fantasy into a reality where you actually do have that time to work with.
There are two types of salespeople. One is the type who calls on an account several times, servicing the account, and the other is the type who makes almost all new calls with very few callbacks afterwards. The people who service accounts find themselves working hard servicing the existing accounts and sometimes not making enough new calls to generate new business. And then there are those who make only new calls and they neglect servicing the existing accounts. They find themselves losing repeat business and losing some existing business. So we've got two objectives now. One is to determine how to most efficiently service our existing accounts, and the other is to allow ourselves plenty of time to prospect for new accounts.
Refer back to your list of A, B, and C accounts for your strategy planning. The first thing you'll want to do is count the total number of A, B, and C accounts you plan to call on in the next 3 months.
For example, we'll say you have 20 A, 60 B, and 20 C accounts to contact or service. How often should you call on each account during the next 3 months? To figure out the total time you spend servicing your accounts every 3 months, follow this example. You make an average of 3 calls to each of your A accounts every quarter. That totals 60 calls for your 20 A accounts. Using the same method, you might average 1.5 calls per quarter on your 60 B accounts, totaling 90 B calls. Finally, figuring 1 call for each C account yields 20 C calls. The total calls per quarter, adding those A, B, and C groups, is 170 calls per quarter.
So what?
Well, how long do your sales calls last? You should be aware of the time you spend with each customer, because if you don't, you can run out of time pretty easily. It's quite obvious that the time you spend on your A accounts is worth more than the time on the C accounts, in most cases. A typical sales call on any customer takes often as much as 2 hours.
And that probably includes planning, travel time, and of course, the face-to-face meeting itself.
That's right. They're all included. And if we multiply the 170 contacts by the 2 hours average each, we're talking about 340 hours. How many hours are there in a quarter that you can actually use to make sales calls? Well, let's assume that you're working a standard 40-hour week, and there are 12 weeks in a quarter. That's 500 hours in that quarter to work with.
Can any of those 340 hours be done during non-prime time?
Planning can.
What about travel time? Are there ways I could save travel time or avoid traffic delays? Could you group your accounts so that you call on them in a circuit? Could some of your service calls be done by phone while you're waiting to see new customers? This could also free up more time to call on new accounts. Instead of only 160 hours left, you might free up 80 new hours. That's a 50% increase in prospecting time. It's almost like having that genie around that we talked about previously.
How do you plan your time as a salesperson? Do you like planning it down to the last minute and really pushing yourself?
No.
Or do you like to leave yourself some breathing room for those unexpected emergencies?
Well, Jim and I recommend that you give yourself some space. If you use the planning period of 3 months, then you'd have 60 days in which to work based on 5 days per week multiplied by 12 weeks.
If you allocate all of that time in your planning of calls, there'll be no time left over for your other sales responsibilities. So look for ways to free up your time.
However, you may be one of those people who enjoys working under pressure. So if you've planned for fewer than 60 days, you can adjust your plans and increase the hours you spend in certain categories.
For example, you may want to increase the time you spend with each customer or the number of prospects you call on.
Change your plans only with payoffs in mind. Remember, maximizing payoffs is your goal as a smart, successful salesperson. Also remember that as a salesperson, you're dealing with people, not just products. So delays, cancellations, extra waiting time, and unexpected emergencies are always possibilities. Giving yourself that extra time may strongly benefit you in the long run.
So what is it we've learned with this call frequency planning? We hope that it's clear that you can now decide if your call objectives are reasonable. Let's say one of your goals is to add 30 new accounts in the next quarter. Maybe you've learned from experience that for every 3 prospects you call on, one of them becomes a customer.
If you've discovered through your planning that you can only manage 75 prospect calls within the next 3 months, and you figure that 1/3 of them will become new customers, that's 25 people. Now you're 5 people short of your 30-person goal. So with the help of your call planning, you can work to free up more prospecting time to make those extra 15 calls and generate 5 more accounts.
A little while ago, we talked about control of your sales territory. Control of your territory allows you to see your performance as a manager would.
So much for strategies. Now let's talk about controls. Keeping records and using them wisely. The single most studied sport in the world is baseball. Boy, do they keep numbers on everything. They keep numbers on the overall batting average, the batting average of each player against left-handed pitchers, right-handed pitchers, and so on. They keep numbers on the success ratio of a player during day games, night games, before the 5th inning, after the 5th inning. The numbers could fill volumes and volumes.
That's the truth. A friend of mine, Jim Tunney, a well-known NFL referee who has refereed several Super Bowl games, told me how they operate as referees. One of the things they do is to film every football game, every professional game. The referees take the films, watch them after the games, and evaluate the performance of each ref or umpire during the game. They actually watch what they did, and then each referee or umpire is given direct critiques on what they did right and what could have been done better. Imagine having that kind of feedback as a salesperson. Well, your records help you improve your sales and lower your costs in much the same way. With the right kind of records, you can stand back and look objectively at your work by having the facts and figures right in front of you.
Control guides you to being a more successful salesperson. So, you'll want to keep in mind the 4 phases to the control of a sales territory. First, the standards of performance. In other words, how well do I want to do? Second, collecting data on how you're doing. Third, analyzing that data, and fourth, making appropriate corrections. Scientists know that every experiment has a bottom line to which the results can be compared. Remember the objectives you set for your territories and accounts? These are your standards of performance. You'll want to use these standards to measure your future performance.
The second phase of control is the collection of information to help you analyze your performance. Unfortunately, this means paperwork, which even in our computerized society is sometimes a necessity. It's important you know what records are valuable and which are a waste of time for you. Work on developing the ability to design your own forms so that you can collect information on your goals. We have some standard records that you should be keeping right now. The first one is a customer file. You can keep your files on 3x5 cards, which contain customer information like names, addresses, and phone numbers. Also include the customer's buying needs, important personnel, the customer's personal style, past sales history, and so on.
The next set of records you should keep is the prospect file. You'll include the same type of information in the prospect file as you have in your customer files, but keep the prospect file separate until a sale is made, and after the sale, you can transfer the card to the customer file.
You should also keep a tickler file. This one is simply an elaborate calendar. The most commonly used is a 3x5 card file with tab dividers showing 12 months and more tab dividers showing 31 days.
But what's a tickler file for?
It'll help you plan your time and keep track of all your appointments. Well, let's say you have a call on every other Thursday to the Standard Shoe Company. You'd write that appointment in on its particular card day. While planning your coming week, you can pull the cards from your tickler file to see what your commitments are. You might want to use different colored index cards to distinguish between customers and prospects, or even to distinguish between A, B, or C accounts.
Maybe you'd want to keep market segments or geographical locations in separate files. But we suggest you don't use too many colors. It could get confusing. The whole point is to make your planning time the most efficient time. Whatever system works best for you is fine. You'll want to cross-reference the tickler file with your customer and prospect files so you can go from one to the other quickly for relevant information.
What else will you need in your data collection? Well, of course, you'll need the actual record of the call. These are some of the most important records to keep because you will take much of your future information from them. You may want to refer to these records as your sales and customer service reports. Include details such as the type of call, whether it was personal, by phone, or by letter. Also, you'll want to record the results of the call, the amount of time it took you to make the call, and everything you'll need in order to follow up properly on that call. But you don't want to stop here. You need to regularly review your customer files and your tickler files. Keep them up to date, and they'll help you out when you go out to call on your client again.
You may also want to keep your sales reports on one daily or weekly form. That way, you can determine at a glance how you spent your week.
Your company may have already established some elaborate systems designed to help you do this. Study those systems to make sure they give you the control you need. If they don't, talk with your managers. Ask for adjustments to be made in the systems or the forms so that you have the data that's necessary to manage yourself well.
Some of the most sophisticated people in this area are the telemarketing professionals. They've developed computerized databases to accomplish this kind of record keeping. So anyone within the firm can have immediate access to up-to-the-minute information on an account status or its history. And the way they do this is someone calls in, they give their name, the salesperson enters the name in the computer, hits a button, and all of a sudden, voila, the whole account history shows up on the screen. You can see what happened on the last contact, what did the person buy before, what's her nickname if she has one, where does she live, and how many offices does she have. All kinds of information can be available right at your fingertips. If you don't have the luxury of that kind of information, then you can develop your own, even though it might not be all that sophisticated.
The next set of records you need to keep for control of your territory is a record of your expenses, an expense report. This should be kept on a daily basis because it's amazing how much you forget by the end of the week. This record should include the names of customers you spent the money on. All this information can go right back into your analysis of return on time invested to help you make the right decisions for smart selling.
Finally, we reach the sales reports. You'll make out your summary reports at the end of each month and at the end of a planning period. In your summary reports, you can include information on some or all of the following. 1. Sales. Your volume of sales in units or dollars. Your volume by customer or by market segment. your percent increase or decrease over the last sales period, and your percentage of sales to the number of calls you made.
2. Accounts. Under this heading, list the number of accounts you contacted, the number of new accounts you made, and the percentage of existing accounts you sold to. Include the number of accounts you lost, as well as the number of new prospects you made.
3rd, profit. Here, you'll detail your gross profit by market segment, your overall territory profit, and your profit margins. This is where you put down your return on time invested figures, which you've already learned how to determine.
The next heading is selling expenses. List your total expenses for the period, for each call, and for each market segment. Here you will also detail your expenses for each account category.
5th, quality performance. What were your strong points for the last period? What were your weak points, and where do you need to improve? Here, you'll describe any information you need for more effective sales the next time around.
And finally, miscellaneous. Under this heading, you'll write the types of promotions you used and how effective they were. You'll note the number of phone calls you made and the outcomes. You'll also include the sales aids you used and how effective they were. And here's where you record the number of customer complaints received, your total commission, as well as the number of days and hours you worked.
As you can tell, you'll have lots of room to expand the summary report to suit your own territory management. Your company may even give you forms which they require on a certain basis. If those forms are enough for all of your records, you're in luck. If they aren't, then make up your own forms and photocopy them. The insight you can gain in your territory will well be worth the effort made to keep the records. We guarantee you. Now, if you're thinking,
there must be an easier way to manage territory and gain control,
you're probably right. The records must still be kept, as Jim and I have shown you, but innovative salespeople in all industries are becoming more and more aware of computers and helping them with their work, and for good reason.
That's right. You can use computers for everything from prospecting to calculating the return on time invested. Computers facilitate your correspondence with your clients. Salespeople are even using computers for designing promotional material, for account analysis, and perhaps most importantly, for overall record keeping.
If you're shopping for a computer to make your business easier, remember a few things. First, ask yourself, what do you want the computer to do? For now, forget about what kind of computer to buy. Take the time to write down the longest, most complete list you can of all the things you want the computer to do for you, and then prioritize them. Then, when you find a good computer, you can make sure it performs the functions you consider most important.
Second, go to your computer experts and ask them about software, the thing that runs the computer. Find out which operating system would work best for your needs. Have the experts guide you to the machine that will run the programs to bring you the results you want. And for heaven's sake, when buying a computer, don't buy on price.
That's for sure.
A few years ago, Tony went out and bought a bunch of computers on price. We were going to computerize our whole office. He got a great deal.
Oh, such a deal.
He bought 3 computers, printers, and all sorts of stuff. They sat in boxes for 3 years. We finally sold them to someone else. We actually lost money on the deal.
But it was a good buy.
Yeah, at the time. So don't buy on price. Buy on the capabilities and what it'll do for you. It's value that matters the most.
One copier sales manager in Dallas said he wouldn't try to run a sales office without a computer. Charles Mitchell with Savin Corporation says he critiques his salespeople by showing them graphs on a computer. His company even uses the computer for letters to customers and holiday greetings, which has helped increase sales at Savin. One important use of the computer in Savin's sales is to keep track of the dates a client's copier contracts come up, so the salespeople can jump right in and upgrade the service before the contracts run out.
Computers make correspondence much easier than the hunting and pecking that you used to do on the typewriter. As a salesperson, you only have to write one letter, and it can be used many times with just small changes in the copy. Tony and I have a creative suggestion for you to help you plan ahead in your prospecting. First thing is you'll write a letter that sounds personal but can be sent to any prospect with just minor adjustments in the content of it. Come up with a month's worth of prospects and have a computer operator print out the letters in advance. You don't want to send out all the letters on the same day, but you spread the mailing out over a month.
Let's say you have 80 prospects to contact. You'd make 4 contacts each day, 5 days a week for 4 weeks. Print out the letters on the computer with the dates they'll be mailed. But on the envelopes, pencil in the date the letters will be mailed to remind you when to mail them. When you begin to mail the letters, put the stamps over the penciled date and send them off. And be sure to enter the information of the prospects to be called in your tickler file, allowing ample time for delivery and a couple of extra days to be read.
Even if you don't have a secretary, you can hire a word processor. The increase in sales will more than pay for the expense. For an additional fee, you could have the word processor mail the letters daily and give you a periodic report so you know who to call and when. When using a computer for your territory management, one thing is certain. Unless you put all your customer records into the computer, it won't work for you the way it should.
You see, the computer can serve as your tickler file. Each morning, turn it on, and the computer tells you what calls you have to make, and it tells you what other responsibilities you have for that day. When you're talking to people on the phone, put your notes into the computer file. They'll be right there when you need them. Computers not only save on the drudgery of paperwork, but they also save you valuable time. As we've learned in analyzing our time, each hour we spend is precious as far as maximizing the payoffs of our efforts.
One sales consulting firm found that by using computers, along with better management, salespeople could increase their actual selling time by as much as 50%. One sales representative who works for digital equipment in Wilmington, Delaware, says he used to spend 4 hours a month putting together his sales report for that period. 4 hours. Now James Butel says he's got the form on his computer, and these days he can compile the same report in 1 hour.
Your computer, should you decide to use one, will also help you analyze your records. It will help you determine your strengths and weaknesses, which is what we've spent a great deal of time talking about. We hope we've given you the necessary tools to decide where you can improve, and the rest is up to you.